Chapter 961. Bran, what do you think of the evil plan of the Alliance of Justice? The Dragon Queen lost her composure, her face full of anxiety, like an anxious mother whose son was targeted by a vixen. If he was not in his crow form, Bran would have twitched his mouth and rolled his eyes. Your Majesty, Tyrion's loyalty and love for the Targaryen family, and you are no less than your concern for him. So, there is no need to bring up the suggestion of summoning him back to the Westeros. He has vowed to complete the mission and will not give up halfway, Bran advised. Look at him, he is so eloquent and sensible. No wonder he has surpassed Old Bart, Big Bear and Garth to become the Queen's favorite guard in less than a month after joining the White Knights. The Pale Moon Maiden was deeply shocked. Prince Zeon is so determined. No wonder he still insists on staying in the team after experiencing the 4 ghosts of the Narrow Sea. If the dwarf was here, he would definitely complain with tears streaming down his face. I want to go back too, but I will lose half of my magic permanently. Not only is my good sister not willing to reimburse me, she also insists on not giving me anything if I don't deserve it. Even if I die of old age or illness, she will not give me any blessings from the 7 gods. Even worse, if I want to leave the team, I will have to leave Tessa to Chizong as a mount. I can't even guarantee my safety if I go back by boat. If I am captured by the evil gods alone in the Narrow Sea, even my life-saving Chizong is gone. Do I dare to go back? Sigh, no matter what, I have to persuade him. If something happens, I will never be able to rest easy, the Dragon Queen said worriedly. The Big Crow looked down at the Pale Moon Maiden below the throne. How does the Alliance of Justice plan to deal with the team? I heard that Tyrion is lustful, so the Alliance asked me to persuade Goddess Mirthia of Lys to arrange for her spirits, or she will do it herself. To deal with a lustful man, wouldn't the Goddess of Lust be a piece of cake? At this point, Pale Moon Chu Nu became hesitant. But the effect doesn't seem to be very good. Just last night, the Goddess of Lust of Tarosai, Miranda, was smashed into ashes by Chizong. Hey, why is Chizong so ruthless? Dragon Queen pretended to be shocked, hurriedly asking, tell me, what exactly happened? The Big Crow closed its eyes. There's no need to mention Miranda's appearance and temperament. She's also one of the most powerful envoys under Goddess Mirthia. Like Chizong, she's a level 3 envoy who can use the power of laws. In the eyes of the Alliance, no man should be able to resist her. Actually, most gods, regardless of gender, would be mesmerized by Miranda's charms, and in the end. That evening, Chizong's group set off from heading towards Tarosai. Along the way, they ran into the Blood Shark 5 dragons, delaying them quite a bit of time. By the time they reached their destination, it was already close to midnight. In the past, as one of the few large trading city-states in the Narrow Sea, Tyroshi's night market was also very developed. However, it was now a long night, and the sea trade was almost completely dead. There were barely any decent people on the streets. Moreover, the 5 master and disciple of the Sutra teaching team were not as recognizable as Tang Sanzang's disciple. Walking on the dark streets, if one did not look carefully, one would not be able to recognize them. Therefore, after entering the city, the 5 master and disciple were like ordinary merchants, and did not attract a large crowd of onlookers. In this state, when they passed by the Passion Garden, they met a beautiful girl holding a red lantern, soliciting customers on the streets. Come on, let's have fun, we have plenty of time anyway. The dwarf hardened his rod on the spot, and even the hunting dog was a little mesmerized. Varys was a eunuch, so he was unmoved. Arya was a woman, so she was moved. Chizong was a man, but he coldly glared at the girl, scolded his disciple, and left. After turning a corner, they met another young woman holding a red lantern, soliciting customers on the streets. She was like a juicy peach that was about to explode. Come on, let's have fun, we have plenty of time anyway, Master Chizang, it's already late. Lord Tairoshi might already be asleep. Why don't we go to the palace tomorrow? Let's split up here. Varys will take you to find an inn, and I'll explore the local conditions and customs of this place. The dwarf stopped and stared at the pair of peerless weapons on the woman's and man's bodies. Master Chizang, I'm not listening to your preaching tonight. I want to go to the Passion Garden, fuck me. The hunting dog was even more frank and direct. The Holy Mother is merciful. This is not a peaceful place. Let's go. The Lord said he would wait for us. Don't be late, Chizang said forcefully. Speaking of passion gardens in Tairoshi, there are indeed many of them. After walking for another 2 streets, he bumped into another one. A handsome young man wearing tight leather pants was standing there, causing his lower body to bulge out. Come on, let's have fun, we have plenty of time anyway. He raised his beautiful face, winked, and sang coquettishly. The dwarf shuddered as memories of the past that he could not bear to recall surfaced in his mind. He could not help but quicken his steps as if he was running away. Let the other ghost chicken tip eat this thing. The hunting dog cursed, unable to bear it. A hint of curiosity appeared on Arya's cold horse face. She looked back and forth between that lump and that face. She couldn't help but slow down. Varys was still unmoved. The strange thing was that Master Chizang approached the handsome young man and stared straight at him, as if he was mesmerized. The handsome young man thought that he had succeeded. He smiled proudly and flirted even more, even getting closer to Chizang. The disciples were all stunned. Are you serious? Chizang looked at the handsome young man wrapped around his old, thin body like a water snake. Come on, let's have fun, we have plenty of time anyway, the young man sang again. Come on, hey, fairy, you've crossed the line. Great mighty heavenly dragon, Holy Mother's palm. Master Chizang suddenly shouted. His body expanded, shining with golden light. Green dragons coiled around him. Under the shocked and stunned expression of the handsome young man, he slapped down with his palm. Pop, it was like a slap on a ripe persimmon. What splattered was not persimmon juicy meat but flaming severed limbs. Fuck, what's wrong with this bald donkey? The dwarf was confused. Damn it, it's the evil god. Arya's expression changed. She said in annoyance, Master is cunning, using this method to steal monsters. Miranda was too impulsive. She shouldn't have provoked Chizang. When the teaching team settles down, Tyrion will definitely sneak back to the Passion Garden. At that time, no one would be able to help him no matter how much he cried. With this lesson, although he didn't suffer much, Tyrion should be frightened. He won't dare to fool around with strange women in the future. Dany sighed at the dwarf's good luck. Not necessarily. Goddess Mirthia can make any man forget his lesson. You have to plan early. There might be a high-level law god. Pale Moon Maiden advised. Yeah, I know. Dany nodded. She asked curiously, why did you suddenly change your mind and surrender to me? This. Pale Moon Maiden was a little embarrassed. After hesitating for a while, he told her what happened at Mirthia's temple last night. Pale Moon Maiden was not stupid. If he did not give a reason to convince the Dragon Queen, he would most likely not be trusted. Dany frowned and looked at the big crow. She asked, that Mirthia, do you know anything about her? Bran shook his head. She's more active than the other gods. She's more involved in human activities. But I don't know anything about the deeper secrets. Just because she said a set of fence-sitters' theories, you're going to turn over a new leaf. Dany looked at Pale Moon Maiden and asked curiously. Not entirely. Her words also reminded me to pay attention to some things, Pale Moon Maiden said bitterly. As you can see, my divinity of death has not changed. I've been running around for the alliance of justice and order without any reward. This is nothing. Like the other gods who joined the alliance of justice and order, I'm mainly trying to avoid the twilight of the gods. To put it bluntly, I'm trying to save my life. But Mirthea is right. You promised that if I surrender to you, I'll be able to keep my life, and I'll even be rewarded with divinity. In this case, my reason for joining the alliance of justice and order is no longer valid. Are you still planning to return to the alliance of justice and be a spy for the queen? Bran asked. No. Pale Moon Maiden waved her hand. There are too many gods who are proficient in prophecy in the alliance. Even if I don't give myself away for the time being, when the queen makes a move, the alliance's plot against the teaching team will fail. I'll definitely be suspected. In other words, you're planning to completely rely on the queen. Bran said lightly. This is not fence-sitters. Pale Moon Maiden shook her head. When the long night comes, the sea trade will die. There will be no more shipwrecks in the sea, and few sailors will drown. So, before the long night ends, I can take a break. Seeing that I've made a small contribution by informing the queen, I hope that the queen will put on a show with me. When I'm walking in the narrow sea, you suddenly rush over and shout, "Little bitch, how dare you betray me?" I'll suppress you in the 7 levels of hell for 10 billion years. Then you'll take me away. If Her Majesty can defeat the alliance of justice and order in the end, this show will be in vain. If Her Majesty fails, I'll fall into the enemy's hands and be tortured, but I'm still a loyal and unyielding denier. The alliance of justice and order won't find trouble with me. What do you think of me, fence-sitters? Xiao Air. Dany gave her a thumbs up. Xiao Air had said that although she had made a great contribution this time, she did not want any reward. She only hoped that by fence-sitters, she could save her life in this complicated and ever-changing era. Dany had no reason to reject such a simple wish. So, that night, the three-eyed crow suddenly appeared on the narrow sea near Pentos and shouted, "Bitch, how dare you deceive Her Majesty the Queen? You're courting death." The powerful soul attack made Pale Moon Chu Nu suspect that she was going to be killed to silence her. Alright, Dragon Queen's mouth was full of oil recently. She would not ruin her reputation for a small fry. Bran only wanted to read her memory quietly, so he crippled and knocked her out. After that, Dany casually threw the exhausted Pale Moon Maiden into hell and arranged for her to be in charge of the loyalty prison. The stitched Sakura monster would use his own method to teach a vicious woman like Cersei how to be a chaste virgin. Before the alliance of justice and order was destroyed, she would stay in hell to work for the stranger. Hejien, O Cole. In the camp of the volunteers, Dany led a small team of Immaculate Ones to do routine patrols. They had just gone through a great battle in the afternoon. There were casualties and injuries. Her appearance could calm the emotions of the soldiers and raise their morale. This had already become a routine mission. How much of her words do you think is true, and how much is false? Dragon Queen was multitasking. She greeted Lord Ju and the injured soldiers with high morale while communicating with Bran through telepathy. Just a while ago, Bran brought Pale Moon Maiden from the narrow sea and read her memory casually. Chapter 962. This time, Danue Chu Nu did not lie, Bran said. You watched the conversation between her and Mirthea carefully. Are you sure there is no problem? Dany frowned. This time, Bran was silent for a long time. Mirthea should have the awareness to sit on the fence, he said. Dany arched her back and murmured, that should not be, why not? Bran asked in confusion, Mirthea is not a war god. It is normal for her to be relatively weak. Also, her passion garden is very dependent on the human government. It is unwise for her to have a conflict with you. You don't understand. Danny said with a strange expression, others may not know, but do you think I don't know? When I caught Sherry Yangshin, I had an ulterior motive. I was looking forward to provoking Mirthia, and when Mirthia was angry with me, I would slap Mirthia to death in a low-key and reasonable way. Ah. Bran was stunned. At that time, the preaching team had not left yet. Danny did not expect Chizang to be so powerful. She needed divinity but could not find a target. For this, she even chased King Kong out of the house and let it wander in the cold and dark forest. It was obvious how thirsty she was at that time. Shirera Yangshin happened to be in her hand, but it was small and not enough to fill the gap between her teeth. So, Danny's main target at that time was Mirthia. There were too many Targaryen whores. She did not care at all. She could not care about all of them. What about protecting the honor of the Targaryens? It was all nonsense. She was waiting for Mirthia to come to her door and have a good meal. What did this mean? This meant that Danny had the most blatant killing intent towards him, and it was even stronger and more direct than the killing intent towards the Black Goat. Mirthia was also a high-level law god. She was a big shot among the gods. Even the Black Goat could feel the killing intent from the Dragon Queen. It did not make sense that Mirthia, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, was a fool. She knew that the Dragon Queen was full of malice toward her, but she still wanted to sit on the fence. Danny understood this, so when she heard Danua Chu Nu's words, she felt that something was wrong. This was why she asked Bran to use the three-eyed crow's method to probe him. Bran quickly understood and said solemnly, in that case, Myrtia's behavior is a bit abnormal. After confirming your murderous intent, not only should he not sit on the fence, he should have joined the alliance of justice and order at the first opportunity. However, not only did he not join the alliance of justice and order, he even said those words to Lady Pale Moon. Troublesome. Danny said in annoyance, nightfall is coming, the world is falling, it's fine if those evil gods don't try their best to save the world, but they just have to drag me, the savior of the world, down. I really don't know what's the point of the world raising those evil gods, who's to blame? They simply wanted to live. You have the idea that it is meaningless for the world to raise them, and that is the reason why they are united. Bran sighed. If they actively participate in the anti-evil cause and fight with me as little friends, brothers, would I be able to do anything to them? It's useless to talk about this now. If you have any plans in the future, think thrice before you act, Bran said. Then, he said, the most important thing now is to change the one city, one temple plan of the Sutra teaching team. It's best to leave Tyrosh immediately. It's too embarrassing to return to the Westeros. Why don't we let them stay in Slaver's Bay for a while? No, we'll continue with the original path of teaching. A cold glint flashed past Danny's eyes. I really want to see what kind of battle results a Chizang with unlimited mana and skills without cooldowns can achieve. Maybe the way to increase her strength was not to devour Balerion, but to let the dwarf lure the monsters and let Chizang act like a rogue. After killing 180 evil gods, her 5 dragon babies would become super gods. At that time, with 5 demigod dragon souls and 5 overclocks, who in the world would be her match? Maybe we can kill a lot of evil gods, but the Sutra teaching team will also suffer heavy casualties, Bran said worriedly. The Sutra teaching team is not afraid of sacrifice. Danny exuded an aura of desperation. You don't care about their sacrifice, do you? Bran said hesitantly, Arya, don't worry, she's the most cunning and the least noticeable. Bran did not think much of it. With hundreds of demigods attacking 5 people, how could they ignore Arya? What if Tyrion dies? He reminded her tactfully. For justice, for glory, for saving the world, it's a worthy death. Danny did not hesitate at all. Bran understood the queen's determination and did not try to dissuade her. Instead, he suggested, how about sending a Steel Knight squad to protect them? Normal demigods might not be a match for the Steel Knights. With 100-man squad in a battle formation, they can at least take 70% of the pressure off the Sutra teaching team. Dany only thought for a moment before shaking her head. That's too flashy, it might cause the Justice Alliance to raise the price. You have 100 Steel Knights, won't the Justice Alliance arrange for 500 normal knights to trade with them? If we use the Steel Knights against the gods, there's only one situation where it's most effective: take the initiative to attack and launch a surprise attack, forcing the evil gods to defend passively. This way, we can ensure that our Steel Knights can suppress the priests of the evil gods. To put it bluntly, if we want to use the Steel Knights against the evil gods, at least let them come into contact with the evil gods. If they defend passively in other people's territory, they might not even be able to see the evil gods. Bran was even more worried. Will the evil gods arrange for normal people to deal with the Sutra teaching team? It's possible, but then it's Tyrion's turn to play a role. What can he do? Bran did not understand. He's like a fox using a tiger's might to intimidate the princes and lords of the city with his glib tongue. Dany laughed. What if it's ineffective? Bran asked again. I'll take revenge for him. Targaryen, a promise is a mountain. If they can't find the evil gods in the temple, can't they find the kingdom's palace? Or have they forgotten what happened to the regretful queers and the royal family? Dany's murderous aura was cold. What if the evil gods don't borrow troops from the local imperial court, but instead hire mercenaries and organize the church's armed forces? Bran asked again. If the evil gods don't ask for troops from the imperial court, then it's Tyrion's turn to ask for protection from the king of the city. If it doesn't work, then we can just ride the dragon and escape. If we can't even take off, we can still let Tessa roll around. Her 50-meter-long body is like a stone roller, rolling back and forth a few times, leaving a meat patty on the ground. If normal people see it, they'll be scared away. You have to have confidence in Tyrion. He's smart and knows how to adapt to the situation. Dragon Queen was very confident. Bran said helplessly, at least remind them and let Tyrion hire a group of mercenaries. Let Varys pay attention to the movements of the palace and the city's army. That's fine. Woo-woo. Dany walked around the camp and was about to go to the castle for dinner when 2 horns sounded from the entrance of the camp that was surrounded by sleigh buses. 1 horn meant allies, 2 meant enemies, and 3 meant deviant ghosts. What other enemies are there now? Dany muttered, turned around, and walked out of the city. Other than her, the commander, the soldiers in the camp who had already settled down also put on their armor and held their swords. They ran out of the camp and the castle of the Smallwood family, and very cautiously began to set up a defensive formation. It's a group of Red God believers, not normal people. They have strong armed forces. In the distance, Garth, who was in charge of the camp's defense, explained loudly to Dragon Queen who was walking over. In the fierce battle with the Ghoul army in the afternoon, he led the charge, and in the evening, he helped the Queen to set up the camp. The White Knight was now tired and in a sorry state. His cloak, which was as bright as snow under the sun, had long been messed up by the blood and muddy water. His silver fine steel boots had become muddy boots after stepping on the muddy road that was soaked by the snow water. How many people? Dany jumped onto the sleigh bus and looked up. Hundreds of sleigh buses were unable to enter the castle. They formed an arc outside the city gate, somewhat like a barbican. Big Bear also climbed onto the sleigh bus, took a look, and said in a low voice, at least 300 people. More than half of them are strong men. Everyone is holding weapons, and there are also crossbows. It was no wonder that the soldiers at the sentry post would blow the horn. In the vast snowfield, a team of more than 300 people was pulled apart, and it looked a little grand. What was even more strange was that the other party brazenly raised the flag of Lalo's red heart of flames. They are not enemies. They are all holding torches and are very open. They don't look like they want to ambush us. It's even more impossible for them to attack by force. Garth's tone was relaxed, but his expression was very strange. But where did the Red God equipment come from? Looking at their clothes, they look more like refugees than hands of sacred fire. The equipment of the hands of sacred fire is better than that of the golden robe. They don't look like hands of sacred fire at all, Danny complained. The powerful Red God Temple of Volantis had hundreds of thousands of Red God believers, but only 1,000 hands of sacred fire were kept. It could be seen how elite the Red God equipment was. Of course, it was still incomparable to the 7 gods' warriors' sons. The warriors' sons were all knights. They practiced martial arts since young and received the best aristocratic education. Everyone could read and write. They also had ancestral armor, swords, and warhorses. Their equipment and individual qualities were very strong. While they were talking, the team of Red God believers had already arrived 100 feet away from the door of the sleigh bus. The team stopped. A short man in a gray sheepskin coat fumbled in his arms for a while, took out a piece of rag, unfolded it, and raised it high above his head. Then he strode toward the military camp. That is. Danny frowned. Meteor and sword. The others couldn't see clearly, but Dragon Queen had a pair of eyes as sharp as an eagle's. She was the first to recognize the pattern on the rag. He should be a noble. Open the door and let him in, she said. With the order, the 3-meter-high wooden fence creaked and opened to both sides. Seeing this, the short man put down the rag in his hand and waved behind him. Then he strode toward the camp gate. I am Eidric Dane, Dane of Starfall City, he shouted at the Dragon Queen, who was on the wall of the sleigh bus, with a croaky voice. Oh, it's Dane. Danny suddenly realized. The family crest of Starfall City's Dane family was a silver sword and a silver meteor intersecting against a light purple background. Danny didn't recognize it because the rag was gray and the color was wrong. Don't underestimate the difference in color. The Targaryen's red dragon and black dragon were only different in color. Greetings, Your Majesty. Although the young man's clothes were shabby, he was well-mannered and had the temperament of a well-educated noble. Why are you here? Danny asked curiously. I am Earl Barry Dondarrion's knight attendant. I have been fighting in Riverside for the past few years. After the Earl's death, the Brotherhood without a flag split into 2. Madame Stoneheart was in one, and the remaining people and I were in the other. 5 or 6 years have passed without us noticing, Eidric said bitterly. Chapter 963. In the Song of Ice and Fire, there were 2 teenagers who were born in the same year. Both of them were named Eidric. They were Robert's illegitimate son, Eidric Storm, and Arthur Dane's nephew, Eidric Dane. Wind's End Fortress was thousands of miles away from Starfall City, and Robert had nothing to do with the Dane family. However, the birth of the 2, Eidric, was due to the same reason. Or rather, it was because of the same person, Eid Stark. Robert named his illegitimate son Eidric to commemorate his good friend. The Count of Starfall City admired Eid, who killed his brother. Not only did he take in Eid's lover, he even named his son Eidric a few years later. The fathers of the 2 Eid hoped that their sons could inherit the bravery and integrity of the old Eid. They got what they wished for. The 2 Eid were the rare young talents in Game of Thrones. They were not skilled in civil or military matters, but they were definitely intelligent. They had received formal knight training since they were young. Most importantly, they had good personalities and were upright and noble. They were more like the old-eyed in terms of moral integrity than the few wolf cubs in the House of Stark. They were the complete opposite of Emperor Joffrey, the number one of the young generation. However, the old-eyed's bad luck seemed to have been inherited by the two young-eyed. Rick Storm was first drained of his blood by his second uncle. Then, he was found by the Great Sparrow to deal with Cersei. When the Great Sparrow was assassinated, he was also dealt with by Yuluen. His ending was tragic. In the early years, Rick Dane followed the Lightning King to help the weak in Hajin. After the Lightning King passed the Flame of Life to Madame Stoneheart, he shouldered the responsibility of not letting the society go down the wrong path. As the heir of the Count, he suffered for 5 to 6 years in Hajin without enough food, warm clothes and restless sleep. He was only 12 years old at that time. After Count Dondrian was saved by Red Monk Soros, I, like everyone else, thought that it was a miracle. So, I changed my faith and became a believer of the Red God. Before the Holy Mother showed up and before you showed your might, the people of Hajin County, where the Brotherhood Without Flags was active, had changed their faith to the King of Light. There were tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of people. For example, the Countess of Oak Hall, whose aunt was a nun from Old Town, still had a good impression of the Red God. Because of this, Lannister and Frey have ruled Hajin for many years, but they have never been able to catch us. Our people are in the villages and small towns, and even the monks of the 7 gods are on our side. When Dany asked about Ida's faith, the young man explained proudly. If Dany hadn't traveled through time, Hajin County would have been dyed red. Dany even admired Lalo's skill in selecting people. Barry Dondrian was a real knight, and he was the one who led the Brotherhood Without Flags to uphold justice. Look at the area where the Brotherhood Without Flags was active during Dondrian's time. From Saltworks Town to the Trident River, to Helen Castle, to the Curving Inn, to Oak Hall, to Stone Hall Town, they could be seen everywhere on the fertile land of Hajin County. Look at what the Brotherhood Without Flags did. They helped the people to kill bandits and rebels, and used the gold royals they robbed to buy food at the river bend to help the people in Hajin County. In the early days, the Brotherhood Without Flags was not greedy for money, fame or death. They served the people completely. So, it was easy to understand why the faith of the Red God could spread so quickly in Hajin County. When Dondrian revived too many times, his spirit couldn't hold on anymore, and his body was on the verge of breaking down. The situation of the 7 kingdoms also changed. The War of the 4 Kings ended. Through Lady Stoneheart, the Brotherhood was divided into 2. Just like Lalo had the 2 faces of the Lord of Light and the Shadow Demon, Rick inherited Dondrian's will and represented Lalo as the Lord of Light. He continued to attract normal believers with justice and glory. Lady Stoneheart represented the dark and death side of Lalo. Using fear and revenge, in this land full of death and hatred, she attracted believers who slipped into the abyss of depravity. If Dany hadn't traveled through time, Lalo's arrangement would have been perfect. Why didn't you go back to Starfall City? Dany also recognized that the rag with the Dondrian family emblem that Ide was holding just now was an old cloak. 5 or 6 years had passed, and the cloak that the young man brought from home had long decayed in the wind and rain. Ide turned around and glanced at the Red God believer who was walking over with a torch. He said in a tone that didn't belong to his age, "I have the responsibility to lead them to the end." Hearing that, Dany couldn't help but look carefully at the young man who wasn't even as tall as her. He was 17 or 18 years old, with platinum hair and dark blue eyes that were almost purple. He was very thin, and his skin was so pale that it was almost transparent. He was a little over 1.7 meters tall and was a little underdeveloped. He was a very beautiful young man. Seeing that Dany was looking at him seriously, he even turned his head away shyly. She felt a little regretful. This young man came from a good family, had a good character, and had an uncle named Sword of Dawn. He was a very good candidate for the White Knight. What a pity. Speaking of which, the two of them could be considered relatives. No Targaryen married into the Dondarrion family. Aed's platinum hair and bluish-purple appearance were inherited in the family. The White Knight, Jero Dondarrion, also had silver hair and purple eyes. The ancestors wasn't a race, but a collective name for the humans who fled to the Westeros more than 10,000 years ago. They included many ethnic groups, and even subhuman races. For example, the ancestors who settled in Dorne were the Salt People, the Sand People, and the Stone People. The Salt People lived by the sea, with olive skin and black hair. The Sand People lived in the desert, with dark skin and reddish-brown faces. The Stone People lived in the mountains, with multicolored hair and white skin. Starfall City was a typical mountain city, and the Dondarrions were the Stone People. Therefore, the Dondarrions had silver hair and blue eyes, or purple eyes. Perhaps because the Dondarrions had similar physical characteristics to the Targaryens, 100 years ago, the daughter of the Dondarrions became the Targaryen queen. Dany also had a small part of the Dondarrion bloodline in her. Don't think that relatives from 100 years ago couldn't be contacted. She still had an old fellow who was more than 100 years old in her family. Old Ymant's mother was the Dondarrion queen. When old Ymant died, this relative would be cut off. Looking at the Brotherhood gradually approaching, Big Bear frowned and said, "Even if you believe in the Red God, why do you have to raise the Red God's flag during the march? We almost treated you as an enemy previously. Aren't the Red and Seven parties establishing a united front against the ghosts and working together to fight against the deviant ghosts? I thought we were all allies, that's why. I didn't expect you to blow the two horns that represent the enemy. You scared us out of our wits. Could it be that a civil war has started before the war is won?" Aed muttered. Dragon Queen spoke righteously and vehemently, "The idea of adhering to the united front against the ghosts will not waver. Even if the war is won, the Church of the Seven Gods and I will not discriminate or be hostile to the Red God believers. However, even if we are allies, we are divided into battle zones. The Red God's hand of holy fire is in the royal territory, mainly around the King's Landing. It is almost impossible for them to come to the Oak Hall. We treated you as an enemy previously, not because of your identity as a Red God believer. It was because you were acting suspiciously, and we were worried that there were evil people using the Red God's flag to plot against us." Dragon Queen's explanation was reasonable. Aed, Rick, and the Brotherhood who came over suddenly understood. After that, 17 or 18 people walked out from the Red God's team. They reported their names and families one by one, and performed the most standard knight salute to Dragon Queen. At this time, Dany was surprised to find that there were so many lords in the shabby Brotherhood. Other than the lords, she also saw many familiar faces in the team. They were all bandits she met at the crossroad years ago. There was Robert's illegitimate son, Gendry the blacksmith. There was the owner of the inn, long-legged Jenny, and Jenny's sister, the inn's lobby manager, Weeping Willow. "Weren't you with Madame Stoneheart before?" Dany asked. At this time, the three bandits looked at the Dragon Queen with complicated expressions. "Greetings, Your Majesty. Please forgive us for our rude behavior last time." The tall and thin Jenny first performed a very unladylike salute, then hung her hands by her side. She mumbled, "After you rode the dragon and flew away that day, Madame left Hajin for the valley. There were many children in the inn, and we couldn't leave, so we were completely separated from her. When the sun went out, we couldn't hold on any longer, so we brought the children in the inn to Crabclaw Peninsula. Friar Meribad took us in warmly, but the refugee camp was managed by the friars. Before every meal, we had to pray to the Holy Mother. Unfortunately, Gendry was very devoted to the Red God, and had a bad temper." Dany looked at the stubborn young blacksmith, and nodded thoughtfully. "Those orphans stayed at Crabclaw Peninsula?" Yes, Friar Meribad is a good person. He didn't mind what Gendry believed in, and was very kind to everyone. We were relieved that the children were with him, long-legged Jenny said. However, Meribad was the archbishop, and they usually interacted with ordinary friars and priests. Seeing Gendry praying to the Red God every day, the friar's reaction was predictable. Jenny and Weeping Willow were also gradually ostracized. The two girls were originally muddle-headed, and did not care about beliefs. Before the War of the Four Kings, they believed in the seven gods, but after meeting the Brotherhood, they changed to the Red God, and after going to Crabclaw Peninsula, they returned to their faith in the Holy Mother. When they could no longer stand the friar's sarcasm, and left Crabclaw Peninsula, they did not have any psychological barriers, and once again shouted to the bonfire, "The night is long, and we are lucky to have my lord." Dany looked around at the dirty and thin Brotherhood, and said to Garth, "Bring them to the castle. Boil some hot water for them to take a bath, and then give them meat soup and bread." The gathered Hijin volunteer corps dispersed, and Garth led the Brotherhood towards the city gate. Dany also wanted to go to the castle for dinner, and walked at the back with Jenny and the rest. "How did you find this place?" Dany asked curiously. Back then, Prime Minister Ed Stark, in the name of King Robert, sent Count Dondrian and a group of noble knights and soldiers to Hijin County to stop Gregor Clegane's atrocities against the civilians, and to bring him back to King's Landing to be punished by the law. Later, King Robert and Prime Minister Ide passed away, and Cersei took control of the kingdom. We went from the royal family's adjudicators to an illegal organization. In the beginning, we were only enemies with Lannister's soldiers, and then we gradually became enemies with anyone who harmed the weak, because all sides in the war were oppressing the civilians. Now that the war has not subsided, our enemies have changed from rebels and bandits to deviant ghosts. The Brotherhood is unable to deal with the living dead, and it is time to reorganize or disband. Carrick tilted his head to look at the Dragon Queen, and sincerely pleaded, "The Brotherhood without banners was originally formed by a group of honorable and upright knights, and it started with the appointment of a king, and I hope that it can end in the hands of another upright king. So, after receiving the prophecy of Noble Heart's ghost, we came to Oak Hall to find you." Chapter 964. The Brotherhood without flags fought the enemy in the form of guerrilla warfare. When Dondrian was the head of the Brotherhood entered its most glorious and peak moment. All the members believed in and fulfilled the spirit of chivalry, winning both spiritual and material support from the civilians of Hijin. The people provided them with all kinds of information and food to maintain their livelihood. Even the monks in the Holy Church did not reject them. After the Brotherhood captured the enemy, they would also provide the prisoners with a fair and just trial. They did not take any money from robbery and kidnapping. All of it was used to relieve the civilians affected by the war. This might make people mistakenly think that the Brotherhood was a group of Robin Hoods, Red Flower Society, or Heaven and Earth Society. In fact, this was a big misunderstanding. The backbone of the Brotherhood without flags was all nobles. The head of the Brotherhood, Dondrian, was a count with real power. His disciple, Wei Xiaobao, was the heir of Starfall City. He was the top noble of the Seven Kingdoms, second only to the Duke. The other members were also noble knights with names and fiefs. In fact, this group of knights were all participants in the Prime Minister's tournament that Robert prepared for Ide. To put it bluntly, they were originally going to the King's Landing to participate in the tournament. In the end, Littlefinger provoked the Lion Wolf to fight. The Lion Wolf made the first move and sent the Demon Mountain to Hijin to burn and loot, destroying the war potential of Hijin. Because Tully was the Direwolf's strongest ally and also Stark's tentacle to the south to interfere with the political situation of the Seven Kingdoms. However, Old Ide's political sensitivity was too low. He did not see the real intention of Tywin and thought that he had caught the lion's weakness. Tywin was already prepared for the war at that time, but Ned was still thinking, I'm so lucky. I'm in conflict with Lannister, and the Demon Mountain is going crazy in Hajin. When I catch him, I can take the opportunity to vent my anger on the dog's owner, Tywin. After Ned received the complaint that the nobles and civilians of Hajin were harassed by the Demon Mountain, he was very happy. He selected a group of knights that were most suitable for him from the participants of the tournament and went to Hajin to capture the Demon Mountain. Think about it, with Ned's selection criteria, what kind of people did he choose? Without a doubt, every single one of them was a righteous and honorable true knight. Therefore, the Brotherhood Without Flags was not a grassroots group, nor was it a grassroots group of heroes. It was the purest Westeros noble knight group, a regular military group. The No-Flag Brotherhood was the representative of the Westeros knight civilization. They were also the essence of the Knights of the Seven Kingdoms. Knights from all over the country gathered at King's Landing during the Grand Tournament. The righteous knights were all chosen by Ned and became members of the illegal organization that Cersei had framed. The remaining trash without honor and integrity remained in the imperial court, starting the chaos of the Seven Kingdoms. Therefore, it was easy to understand why Lalo would attack this small non-governmental organization. Hiller's first miracle appeared in the Brotherhood Without a Flag. The place where miracles appeared the most frequently was still the Brotherhood Without a Flag. The knights led by Dondrian were originally adjudicators who were ordered to arrest the criminal Demon Mountain. Later, Robert and Ide died, Cersei took over, Dondrian and other righteous knights were slandered by the Iron Throne as sinners, and the Demon Mountain became a law-abiding good man. Thus, the group of knights formed the Brotherhood Without Flags. Being wanted by the Iron Throne was one of the reasons why Little Ide did not return home. Sometimes, the power of fate could not be ignored. The Brotherhood Without Flags was formed because of Ide, and then Ide's wife was saved by the Brotherhood and became the second-generation leader. From the establishment of the Brotherhood by the first-generation leader, Dondrian, to the succession of the second-generation leader, there had been a year or two of development. Even Dondrian himself had been hacked to death, hanged, and drowned many times. Of course, most of his once upright and glorious companions had died. However, the defeated soldiers and refugees from the war in Hajin joined the team one after another. Not only did the Brotherhood's numbers not decrease, but its scale also grew day by day. Of course, the team's composition was mixed, and the quality of the members could not be guaranteed. In addition, the leader changed to Madame Stoneheart, and the Brotherhood began to change its political program, from protecting the interests of the civilians to taking revenge on the enemy without any bottom line. The Brotherhood that Dany met back then was the team that changed. It was not that the team changed, but that it split into two. The righteous knights who insisted on their original beliefs left with Wei Xiao Bao, Little-Eyed. It was also because the leader of this team was a knight who valued honor that they decided to come to Oak Hall to find the Dragon Queen. This group of lords still carried the treason announced by the Iron Throne. Just like what Little-Eyed said, the Brotherhood needed another righteous and glorious great king to help them put an end to the arrest mission 6 years ago. Without a doubt, there was no better candidate than the Dragon Queen. In the name of the child of the human era and the Pope of the Seven Gods, I, Dany Liz Targaryen, declare you innocent. In the living room of Smallwood Castle, a small sun floated under the chandelier, illuminating the spacious hall as bright as day. 18 noble knights, a dozen or so famous mercenary knights, one martial scholar, and more than 30 people knelt side by side in front of the Dragon Queen. Compared to the majestic scene when they left the King's Landing, the surviving knights were less than 1/10 of the original number. Under the witness of hundreds of people around, the Dragon Queen revoked the treason that the Iron Throne and Freyr had imposed on them. Yes, after the War of the Four Kings, the master of Hajin was Freyr, and Old Wade had never given up on the pursuit of the Brotherhood. Your Majesty, why are you the child of the human era? The knights who were declared innocent looked at each other for a while. Finally, Little-Eyed asked the question in his heart. They had been looking forward to the arrival of the ancestors, king of the Undulls and Loinars, and guardian of the realm. Moreover, they had converted to the Red God for 5 or 6 years, and they were used to it. Queen, as the Pope of the 7 gods, was it really okay to pardon the sins of the Red God believers? I think you are worthy of the honor bestowed by the child of the era, the Dragon Queen said. Deshiong stepped forward and explained in a clear voice, you must have not read the 7 Stars Bible for a long time. It explains the era and the child of the era in detail. Simply put, the end of the last long night opened a new era in which humans were the protagonists of the world. After this long night, a new era will also open. The protagonists of the new era may be humans, deviants, or other species. What the future will be, it will all depend on the united efforts of the human race. And Her Majesty the Queen is the leader of all humans, the great emperor of the human race. The King of the 7 Kingdoms to Her Majesty is like an ordinary knight to the Master of the Iron Throne. Ah, is that so? Little-Eyed was shocked. Go and read the 7 Stars Bible. Everyone knows about it, Jichi, who was dressed in martial attire, said. Everyone knows about it, the maid in leather armor, Eerie, said. The 2 centaur maids did not only serve the queen. They were skilled in archery and horsemanship, and were proficient in the art of scimitars. When they encountered ghouls, they would also attack them. It makes sense if you think about it carefully. If the child of the era is really selected, who else is qualified except for Her Majesty the Queen? The remaining knights immediately agreed with Deshiong's words. They looked at the Queen with even more reverence. The Holy Mother and the Church do not oppose the freedom of belief. Especially since your experience is special, it is okay to continue to believe in the Red God. Now, you can choose your future as you wish. You can go home, go to the King's Landing and find the Holy Son of the Red God in the human world, which is Stannis, or other choices. No matter what decision you make, you can find Sir Garth. He will provide you with all the help he can. Next was dinner time. The Lord of the Brotherhood could enter the dining hall and eat with the Dragon Queen. The rest of the ordinary members could only go to the barracks and eat with the soldiers. During the dinner, the Hejin nobles in the volunteer group had a very good attitude towards Young-Eyed and the others. They even had some respect and admiration. Listening to their conversation, Danny was really sure how big the influence of the Lightning King's Brotherhood without a flag was in Hejin. It was an all-around infiltration. From the refugees who went bankrupt during the war to the high and mighty nobles, they sincerely recognized and respected the members of the Brotherhood. For example, the Oak Hall where Danny was at was the castle of the Mosewood family. The mistress of the castle, Countess Ravenna Sven, was a staunch supporter of the Brotherhood. In other words, the Oak Hall was a stronghold of the Brotherhood during the War of the Four Kings. Of course I want to help the Brotherhood. I know all the noble knights. The Countess said confidently. She was also born in a count's family and received a high-quality noble education. She grew up in the upper social circle of the 7 kingdoms. The knights of the Brotherhood were also in the circle. It would be strange if she did not know them. For example, the noblewomen loved to watch the tournament. They would comment on the knights in the tournament one by one. They would even throw flowers and cheer loudly. At that time, my husband brought my son to fight for King Rob, but the wolf cubs came to our castle and robbed us of our food. They even wanted to bully us. If it weren't for the fact that all the family guards had gone to fight and the lack of guards in the castle, I would have personally led the troops to destroy those bastards. Later, Count Dondrian arrived in time. Then, Countess Sven complained to the queen about the northerners robbing her family's town and besieging her family's castle. Generally speaking, during the War of the Four Kings, many of the Hejin nobles did not dare to open their doors to Stark, but they were willing to provide wine and food to the Brotherhood. How much do you know about the ghost of Noble Heart? Back then, Jenny in the city of Barren Stone claimed that she was a child of the forest, Danny asked Bran after dinner. It's not wrong to say that she's a child of the forest, because Noble Heart's ghost has a child of the forest mother, Bran said. Is she Yezi's child? Danny's expression was strange. She thought of the squirrel man who wore a wilted flower on his head, who had traveled the Westeros for hundreds of years until his feet hurt. No, her mother is at the Thousand Faces Island. Is there really a child of the forest on the Thousand Faces Island of the Divine Eye Lake? I thought it was just a legend, Danny said in surprise. Have you ever wondered where Jenny from the city of Barren Stone came from? Bran asked. That's strange. You said that she's Jenny from the city of Barren Stone, so where else could she come from? Jenny claimed to be the descendant of the first king of the city of Barren Stone, but the people of the city of Barren Stone all thought that she was crazy. Jenny also said that she was childhood playmates with Noble Heart's ghost. But look at the map, how far is the city of Barren Stone from Noble Heart? It's thousands of kilometers. Noble Heart's ghost's identity as a child of the forest is something that Jenny has always insisted on. Either she's a liar, full of lies, or she's been telling the truth. If she's not lying, what does it mean? It means that she has a big secret. Danny was deep in thought. I can't say much about this. If your Majesty is interested, you can go to the God's Eye Lake. At the Thousand Faces Island in the center of the God's Eye Lake, you can find some secrets of the Westeros kingdom, Bran said. What is it that even you can't say? Danny asked curiously. I'm also a human. I can't go back on the oath of alliance that I signed with the Mother Goddess as my witness, Bran said helplessly. Oath of alliance. Danny's heart skipped a beat as she understood. After thinking for a moment, she asked again, now that your mother's branch is the only one left in the Brotherhood, what plans do you have for it? Previously, I was in a difficult position. Bran sighed and said honestly, I hope that she can be free, but part of her core soul has already entered Lalo's God's kingdom. If I destroy Madame Stoneheart's consciousness, it will cause her to sink into a deeper and more hopeless pain. She will never have a chance to be saved. If you didn't change her fate, I would have kept Madame Stoneheart's existence a secret from Sansa and Arya. Since Mother is destined to be in eternal pain, there will be fewer people to suffer with her. Wait, did you forget someone? Danny raised her hand to interrupt him. Jon. Bran frowned and said with a bitter smile, after he knows what happened to my mother, he might feel regret, but he won't feel pain. No, it's your brother, Rickon, Danny said strangely. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. Bran silently apologized to his underling and continued, now the situation has changed. You are the vanguard of changing your fate, and we are following behind you. As long as you don't die, with your vengeful nature. With your personality of abhorrence, you will definitely not let Lalo go. As long as you don't die, he will die. The moment before you completely end him, I can sneak into Lalo's divine kingdom and fish out my mother's soul. If I am busy helping you fight the divine war, I can also let Arya sneak in and save my mother. You wish, Danny said lightly. This won't delay you, and you won't lose anything. Even if you have a dog, you should feed it a bone from time to time. Arya and I have worked for you our whole lives. It's not too much to get some benefits, right? Bran said, feeling wronged. Danny had no reason to reject him when he even said something as petty as asking for a bone. Sigh, you win. I will cooperate with you when the time comes, she said helplessly. Bran was energized when he received the bone. Since you have decided to free my mother, Madame Stoneheart can no longer do evil. I didn't reveal my plan, but I successfully persuaded her to keep a low profile for the next few years and not cause any more trouble. It would be best if she could do good deeds. That's why you haven't heard much about Madame Stoneheart recently. Do good deeds. Are you planning to let her go to heaven? Danny glared. Who would want to see their mother suffer in hell? She has always been a devout believer of the Holy Mother, but fate is so cruel. The Holy Mother is merciful, so what if she is saved this time? You don't have to be troubled. Everything will be done according to the rules. Us sisters haven't done anything evil. Instead, we have been accumulating good deeds. For example, I am serving you, not a slave. I can get a salary, right? If you give it all to my mother, it will be enough for her to go to heaven, Bran said confidently. Chapter 965. Hiss. In the dark and cold night sky, a loud dragon roar suddenly sounded. The soldiers inside and outside the Oak Hall castle could hear the joy and excitement from the dragon's roar. It was like a child who had stayed at his grandmother's house in the countryside for the summer and met his mother who came to take him home. Oh, no, the child was playing wild in the countryside. Not to mention joy and excitement, he even cried and threw a tantrum, refused to finish his summer homework, and was even unwilling to go home to school. Old 5, be quiet. Don't wake up the soldiers who have been working hard for the day. Some soldiers who were woken up in a daze were complaining in their hearts when they heard a familiar deep and majestic voice spreading in all directions. With a shudder, they came to their senses and no longer had any complaints in their hearts. It was the great guardian of light, the strongest megalosaurus under the queen, Big Black. Then, they were puzzled. Who was Old 5? Some people wrapped themselves in thick wool cloaks, got out of their tents and looked in the direction of the courtyard. A small sun was suspended in the sky above the courtyard. There was no dazzling warm white light, but it was like a small moon. The quiet pale white light scattered on the snow-covered ground, providing a weak light for the patrolling soldiers. The queen, who had upgraded the Song of Light to a new level, only told them that the light of light and freedom not only represented the light of the sun, but also the light of the stars and the moon. Although they were puzzled as to why there was no moonlight before, since the queen said so, they found a reason for her to convince themselves. Now, under the pale silver light, a 20-meter-long little dragon was shining, reflecting the dark red light like porcelain. It had a transparent glass-like texture and was extremely beautiful. Ah, another megalosaurus, a red dragon. It looks a bit weak. Are you blind? This is a megalosaurus. How is it weak? Compared to the other megalosaurus, it does seem a bit weak. Especially the Great Guardian. Including the tail, it is 35 meters long. When it opens its mouth, it can swallow a horse alive. What's more frightening is its aura. I don't even dare to be within 10 meters of it. When the battle ended yesterday afternoon, I was picking up the pieces of the corpses on the battlefield with a basket on my back. The Great Guardian suddenly descended from the sky and landed beside me. He only glanced at me indifferently, and I was so scared that I went limp in the snow and almost wet my pants. Me too. I also looked into the eyes of the Great Guardian at close range. I was so scared that I wet my pants. I almost peed, but I held it in. I didn't expect you to really pee. Fuck, you must have peed. No. If you have the guts, walk within 5 meters of the Great Guardian in front of everyone tomorrow. Then, stare into his eyes for a while. If he doesn't pee, then I lose. 5 meters is too close. I'm afraid he'll turn over and crush me to death. The officers and soldiers gradually deviated from the topic, but their conversation also revealed a fact, as the big brother, Dahe's power was getting stronger and stronger. It was almost tangible. Ordinary people couldn't even walk step by step to his side with willpower. The real 7 gods was actually Dahe, not Danny. Hence, Dahe was the most affected by the perfection of the 7 divine duties. He was a god who lived in the mortal world. Moreover, this god wasn't as weak as the god of the free city. Half of the evil gods killed by the teaching team entered Dahe's stomach. After devouring so many gods, one could imagine how powerful his spirit was. However, Dahe's control over his power was not as strong as Danny's. His spirit's power was obvious. It would be strange if ordinary people dared to look him in the eye. The Dragon Queen was still cultivating in her dragon spirit state every day. The 9-colored vortex in Dahe's mind was also growing day by day. Hence, this was a dragon god with a huge source of faith, a terrifying amount of divinity, and almost unlimited magic power. It had the highest level of the law of fire as its extraordinary foundation. Danny even felt that Dahe was the strongest megalosaurus in the history of the Song of Ice and Fire world. The only one who could surpass him now was the future. Alright, this was too naive. Soon, she would meet a real divine dragon. There was no dragon tower or dragon nest in Oak Hall. Dahe and Little White were resting against the city wall in the inner city. Now that Little Red and Little Green had changed shifts, he also obediently leaned against the city wall. However, he seemed to be timid, not daring to get close to Dahe. He felt that his big brother's aura was too strong. He wanted to get close to Little White, but when Little White glared at him, he retreated more than 10 meters in fear. After not seeing them for a few months, the 2 big brothers had become more ferocious. Little Red thought, feeling wronged. In the next moment, Mother Dragon and his dragon spirit had a huge amount of spiritual essence mixed with strange divinity rain fall into his mind. Little Red was too happy and excited. He couldn't help but raise his neck and let out a long cry. Smack! Mother Dragon came to his side and slapped his lower abdomen. She scolded jokingly, "So useless. You're just an evil god." Her tone was like a mother saying to a child who was holding a KFC drumstick and gnawing on oil all over his face, "No one will snatch it from you. Eat slowly. If you don't have enough, I'll buy more for you." Chizang went on a killing spree today and killed 7 boot-licking gods who clamored to avenge their goddess. Therefore, Mother Dragon had the confidence to say this. This really has the aura of Mother Goddess. Gods. Mother Goddess has activated a second life in another way. The big crow that landed on Little Red's back shouted with a trembling voice. Between Little Red's neck and back, there was a dragon saddle made of a pterosaur skeleton. A tree trunk wrapped in silk was tied to it. Danny jumped and landed on Little Red's back. She untied the rope and unfolded the soft light green silk, revealing a tree trunk that looked like a white bone. It was as thick as a wrist and 1.5 meters long. Its skin was as smooth as a gray bone, and there was a lump the size of a fist at the top. It grew a half-meter-long branch that was as thin as a chopstick. There were leaves that looked like blood-stained palms on it, and there was a root system at the bottom. It was wrapped in soaked linen and was as big as a bowl. After a long journey, 7 or 8 leaves had fallen off, and the remaining ones were mostly wrinkled. However, it was obvious that this was a living weirwood. The big crow landed on the branch and said excitedly with tears in his eyes, "It's Mother Goddess. It's really her. It's not a door god. This is another tree." Danny shook her head. Bran didn't argue. He only asked anxiously, "Can I go in and take a look?" Danny nodded and jumped off the dragon's back. She waved away the crowd that came out in the middle of the night and walked towards the castle bedroom. The big crow's bright red eyes suddenly dimmed. Bran's consciousness entered the weirwood tree trunk in her hands, just like it had entered the tree countless times in the past. After a long time, when Danny returned to the bedroom, she placed the tree trunk on the table and meditated for half an hour as usual. Bran transmitted his consciousness from the tree trunk into Dany's mind. "I'm not going back," he said. At the same time, in Winterfell, Bran pushed away the chanting woman who was riding on his petite body. Under her insatiable gaze, he said in a deep voice, "Mara, it's time for me to fulfill my promise and complete my mission. I'll fall into a deep sleep. You'll hand over my body to Leaves. They'll bring me to the underground tunnel in the tomb. You'll stay in Winterfell to take care of our duo. Wanna will take care of Winterfell's affairs. She's a trustworthy person." The petite Mara flipped over vigorously and pressed down on Bran's body. She said excitedly, "What mission? What promise? Didn't you already hand over the responsibility of the three-eyed crow? I swore to Dany Lilith that I would use my life to be loyal to her. Do you still remember? In the land-bestowed forest, when she was treating my spine. At that time, I was swimming in the turbid river of fate. I suddenly had this inexplicable realization, and I was still puzzled. Until today, I still don't understand the reason, but I've decided to fulfill my promise. Do you have to risk your life?" Mara's face was pale, and her eyes were filled with grief. "This is my mission. Saving the world is the three-eyed crow's mission. When the three-eyed crow is unable to complete the mission, it's our responsibility to protect and help the savior." Bran left these words and kissed away the tears on his wife's face. He even got up and went to the bedroom next door to look at the robust duo Stark for a while. After that, he went back to the bed, lay down, and lost consciousness. At the last moment, he felt strangely relaxed. It was so tiring to be a man. If he didn't die, he would take it as a long vacation. The consciousness of the three-eyed crow gradually gathered in the weirwood. Dany was astonished. "You're going to settle down in this weirwood?" "I'm going to settle down in this tree temporarily." Bran sighed and explained, "After entering the tree trunk, I tried to enter the River of Time, and it was very successful. Then, I had an epiphany. You'll need me to risk my life once. I can use this weirwood to help you." "Why do you want to risk your life for me? What did you see in the River of Time?" Dany asked curiously. "I didn't see anything, but I have a premonition that you'll run into danger one day, and you'll need me to risk my life for you," Bran said. "How will you risk your life after entering this tree?" Dany was even more confused. "Your Majesty, do you expect my small body to wield a sword and kill enemies for you?" Bran spoke angrily. Dany held the weirwood's trunk and waved it several times. She said blankly, "Do I have to carry a weirwood with me like a fool in the future?" "It's a little foolish, but it can help you turn the situation around. You might even need to rely on it to save your life at some point," Bran said. "What can it do? Can the tree world descend?" Dany held the weirwood and observed it carefully. She even tried to imbue it with divine power and put her spirit into it. The weirwood didn't absorb divine power, but it was indeed a good conductor of divine power. It would have a miraculous effect if it was made into a magic staff or a magic sword. With Bran inside, the process of the spirit entering the trunk wasn't crowded. Dany could feel Bran's powerful will filling up a small part of the River of Time that the weirwood had created. He was still desperately digging in all directions. It was as if a small spider was weaving a small spider web in a dark and empty room. Now, the small spider came to the edge of the web and spat out silk with all its might, hoping to spread the web into the endless dark space. "Your Majesty, in your opinion, what is time?" "A linear river." Bran asked. "Is time not linear?" Dany retorted. "Time is a concept defined by man. In the void without matter and consciousness, the concept of time doesn't exist. At a certain moment, you will feel that time is unbearable, as if it has slowed down. At the same time, another person is experiencing the happiest moment of his life, and he just hopes that time will last forever. He will feel that time passes quickly, as if it has accelerated. Two people at the same time have different feelings about the flow of time. So, is the river of time speeding up or slowing down? There isn't any change. Speed and slowness are just people's illusions, Danny said. But time's definition is determined by people's feelings. If people feel that it is fast, then it is really fast. This isn't scientific, Danny furrowed her brows and said. The three-eyed crow obviously understood science. Our world isn't formed by pure laws of physics. This is why thinking about things in a scientific way doesn't conform to the spirit of scientific research. Danny was stupefied. Chapter 966. I don't wish to discuss philosophy with you. Just explain what you are doing, Danny said unhappily. If I don't explain the concept of time, it will be difficult for you to understand what I am doing. If you can agree with my understanding of time, I don't need to explain. You will immediately understand the meaning of what I am doing, Brand said in a tongue twister. Danny nodded helplessly. Go on, I'm listening. Time is between existence and non-existence. If consciousness exists, time exists. Without consciousness, there is no meaning in defining time. Therefore, we can define a river of time for every life. Countless individual rivers of time are like the stars in the sky. They don't seem to interfere with each other, but between the stars, there is a force acting as a whole. The stars form a river of stars. This river of stars is the river of time in our usual sense. Mother Goddess's natural endowment is time. She lives on the river of time. Her vision covers the past, present, and future, even the banks outside the river. The weirwood also has part of Mother Goddess's endowment. Therefore, the weirwood family won't decay with the erosion of time. Therefore, when entering the weirwood, one can see the memories of the trees in the surrounding area. Only one area can be seen. If one wants to enter the river of time in another area, one has to change to a weirwood. Do you understand? In the eyes of Mother Goddess, the river of time is really a river of stars. However, the vision of a single weirwood is too narrow. It can only observe one star or a starry sky. I can only see Stark's fate in the weirwood of Winterfell. In the trees of young Halberd City, I can only see the image of the Martell family in the timeline. Stark is a star, Martell is a star. I can't enter Martell's timeline through the weirwood of Winterfell. If I land on a single star, will there be darkness between it and the nearby stars, just like what I am doing now? Danny was deep in thought. Bran was like a spider, weaving a flickering spider web in a dark and boundless room. The spider web spread in the darkness and eventually encountered another star. Originally, with the weirwood trunk, Danny and he could only see one star, which was about 8 kilometers of the river of time. If the spider web continued to spread, he would encounter one star after another. Eventually, the entire galaxy would fall into the web. Wasn't this the door god? Through this weirwood, the river of time of the entire world was included in it. The past, present, and future of all humans and gods were spread out in front of her like a scroll painting. Danny was excited. Don't even think about controlling the entire world. At her peak, the Mother Goddess could only control the river of time in Westeros. When you become the #1 divine king, perhaps there will be some changes. Bran sighed. Your weaving speed is too slow. When can I count on it to save my life? Danny frowned. It's a bit slow now, but for thousands of years, the Westeros have already weaved countless layers of dense spider webs, covering all the networks of stars. In at most half an hour, I can connect the weirwood of Mother Goddess' second life to the weirwood of Westeros. At that time, you will be able to see everything that is happening in the Westeros through this weirwood. Yes, you will only be able to see what is happening now, because this new weirwood will enter the Westeros at this time. If you don't go out, the 7 countries won't be able to keep secrets from you. Of course, if you want to find the variant Ghost King, you will have to open your eyes wide and search carefully through every forest and mountain range. But when the long night falls, it also represents part of the world's will, and it will be able to detect that you are tracking it. Then, it will hide itself, Bran said. Isn't this a counterfeit version of the three-eyed crow? Oh, no, it's a counterfeit version of you. The real three-eyed crow has omniscient abilities, while you are incomplete. You will have to open your eyes wide and slowly search for it, Dany ridiculed. You are too modest. With this tree, you are much stronger than me. I can't see all the Westeros through this tree trunk, Bran said. Do you think that these words will make me happier? Dany said with a wooden face. Your Majesty, if it only has this kind of ability, why would I need to transfer all my will into the tree? How would I be able to change the war situation for you? This tree is like the second life of the Mother Goddess. Through it, you can open a tunnel that leads to the future in the Chaos River of Fate. In short, as long as you give me some time, I will be able to contact my past self in 10 years. If an enemy conspires against you, the past me in 10 years will surely know everything and how to deal with it, Bran said excitedly. Contact your past self in 10 years. It doesn't sound reliable, Dany raised her eyebrows and said in a strange tone. This is quite reasonable, Bran said with certainty. When the River of Fate was still clear, it was normal for the three-eyed crow to chat with his past self in 100,000 years and his future self in 1,000 years. Have you ever chatted with your past self? Dany asked. I could in the past, but I can't now. If we soak in a river and swim up and down, we will meet each other. But, if 2 people in 2 different rivers swim, they won't meet each other, unless they jump out of the river like the Mother Goddess and the real three-eyed crow. Now, the situation is even worse. They aren't 2 different rivers. Until now, we have already left the original river, but we haven't changed to another one. We are groping about in the fog, and it's useless even if we jump out of the river. If we look back, we can see the shadow of the previous river. If we go forward, our future is bleak. Fine, you should slowly dig through the fog of the future and see what advice your past self can give you. If you are still alive in the future, Dany muttered. He should be alive. He might be digging through the fog of fate and trying to meet me. Perhaps, he was the one who gave me a revelation, made me swear, and reminded me to enter the weirwood's trunk, Bran said. You just said that you will risk your life for me. This means that you will experience a crisis of life and death. Doesn't this contradict what you are saying now? Dany sighed. This. Bran fell silent. After a long while, Dany waved her hand and said, Forget it. You should continue digging. Perhaps you are really dead, and the one who will contact you is my future self. Bran suddenly felt as if he had eaten feces. Dany suddenly thought of a big problem. If you transfer all your consciousness to the weirwood, who will help me find the ghoul army? The 2,000 ravens are the second lives of the children of the forest. They have their own independent consciousness. I usually rely on them as my eyes to find the ghouls, and now I leave them to you. When the ravens find the ghoul's location, you can use the weirwood heavenly eye to lock onto them. It's about the same as mine, Bran said. What do you mean about the same? This means you are leaving all your work to me. Dany complained. Usually, I can cultivate on the sled when we are on the road, but now I have to constantly keep an eye on the ghoul army. Then you should use the Green Prophet's seal as soon as possible. Even if the night falls, it will allow you to be almost omniscient in Westeros. Finding the ghouls and ghouls is only a matter of thought. It won't take much time. Moreover, I am not doing this for fun. I am working hard now, and I may even have to risk my life, Bran said. Danny nodded. She sat cross-legged on the bed with the weirwood in her right hand. She was multitasking. She cultivated while her consciousness entered the tree trunk. Half an hour later, Bran's spider web spread out of the dark space. She saw a boundless silver sea below. In the dark void, countless spider webs reflected the silver light. It was like an ocean. Yes, it was below. The door god's tree trunk was indeed different from the normal weirwood. It was located above the river of time. Therefore, it could be connected to any silver web below. Using the internet as an example, a normal weirwood was an ordinary home computer. A connected to B connected to C. Countless computers were connected together. A had to go through B and C to get to D, and the door god's tree trunk was the host computer. The A, B, C, and D computers were directly connected to it. If Danny allowed it, the user of a computer could also connect to D through the host computer, greatly reducing the data flow path. She brought the second soul into the tree trunk. Danny had a panoramic view of all the Westeros. It was like a satellite floating in the sky above the Westeros. Danny had a thought, and the satellite's camera zoomed in on a certain point. It ignored the trees, walls, and houses. It was as if she was there. If she wanted to, she could even see a curled hair of a person in the bunker, even if the person was wearing pants. She went to the Northern Territory. In Winterfell, she saw Bran's frail body lying on the bed, unconscious. Beside him, there was a short and slender young woman, Mara. Bran's wife's right hand was playing with her lower body. Her eyes were watery, and she was moaning non-stop. Danny felt awkward. She shifted her gaze to the main bunker. In the room of the King of the Northern Territory, Jon's lover, Val, was doing the same thing as Mara. She felt even more awkward. She turned to the King's Landing. In the Duke's mansion of the Northern Territory, Jon and Jergrit were sleeping together. The room was dark, and only the fireplace was lit by a flickering flame. She scanned the room and prepared to leave. Jon suddenly opened his eyes and called out softly to the window, "Bran? Why are you looking for me?" He noticed that Danny was spying on him. "It's me," Danny said. "Who?" "You're not Bran." Jon was shocked. "I'm Bran's boss," Danny said calmly. Jon was dumbfounded. He had a look of realization. "Queen Danny Lilith." Jon's face turned pale. He pulled the duvet up to cover his furry chest and the red-haired woman's skinny and rough back. "Where's Bran? Why do you have the three-eyed crow's abilities?" he asked with great difficulty. "He's busy digging the river, and the heavy burden of protecting Westeros has fallen on me." Sigh, what a heavy workload. The Dragon Queen sighed. Jon's cheek muscles twitched. This was the first time he had the same thought as the dwarf and Danny in the past. The three-eyed crow shouldn't exist in this world. It was impossible for ordinary people to live. "Why are you looking for me at this time?" he asked awkwardly. "Nothing. I'm just bored, so I'm taking a stroll." Jon sighed. "Your Majesty, I think you should pay attention to ordinary people's privacy. You're not ordinary. You're the King of the Northern Territory. The Seven Dukes and the royal family are related to the Seven Kingdoms' fate, and the Three-Eyed Crow has always paid attention to them." "I'm learning from the Three-Eyed Crow now," Danny said with a smile. "Gods!" Jon cried out in despair. "Your power has improved quite quickly recently. You can even detect spying on you from the River of Time." "I've experienced many things, and my senses toward the River of Time have become sharp," Jon said with a sigh. "Since you've experienced many things in the past, why are you howling now? You even woke Ygritte up." The red-haired woman looked around blankly. "Jon, are you talking in your sleep?" John comforted his girlfriend with his mouth while he sighed with emotion with his mind power. That's different. The three-eyed crow was his brother, and it made him feel at ease. When the three-eyed crow turned into someone else, John started to feel fear, just like the others. This was the reality. Before he could finish speaking, Danny left. Chapter 967. Danny walked around the Red Castle. Most of the buildings at the top of Aegon Hill had collapsed, leaving behind a huge crater. Only a few towers remained on the cliff by the sea. Almost 2 months had passed. The collapsed towers and craters were mostly cleaned up. The bricks from the collapsed buildings were used to strengthen and raise the walls of the Red Castle. The crater was changed into a stair-shaped training ground. It seemed to be modeled after the gladiator arenas of the Free Cities. Erlu and Aunt May lived in the collapsed Queen Dowager Tower. They shared a room and a bed. The lights were off. Danny guessed that they were asleep. The White Sword Tower, where the White Knights lived, became the Queen Dowager's palace. In the warm study on the second floor, the burly Queen Dowager was dozing off. Beside her, an old scholar was holding the annals of the Four Kings. He was telling her the history of the Dragon King's conquest of Dorne. Erlu's wife, Silas Florin, was also in the White Sword Tower. However, the queen lived on the top floor, the 7th floor. Howls and curses drifted into the wind through the window. They sounded like ghosts crying in the wind. Shireen, my daughter, you have the bloodline of the true dragon. Even Danny's black dragon likes you. Great King of Light, revive the mystic dragon. My daughter has the bloodline of the true dragon. She rode a black dragon and can become a dragon knight. Ha ha ha. Bitch, I took you in and made you the king's confidant. Yet, you want to burn my daughter. I'll kill you. Shireen. This devout believer of the King of Light and worshipper of Melisandre had gone mad. Danny only sympathized with Shireen's experience. However, she did not like this crazy woman. This was because she was the one who found Aunt May and recommended her to Erlu. Other people believed in the Red God for political reasons. Even Erlu was not that devout to the Red God. He was more concerned about his mission to save the world. However, Silas was a true fanatic of Lalo. How fanatic was she? When Aunt May suggested sacrificing her uncle to Lalo, she did not stop her. Instead, she supported it. She would actively participate in Aunt May's sacrificial ceremonies. Then, the last sacrificial ceremony she attended was that of her daughter. In the beginning, when they wanted to sacrifice Shireen, Erlu, who had lost his integrity, struggled in pain even though he had died once. It was Silas who persuaded him, we believers should sacrifice everything for Lalo. Shireen returning to the Red God's embrace is the best ending. When Shireen cried for her mother under the lick of the flames, her motherly nature finally prevailed over her faith. Silas regretted her decision and struggled like a madwoman. She screamed her daughter's name and rushed towards the fire. But Shireen's shrill cries had disappeared in a shadow that rose from the red flames. Therefore, faith was really not a good thing. Crazy faith would make people lose themselves. If you needed faith to numb the most difficult moments of your life, you had to believe in a God whose teachings were based on people. Even if you believed in the 7 wood gods, you shouldn't believe in an evil god that could respond. Leaving a sigh in the White Sword Tower Queen's residence, three-eyed Danny left the King's Landing. In an instant, she went to Casterly Rock City and saw the emaciated Jaime. Like a ghost, he wandered around the Hall of Heroes in the middle of the night with an oil lamp. His eyes stared into the darkness in front of him and he muttered the names of Cersei, her father, her uncle, and her aunt. Even stranger was that he even called out, Tyrion, a few times. This strange scene made Danny's scalp tingle. Casterly Rock City was a city carved out of a mine. At the lowest level near the sea, the Lannister family's tomb was built. It was called the Hall of Heroes. Once, it was filled with coffins. Now, the 10,000-year-old weirwood coffins were burned together and replaced by the ancestral tablets, promoted by the Dragon Queen. When Westeros remembered their ancestors, they would go to the tomb and pray in front of their coffins. Now that the coffins were burned, there was no place to commemorate their ancestors. So, the Dragon Queen taught them to set up ancestral tablets and build an ancestral hall. For example, Jaime was staring straight ahead because there was a row of stairs in front of him. Each step represented a generation, and there was a row of ancestral tablets. Because the ancestors could be traced back more than 500 generations, one wall was not enough. They could only build one wall every 500 years. There were a total of 22 walls. Compared to placing coffins, ancestral tablets were indeed more space-saving and expensive. In the past, only the great nobles were qualified to build a tomb for their ancestors. Commoners and low-level nobles could not afford to build one. Now, the situation had changed. Even commoners could set up ancestral tablets for their ancestors. Of course, the ancestral hall could also show the family's heritage, and it was even more obvious. At this time, almost every family in Westeros could see ancestral tablets. If it were not for the fact that Westeros did not have yellow skin and black hair, and that the ancestral tablets were written in alphabetical language, people would think that they had transmigrated to ancient times. Not only were there ancestral tablets, but there was also a change in the way people worshipped their ancestors. Jaime went to the outermost stone wall and climbed up the stairs until he was half the height of the wall. There were Tywin, Joanna, Kevin, Xena, Gillian, Descartes, Cersei, William, Tyreek, Joffrey, Tommen, and so on. They were all direct relatives of Jaime within 3 generations. He placed the oil lamp beside Cersei's ancestral tablet, and with one hand, he untied a cloth bag from his waist. Inside, there was a strange cork stick that was as thick as a chopstick. It was an incense stick. Jaime rubbed out 3 incense sticks and put the tip of the incense stick into the mouth of the lantern. After he lit it, the sparks flickered and a wisp of white smoke rose. The fragrance of the smoke drifted in the empty cave. Then, Jaime placed the 3 smoking incense sticks in the small incense burner in front of Cersei's ancestral tablet and bowed a few times. "Ah, this is offering incense." Seeing the blonde Jaime offering incense in an unusually respectful and sacred manner, Dany felt that it was very strange. "Sigh, Cersei, I regret it. I shouldn't have killed you back then. It's better to live than to die. With you by my side, at least I won't be alone like this." Jaime rambled on for a while. When the incense sticks were half burnt, he took out 3 more incense sticks from the cloth bag, lit them, and placed them in the small copper burner in front of Tywin's ancestral tablet. "Father, you can rest assured. Casterly Rock has been restored." "Oh, I've already told you about this." Jaime stood there in a daze for a while. He felt that he had nothing to say to his father, so he moved on to the next one. After lighting an incense stick for his mother, Jaime stood there in a daze for a while. He had nothing to say. After that, he silently lit incense for his uncle and aunt. When he was lighting incense for Aunt Jaina, something unexpected happened. Or rather, it was the Holy Mother's bad taste. Jaime didn't have much to say to Aunt Jaina, so he prepared to continue lighting incense for his cousins. Suddenly, the smoke in front of Jaina's ancestral tablet formed an oval, and a human head popped out of the round frame. It was a squarish, fat woman with blonde hair and blue eyes. Her face was wide and flat, her neck was like a pink pillar, and her chest was tall and majestic. "Jaime?" the fat woman called out tentatively. Clang! Jaime turned his head to look, and he was so shocked that he kicked Emperor Chiao's ancestral tablet and incense burner over. 7 levels of hell. Aunt Xena, tell me, am I dreaming, or am I seeing things? Jamie's face was distorted as he said with a trembling voice. The fat woman's body was too fat. She squeezed the smoke with all her might, and with a pop, it sounded like a champagne cork popping out of a bottle. "Io, can't you be more filial? The incense is too thin," Fat Xena complained as she rubbed her oily arms that were torn from the squeezing. This. Jamie retreated in shock. Am I seeing an undead? What are you afraid of? I'm an undead, and I'm also your aunt. Xena said in annoyance. Ah. Jamie thought about it. She was right, his aunt. What was there to be afraid of? He was brave to begin with, and when he came back to his senses, he walked forward and touched his aunt's cheek gently with his left hand. There was no warmth, but there was a faint texture, like a ball of fluffy cotton. Aunt Xena, why did you stay in the human world and not go to heaven? Didn't you have an atonement scroll with you when you died? Jamie asked curiously. Sigh, I just came up from hell and was about to ascend to heaven, but I heard your call halfway, so I came here for some reason. What? You went to hell? Where's the atonement scroll? Jamie was shocked. Don't mention it. The atonement scroll is not a scroll of forgiveness. It can only redeem 50 points of sins. I committed too many sins, so I have 52 points. I still haven't redeemed 2 points, so I have to serve 200 years in hell. Fat Xena lamented. Ah, I thought I could go to heaven with the atonement scroll. Jamie's expression changed. Even an easygoing person like you has 52 points of sin, then Circe. Fat Xena's chopping face showed a hint of hesitation. Circe is indeed in hell, and I've met her a few times. However, the atonement scroll is not useless. It can always give people a chance. As long as they redeem themselves, they can go to heaven. Without the atonement scroll, they can only stay in the first level of hell, waiting for the stranger to arrange their reincarnation. Is hell bitter? Jamie quickly asked. Fat Xena seemed to have thought of something. She shuddered, and the fat on her body rippled. Bitter, too bitter. If the Holy Mother gave me another chance to live, I would definitely be a good person who is not greedy, not lustful, and not cruel. She said sincerely. You've always been a good person. Why did you go to hell with the atonement scroll? Jamie did not understand. Of course I've been good to you brothers, good to Lannister and good to Casterly Rock, but I've been unfaithful to my husband and heartless to the common folk. I've sinned. Fat Xena said in remorse. What do you mean? Jamie still did not understand. I gave birth to 4 sons, but none of them are your uncles. Jamie immediately believed her, because the matter of Xena's aunt stealing men was not a secret from Casterly Rock City to River Delta City. Even his uncle, Amon, knew about it. Many people also privately discussed that none of the 4 children were like Amon, and that they might all be bastards. However, no one dared to question the identity of Xena's sons, including Old Wade. Because Xena was Tywin's sister. That can't be. Cousin Cleo has obvious Freyr characteristics. He forced a smile. Sigh, that's Old Wade's seed. What? Jamie jumped in shock. If not for this sin, why would I go to hell? That's 30 points of sin. That's more than half of my sins. Gina sighed. Why? I also heard that you like to look for handsome and strong cousins in Lannister Harbor, but Old Wade is ugly, old, and bad-tempered. How could you like him? Jamie cried out, unable to accept it. Xena was not fat in her early years, and her looks were not as good as Cersei's. However, her shrewdness and noble temperament were far superior. Old Wade loved his face the most. Tywin always looked down on him, so he wanted to get back at him by humiliating his sister. That old man was still very strong in his early years. I also hated his son for being too weak, too useless, too stupid and useless. I wanted to take revenge on him, but it was quite exciting. After being teased a few times, I half pushed and half pushed. Chapter 968. His uncle was a live-in son-in-law in Casterly Rock City. How could he not be a coward? Jamie sighed. Eamon Fry wasn't a live-in son-in-law, but because Westerners didn't have such a profession, live-in son-in-law had always existed. Fry wasn't as powerful as Lannister. Xena was the only daughter, but Aemon was the second son. After marriage, Aemon didn't receive any inheritance from his family. He lived and ate in Casterly Rock City, relying on his wife's dowry. If he wasn't a live-in son-in-law, then what was he? It was normal for live-in son-in-law to be a coward. Because of this, some live-in son-in-law's literary talents were so explosive, slapping faces to their heart's content. But Aemon Fry wasn't transmigrated, so he wasn't the main character. Sigh, I regret it so much. Xena said sadly. You've also redeemed yourself. Aemon will forgive you. Jamie comforted her. Do I need that coward's forgiveness? Fat Xena shook her head. Aren't you regretting your promiscuous behavior when you were alive? Jamie was confused. Promiscuous behavior isn't a big sin. Xena waved her hand. If I broke off my marriage with Aemon earlier, I wouldn't be guilty even if I slept with 100 men. But I married him under the statues of the Holy Father and Holy Mother, and swore 7 marriage vows to the 7 gods. Sleeping around is equivalent to breaking the vows, and even blaspheming the 7 gods. That's why I'm guilty. So, you regret not divorcing Aemon earlier? Jamie was stupefied. I also regret being greedy. Long night descends, extravagant and wasteful, eating a roast suckling pig for every meal. Eating roast suckling pig is a sin. Then isn't every noble sinful? Jamie frowned. Gluttony is one of the 7 cardinal sins. It's different from being full. Not only was I greedy, but I was also wasteful. I didn't save food and went against the Holy Mother's long night light operation. Xena said regretfully. Jamie's mouth twitched. This is really, I didn't expect the 7 gods' precepts to be so strict. If that's the case, many honorary nobles with good reputations who didn't break the law will also go to hell. Fat Xena said helplessly, aristocratic traditions and the laws of the 7 kingdoms do not apply in heaven. 40 years ago, one of my maids used to steal my clothes and use my makeup. I was very angry. After that, he sold her to the lowest class brothel and let the sailors work her. She couldn't take it anymore and killed herself 2 days later. Even if Saint Danny were here, she wouldn't be able to convict me, but according to the heavenly code, Big Sparrow added 0. 8 sin points to Maine. Yes, the Great Sparrow was in charge of judging the crimes of the death nobles. Another example would be when Tywin was the Prime Minister of King's Landing in the early years, and I would sometimes handle the affairs of Casterly Rock for him. Many commoners were hungry in the winter and spring, so they came to our forest to poach. I had the soldiers tie the poachers to the targets and shot them one by one myself. Kevin praised me for my excellent archery, Tywin praised me for protecting Lannister's interests, the nobles of the western region cheered for me, and even the commoners were in awe of me. I also did comply with the aristocratic property law. In the end, I went to hell and added 5 sin points. That doesn't make sense, does it? Jamie murmured. Fat Xena shook her head. When you go to the world of the stranger and the Holy Mother, you have to obey the laws of the 7 gods. Moreover, the teachings of the 7 gods are all in the 7 Stars Bible, so the stranger is not punished for not teaching. Then she continued, only when you enter the world of the stranger after death will you experience a truly fair and just trial. No one can escape. While you are still alive, Jamie, you have to do more good deeds. Especially good deeds. Not only will you have a good ending after death, but it will also make Cersei, Joffrey, and Tywin feel better in hell. Good deeds. This was another unfamiliar term. Jamie was a little confused. Spreading the word, letting others know that you are doing good deeds, and thus receiving praise, is good deeds. Doing good deeds silently, only giving without asking for anything in return, is good deeds. Good deeds are more valuable than good deeds, so you have to do more good deeds. Fat Xena taught earnestly. How is it more valuable? What's the use of good deeds? Jamie asked. For the same good deed, if you have 3 points of good deeds in the yang, you will get 6 points of good deeds in the yin. Good deeds in the yin and yang are the same. They can offset the sin points of you and your family. Oh, I can atone for the sins of Cersei and father by doing good deeds in the yin. Jamie seemed to understand. He leaned over and straightened Joffrey's tablet, sighing. How are father and Joffrey and the rest? He was not surprised that his father and son went to hell. Even the good old Aunt Xena had 52 sin points. Tywin, who did not have the atonement scroll, would probably be sitting in hell for a long time. They must be in a deeper part of hell. I met Cersei there. You know, she was not loyal to the holy marriage witnessed by the 7 gods. That's why I had the chance to meet her. Xena sighed. 1 sin point and you have to serve 100 years in prison. That's tough. Jamie was worried. I'm not that bad. I heard that some of the sinners who are labeled as demon will have their sentences calculated exponentially. For example, if you have 2 sin points, you will be in prison for 4 years. If you have 3 sin points, you will be in prison for 8 years. 4 sin points is equivalent to 16 years, those demon-level sinners have sin points starting from 100. You can calculate how long they have to stay in hell. Xena's voice trembled. 2 to the power of 100. That's... Jamie was shocked. They have to stay in hell until the end of time. Unfortunately, Big and Sparrow labeled Cersei as a demon. Even after using the atonement scroll, she still has more than 300 sin points. Xena sighed. How many years is that? Jamie's handsome face was pale. How can I help her? The Holy Mother once said that a family that accumulates good deeds will have more to celebrate. In other words, if you do good deeds, your family will also be rewarded. I was able to leave hell so quickly because Tyrion was accumulating good deeds. I loved him so much in the past. He gave all his good deeds to me by default. Not only did the 2 sin points make up for it, but I also got 10 more merit points to live a good life in heaven. Xena chuckled. Tyrion has good deeds. Jamie was incredulous. Stranger said that he protected Chizang in the eastern lands to spread the scriptures, so he has a lot of good deeds. If he successfully spread the 7 gods' teachings in the barren lands, his good deeds will allow 10 Cersei demons to ascend to heaven. As I expected, among the 3 of you, Tyrion is the most successful. Xena said proudly. That's good. When Tyrion completes his mission, Cersei and father will be free. Jamie breathed a sigh of relief. Tywin is easy to convince, but Cersei and Joffrey, I'm afraid he won't be willing. Xena looked at her nephew and frowned. You can't be like this. You're too useless. You have to pull yourself together and accumulate good deeds. Even if you can't free Cersei and Joffrey from the abyss of suffering, you have to at least ensure the daily incense offerings. Jamie was stunned. Auntie, you came out of the smoke ring and said there were too few incense offerings. What is incense? Xena pointed at the incense burner in front of the memorial tablet. What are you doing? Jamie explained, after the long night, we can no longer leave the bodies of our ancestors in the tomb. We have to follow the example of the Targaryens and hold a cremation ceremony. After that, the church promoted a new way of worshipping the ancestors. Jamie explained the concept of the memorial tablet and the ancestral hall and sighed. The monk said that the smoke from burning incense can reach the souls of the ancestors in the world of the dead. I didn't expect it to be true. It depends on the heart of the person offering the incense. If you are a devout believer of the 7 gods and sincerely miss the dead, the stranger will even help you pass your words to the ancestors of hell and heaven. Cersei can hear me. Jamie was overjoyed. Fat Xena shook her head. You can talk to her on the anniversary of her death or other major festivals. She will definitely hear you then. Other times, it depends on the mood of the infernal judge. Incense can not only communicate with the ancestors, but also provide the best food for the dead in hell. As she said that, she bent down and took a deep breath of the incense that was almost finished burning in front of her memorial tablet. Something strange happened. Fat Xena was just an illusory ghost, but she sucked the real incense into her stomach and disappeared. Wow, it's even better than roasted suckling pig. I've never tasted anything good in my life. It's so good. Fat Xena held her chopping face and looked so intoxicated that Jamie had the urge to put his nose in front of the incense burner. After a while, she smacked her lips and said regretfully, "It's just a little too little." Jamie immediately bent down and grabbed a big handful of incense from the pocket on the ground. I still have a lot here. It's enough for you to suck your fill. Xena looked at him expectantly as he lit the incense. As soon as a big puff of white smoke came out, she moved her head closer and took a big breath. 7 levels of hell. She looked like she had inhaled a mouthful of super spicy swill. Her face twisted and she retched crazily. Her tongue stuck out a foot long. It's so smoky and hot. It's like I've swallowed a mouthful of smoking fire. So this is a firework. James raised the smoking torch in his hand and asked in confusion. Maybe what I'm smoking isn't smoke, but your offerings to your ancestors. Fat Xena looked at the incense burner and saw that it was reaching its end. She said, I'm going to heaven. Jamie, you're on your own now. Don't be depressed. Accumulate good karma and be a good person. Remember to burn incense for me during festivals. After saying that, the last wisp of cigarette made a circle. Gina dived into the circle like a mangzotzi and disappeared. Jamie rubbed his eyes with his sleeves. The ancestral hall's stone steps were empty, and there wasn't a single person in sight. Aunt Xena. He called out, but there was no response. The power of the 3-eyed crow and the 7 gods is too great. Controlling the fate of the 7 kingdoms isn't as difficult as crushing an ant. Dany was filled with emotion and reverence. She was actually fearful of the power she possessed now. She didn't need the Iron Throne. She didn't need to personally rule the citizens and nobles of the 7 kingdoms. With just a thought, she could toy with the Westeros as if she was playing a sandbox game. This wasn't the limit of what she could do now. When she absorbed all the fragments of the Green Prophet's seal, and when the fog on the River of Fate dissipated, she could control the fate of everyone in the 7 kingdoms while making everyone who was controlled sing praises to her from the bottom of their hearts. This was the power of a god. I shouldn't have such power. Power equals responsibility. Such a great responsibility is too tiring. But I won't allow this power to fall into the hands of others. Dany gradually came to a realization. She started to sink her consciousness into the faith space of the 7 gods. It was a boundless space filled with white fog. She couldn't see the sky or the earth, and it was difficult to find the borders. But in this boundless world, a giant Danny occupied the Dragon Queen's entire field of vision. The other Danny. This Danny was even taller than Mount Everest. Her long hair reached her shoulders, and she wore a white silk robe. Her face was expressionless, and her eyes were closed. She was sitting cross-legged in a posture with her palms facing the sky. A sea of clouds formed by milky white faith power surrounded the giant Danny. She was like a jade statue that towered into the clouds. She didn't reveal any emotions. Only endless might was left. The strange thing was that this Danny had two heads, one at the front and one at the back. With a thought from the Dragon Queen, the giant Danny's front and back eyes opened at the same time. There was a hint of a living person's aura on her body. The front eyes shone with golden light. They contained endless benevolence and peace. The back eyes were as black as ink. They were sinister and filled with a mysterious and dark aura. One of them was heaven, and the other was hell. Chapter 969. The essence of the seven gods of heaven was Danny's thought. Under normal circumstances, a person's thought could not accommodate another person's soul, but if the other person was a believer of the thought's owner, there would be no incompatibility problem. If one used physics to define spiritual power, it could be seen as an electromagnetic wave, with the god's thought wave as the main, resonating with the believer's spiritual wave to form a new spiritual wave. The more resonant waves joined, the stronger the spiritual wave, representing the strength of the soul. Thus, as more and more souls entered heaven, the thought gradually grew, and finally turned into a huge entity, the same spiritual power as Dragon Queen. Of course, the process of spiritual power materialization was inseparable from the faith space's unlimited supply of faith power. It could be simply understood that faith power formed the body, the thought of heaven turned into the soul, and the soul and body combined to form a believer. According to the rules of the faith space of the seven gods, the believer was a real person, and the Dragon Queen with a mortal body became a disharmonious existence. Just like in the four-dimensional space, the four-dimensional creatures that ordinary people could not imagine were ordinary people, and the real three-dimensional ordinary people could not survive in the four-dimensional space. The believer and the faith space, compared to the ordinary world and ordinary people, had a higher energy level, and they were a harmonious world system. The believer Danny originally only had one thought, very simple, one thought, one head, representing the glorious heaven. One day, the believer Danny's master gave it a second thought, a dark, cold, and death hell. One thought gave birth to a second thought. This sounded like a paradox. It seemed to be saying, I killed a rabbit today, and I plan to roast a whole rabbit tonight, and then make a pot of rabbit turnip soup. You're just talking nonsense. You're just a rabbit. But the thought of heaven could make the impossible possible, because the mother of heaven and the stranger of hell had the same will. Thus, the believer Danny grew a second head, the heaven of the mother of heaven and the hell of the stranger of hell. It was very harmonious. If the Dragon Queen was interested, she could make the believer Danny grow a third head. For example, make a girl's country of light. In the future, she could use fire to create a group of giants of light. The tiny Dragon Queen floated in front of Danny's forehead, who was as huge as a mountain. The protective wills left behind by the previous generations of three-eyed crows are too tyrannical, and any person or god who absorbs them will be assimilated. However, there was nothing wrong with the guardian will itself. The only fault lay in the fact that the three-eyed crow's ability was limited, and its method was flawed. It would be a pity if such a great and noble spirit was destroyed. Why don't you sacrifice yourself? The believer Danny's huge face was expressionless. I am you, but you are not me. It is up to you to decide how to transform this thought, not me. The believer Danny did not have an independent will, but it did not mean that it had no thoughts. It was a thought that represented thoughts. The Dragon Queen and her believer Danny's conversation was like an ordinary person's hesitation, with two thoughts going up and down in their minds. Yes, it was to turn the concept of entanglement into reality. It was very unscientific, but very magical. Sigh, I don't want to bear the responsibility of being the master of the heavenly law, but I also don't want to give up the benefits of being the master of the heavenly law. I have no choice but to sacrifice this thought of yours. The Dragon Queen made up her mind. She waved her hand, and a green Milky Way flew over from the void. It was a fragment of the Green Prophet's seal. The moment the Dragon Queen saw the green Milky Way, all her thoughts were extinguished, and the only thought left in her mind was to protect the world and the people of the world. Fuck, this is too terrifying. Get lost. The Dragon Queen closed her eyes and waved her hand, and the green Milky Way flew toward the believer Danny. The believer Danny opened its mouth and sucked, as if it was sucking a long green noodle. The Green Prophet's seal was sucked into its stomach. Buzz, buzz, the mountain-like believer Danny's body trembled violently, and its two pairs of eyes were instantly dyed green, as if 4 searchlights had been turned on, illuminating thousands of miles. The space of belief, which was mainly white, was also enveloped by a layer of green light. Ah, the Dragon Queen hugged her head and groaned. Her thoughts were connected to the believer, and she could clearly feel that her emotions were being extinguished bit by bit. The three-eyed crow's will was like a steel seal, and it fiercely engraved the words, "Protect the world," at the core of heaven's will. The current Danny was accepting the three-eyed crow's inheritance on her own accord. If the brand didn't play such a trick, his emotions would also be extinguished like this. The Dragon Queen could sever her connection with the believer Danny's thoughts, but she couldn't. She had to use her will to protect the two abnormal consciousnesses, heaven and hell. The process of the three-eyed crow's birth could be compared to molten iron. The Green Prophet's seal was like molten iron, and the Green Prophet, which was about to turn into a three-eyed crow, was used as a mold. The molten iron was poured into the mold, and the three-eyed crow's appearance was created. The current Green Prophet's appearance was the main one. The so-called mold was actually the Green Prophet's personality and way of doing things. Every generation of three-eyed crows was similar, but there were also differences. Their protective spirit and ruthless style were exactly the same, but their specific way of doing things was different. In order to achieve the same goal, they might make different choices. For example, now that the American commander election was almost over, Hot Dry Noodles was slightly disappointed. His beloved Super Reliable didn't get re-elected. Didn't Hot Dry Noodles know that Super Reliable liked to target the Celestial Empire? He knew, but he still liked Super Reliable. This was because By Etc. and Super Reliable only had different methods. Their ultimate goal of suppressing the Celestial Empire was the same. However, By Etc. didn't know how to do stand-up comedy. Although they all wanted to and were doing their best to stop the Celestial Empire's rise, Super Reliable could at least provide them with more joy, right? The three-eyed crow was similar to the American commander. They had the same goal, but their personalities and ways of doing things were different. The molten iron was poured into different molds, and the molds forged would be different. However, their essence wouldn't change, and they were all made of iron. Now, the Dragon Queen was forcefully enduring the pain of Danny's thoughts being extinguished, just to ensure that the mold of heaven and hell wouldn't change. Yes, the molten iron was scalding, and it might make the reserve-duty three-eyed crow slightly adjust his way of doing things. For example, the Green Prophet's mold was originally in the shape of a duck, but after being scalded by the molten iron of the Green Prophet's seal, it turned into a duck that looked like a chicken. The Dragon Queen was trying to avoid any slight adjustments. When molten iron was poured into the worshipper's body, the mold forged would be a complete heaven and hell. This was because the worshipper Danny was equivalent to heaven and hell. In other words, from now on, the three-eyed worshipper Danny's purpose of existence was the same as the previous three-eyed crows: to protect the world, to protect the Westeros. However, his way of doing things followed the Dragon Queen's worldview of heaven and hell. That's right, heaven and hell were the embodiment of the Dragon Queen's values. Everyone had their own values. For example, Little Wang believed that in modern society, apart from parents, other relatives weren't as worthy as friends. Little Zhang believed that there was no love without reason in the world. After all, relatives were related by blood, and if they got along well, they were more reliable than most friends. Now that Little Wang and Little Zhang had both become gods, they had both created heaven and hell. Little Li was a person who valued friendship and ignored family. When he was alive, he used to tighten his belt and lend money to his friends to start their own businesses. When he became rich and moved to Thompson First Class, he refused to lend 20,000 yuan to his uncle in the countryside to build a house for him to retire. When Little Li met Little Wang, they were simply congenial. Of course, he immediately went to heaven. However, if Little Li's soul went to the world controlled by Little Zhang, he would immediately be sent to the 18th level of hell according to the rules of heaven and hell set by Little Zhang. Even if he climbed a mountain of swords or plunged into a pot of boiling oil, he wouldn't be able to atone for his sins. They were both Little Li, but one went to heaven and the other went to hell. Why? The standards of good and evil were set by others. Dragon Queen's heaven and hell were essentially her values and her views of good and evil. Just like Jamie's aunt, Fat Xena. If a meeting was held in the Seven Nations to judge Xena, Dragon Queen would give her the warmest smile and say, "Madam Xena is not guilty." However, once Xena died and went to the 7th level of hell, the Dragon Queen, who had put on a layer of stranger's skin, was furious. She gritted her teeth and said, "This woman has committed a heinous crime. Oxhead and Horseface, beat her hard." Why was it like this? Was Dragon Queen suffering from schizophrenia? In the real world, the rules weren't decided by her alone. Living in society, she had to abide by society's rules. Dragon Queen didn't want to live too tiresome. She didn't want to live in a world filled with people who hated her. Therefore, she compromised. She only needed to adhere to the good and evil, right and wrong in the hearts of people. But heaven and hell were completely under her control. Dragon Queen could easily achieve the fairness and justice in her heart. Therefore, nobles who were innocent when they were alive couldn't escape the final judgment after death. Maybe God had the same idea as Danny. That was why he created heaven and hell after creating the human world. God's way of doing things was completely opposite to Danny. His heaven, hell, and the human world were all one world. His actions were similar to the Taoists' way of thinking: the world was already created for you, so go and mess around. I'm only responsible for holding up the sky and not letting it collapse. I don't care about anything else. A terrifying existence that was even more terrifying than the three-eyed crow was born. The believer, Danny, became the new three-eyed crow. She was immortal and lived and died together with Westeros. Her immortality also meant that the fate of Westeros would forever be controlled by her alone. This was 10 times more terrifying than the new three-eyed crow. This was because it also fused with the power of the 7 gods and was promoted from the 1 to 1. However, Dragon Queen believed that from this moment onwards, the happy days of the Westeros had arrived. Regardless of whether they felt happy or not, Dragon Queen was doing this for their own good. The three-eyed crow that Dragon Queen hated so much in the past, also insisted that he was doing this for the sake of making the world better. In short, the 7 gods and the three-eyed crow truly joined forces and formed the three-eyed believer, Danny, who made smart, ordinary people feel even more despair. The will to protect the world didn't change, but the way to protect the world was decided by Dragon Queen. Now that the rules were set, even Dragon Queen couldn't go against them. If the Three-Eyed Crow was like a program that managed the Westeros, Dragon Queen only rewrote the program, but didn't change the fact that she was using the program to manage the Westeros. As long as she was in the Westeros, she would also be managed. However, the management method was set by her, which meant that she was always strict with herself. Thus, she didn't feel like she was being controlled or restricted. Chapter 970. People's hearts were easy to change. As long as one was a human, one would have emotions, and when one's emotions fluctuated, one's principles would also fluctuate. The Three-Eyed Crow didn't have any emotions, and this was why it represented absolute fairness. Its fairness wasn't necessarily correct, but it could guarantee that everyone would be fair and just when faced with its rules. For example, one of the Three-Eyed Crow's rules was that anyone could be sacrificed for the world. Wasn't this right? There wasn't anything in the world that was absolutely correct. However, the Three-Eyed Crow could apply this rule to everyone fairly, including its relatives and enemies, kings and beggars, and even the Three-Eyed Crow himself. Now, Dany defeated the Three-Eyed Crow and replaced him as the ruler of the Westeros. Due to her special identity as a transmigrator, as well as her pure nature, the new rules she set for the Westeros were more reasonable than the Three-Eyed Crow's, and they had more vitality and potential. However, could Dany guarantee that she would act according to the rules completely? For example, she set a rule that it was a crime for nobles to kill hungry poachers, but she could still be fair and just to other nobles, even to Tyrion. If one killed a hungry poacher, he would receive 0.1 points of sin, and if he killed 100 poachers, he would be sentenced to 1,000 years in hell. During this time, hell's magistrates would torture the nobles. For example, when the nobles were alive, they would chop off the heads of poachers, and in hell, the magistrates would do the same and chop off the nobles' heads 100 times a day for 1,000 years. What if Dany's grandson or granddaughter inherited the Dragon Queen's principality in the Westeros and got used to the Seven Kingdoms tradition and committed the same crime and chopped off 10 poachers' heads? Moreover, that granddaughter was especially favored by Dany's grandmother. At this time, her grandmother wouldn't be able to insist on her fairness, and she would probably just wave her hand and spare her granddaughter from 100 years in hell. Not to mention beheading poachers. Even if her granddaughter rode a Maserati horse and killed a few people, Grandma Dany would absolve her of all her sins and let her go to heaven happily. Perhaps she could even become an angel. Even though Dany's grandmother couldn't say it, she would definitely do it. Deep down, Dany didn't want such a thing to happen. If she could control the hell on earth, a certain Maserati rider would probably have to stay in hell for 10,000 years. However, even if her granddaughter behaved the same as other people's granddaughters, in her grandmother's eyes, her granddaughter was still like an angel. Even if she did bad things, it was just a moment of foolishness. Other people's granddaughters were like demons who deserved to go to hell. Things were different now. Dany used her conscience to create a keeper of the heavenly axiom. She used the seal of the Green Prophet to remove the feelings of conscience, so that it was just a pure conscience that spoke to all living beings. Even though she liked Grandma Dany's granddaughter a lot, she still, Dany, a believer, is indifferent to his granddaughter. However, Dany, a mortal, can let his granddaughter go through the back door that he deliberately left behind. In the era where the Emperor was punished the same as the common people, he had to wait until Dany's grandmother was tired of the trifles of the mortal world and no longer appeared in the human world. She would no longer have any love for her descendants. At that time, if the Targaryen Emperor made a mistake, he would also have to go to hell. Dany, a believer, would have no mercy. Blackie. The Dragon Queen called, and a black dragon that covered the sky flew over from the void surrounded by clouds. Blackie looked at the Dragon Queen, and then looked at Dany, a believer who was hundreds of times larger than himself. The believer's expression was cold, like a machine, but her eyes were especially bright. The holy and peaceful golden light merged with the ancient green light. "Danny, she makes me feel unfamiliar," Blackie said. Mother Dragon said, "Although she has no feelings now, she can still have a dragon spirit with you. From now on, she will take care of the divine kingdom and the church. You will be a free and unfettered immortal who works hard in cultivation. Don't be tied down by worldly affairs. Cultivation and power are the most real. When the world changes and the rules need to be changed, you will update the program in her brain with her dragon spirit and make it more compatible with the real world. Of course, if there is a Targaryen who needs to cheat in the future, and you think she is very promising and pleasing to the eye, you can also adjust your fate with the believer's dragon spirit and let the Targaryen gain an advantage in the change of the era. What about you?" These words, which sounded like a funeral, made Blackie feel very uncomfortable. Danny looked up at the void where the clouds of the power of faith floated and sighed. "If I live for 1,000 years, I will be very happy and enjoy the riches of the world. After 5,000 years, I will lose interest in worldly pleasures and pursue the song of law wholeheartedly. If I live for 10,000 years and don't reach the end of my cultivation, it will be fine. If the realm completely stagnates, I will be bored. The years after 100,000 years will be torture for me." "Danny, I don't like to hear this." Blackie shook his head. "I'm just showing off. Don't mind it. There is no end to cultivation. The wave of the long night still needs us to work hard together." Danny laughed. "Alas, I cultivated according to the method you taught me, but I still couldn't understand the domain of fire. I didn't even make much progress. My cultivation talent seems to be too bad, almost the same as Lalo. If I can use the domain of fire, with my huge divine power, I may even be able to compete with the frost god." Blackie said helplessly. Danny nodded and sighed, "You are indeed very stupid. You can't learn even if I teach you step by step in the dragon spirit state. But you should be better than Lalo. Although your progress is slow, you are still improving. Lalo has been in the same place for hundreds of millions of years." "What should I do?" Blackie asked. "Maybe Megalosaurus are born stupid," Danny said helplessly. "There is no other shortcut to diligently cultivate and steadily gnaw on the evil gods." Then, Danny waved to the believer and cried, "You are different from me. You have to have your own name. Tell me, what do you want to be called?" "I think I am very like Hongjun ancestor," the believer Danny said seriously with a cold face. It had all the memories of Danny, but it obliterated her emotions, so it knew who Hongjun ancestor was. "It's good to have ideals, but now you are not even the sky of the Westeros," Danny said. "In the West, I can call myself a Tithagata," the believer Danny said seriously. Danny touched her forehead. "Is this really me? Keep a low profile. Tithagata is too arrogant," she said. Then, without waiting for the believer to say anything else, Danny directly suggested, "I often appear in the human world as the Virgin Mary. At the same time, I am also the Empress of the human world. It's better to call you Tim, Empress Mother. That's too unpleasant." The believer didn't react, but Blackie was unhappy. "Danny, she is always you. Be good to yourself," he said. "Since I am in charge of heaven and hell at the same time, I will call myself God, Gotta Girl. Everyone knows that." Danny laughed. This time, no one objected. "God, transfer all the power of the Green Prophet to me," Danny shouted to the believer. This was a command that was extremely disadvantageous to God and had no obvious benefits for protecting the world. However, God Danny didn't resist. He obediently transferred the power of the Green Prophet's seal to Danny. This was because this was a rule that had been written into heaven's mind in advance. Like the rules of heaven and hell, it was a source code. The believer's God was like a filter. Pure power was integrated into Dani's second soul of the Song of Wind belt, leaving behind her determination to protect the world. It was a bit pitiful. She had determination but no power. In the end, the final explanation was still in the hands of the Dragon Queen. This feeling, Dani's purple eyes were dyed green. Tornadoes formed spontaneously around her. Her wind domain spread infinitely. The foreign elemental power in the space of faith of the seven gods gradually turned into divine power of the wind. Without power, I will not be able to fulfill my responsibility as the world's guardian. The believer's God was still expressionless. Dani hesitated for a moment. Then, she transferred 10% of the Green Prophet's power to her. Now that the River of Fate has not appeared, 10% of the heavenly axiom is enough for you to take charge of the dead worlds in Westeros. You will be in charge of heaven and hell for now. When the long night is over and I am tired of playing, I will hand over the human world to you. Dani currently needed power to deal with the evil gods and the righteous alliance. Of course, she couldn't give away too much of her soul's power. The believer's God looked mighty and huge, but his essence was the combination of heaven and hell. If he left the space of faith and fought the enemy head-on, it would be the same as exposing heaven and hell to the enemy's attacks. The slightest damage would be too great a loss. Now, I should find a place to let heaven and hell completely materialize. It seemed like absorbing and transferring the Green Prophet's seal was just a matter of a few sentences. In fact, it took quite a long time. When Dani's consciousness returned from the space of faith, the sky was already dark. Alright, the sky outside only changed from the pure black of the night to the gray of the day. However, the little fairy who acted as the moon consciously adjusted the brightness. From the cold and pale moonlight to the dark red morning sun, and from the dark red to the yellow morning sun. Other than its small size and size, the fire fairy could almost perfectly simulate the sun. This was because Dani had started to analyze the Song of Light that she had taken from LoveLore back then. When she helped Jon revive, Dani was given a portion of the Song of Light. She couldn't use it at that time. However, once her Song of Light exceeded 60%, she could gradually understand LoveLore's Song of Light and gain enlightenment from it. It was like holding a graduation thesis from a university's chemistry department. Even an ordinary high school student wouldn't be able to understand it, let alone plagiarize it. When a high school student entered a university and chose to major in chemistry, when he was close to graduation, he would definitely be able to extract useful material from his senior's thesis. By analyzing LoveLore's Song of Light fragment, Dani could even vaguely sense the location of the Sun-Forge furnace. Your Majesty, you are. After seeing the Dragon Queen's new appearance, the two White Knights, Ursa and Garth, were stunned. Dani was still wearing her blue and white armor today, but she had changed into a thin gray linen cloak. She looked like an ascetic cultivator. What was even stranger was that she was holding a 8-meter-tall walking stick in her right hand. This is weirwood. Do you need a walking stick? Ursa asked strangely. The trunk itself was only 1.5 meters tall, but the roots were like hair. They were combed into 3 braids and looked like the 3 legs of a walking stick. It was very similar to the walking sticks used by old ladies and grandpas. This weirwood is unusual. It's a magic staff, Dani said. Garth hesitated and said, why don't I help you clean up the leaves and roots? I just want it alive. She held the weirwood walking stick and twirled it in front of the White Knights and the Centaur maids. She asked, is it not impressive enough? The 4 of them shook their heads. At least it should be a little mysterious, right? Dani said unwillingly. In order to match the weirwood walking stick in her hand, she deliberately changed a few outfits in front of the mirror today. In the end, she chose the gray linen cloak with the color of a mysterious wizard. She imitated Gandalf, who flew with his walking stick and sword. "Calixie, it's a little silly," Chi-Chi said softly. "I think so too," Eerie quickly agreed. "Silly." Danny's face darkened. The two centaur maids quickly said, "Look carefully, it is indeed a little mysterious." Danny waved her hand and called two wind elves from outside the house. She threw the weirwood to them and said, "Cherry tomatoes, cucumber twist, help me carry it." Chapter 971. After giving 10% of the green profit seal to her believers, Danny was left with 73%. How powerful was that? When she held the weirwood in her hand, she only needed a single thought. For example, Targaryen. Then, all Westeros with the Targaryen bloodline would appear in front of her. She entered a higher dimensional world that included time. Looking at the people in the three-dimensional world from the four-dimensional world, she could see the present and past of all the Targaryens in an instant. If the River of Fate wasn't shrouded in a layer of fog, she could see everyone's future. Not only the gnomes and Aegon, but also other families with the Targaryen bloodline, such as Martell, Theon Bella, Ymond's sister Lael, and Dany's descendants. With a thought, she saw Madame Stoneheart. She was in the Northern Territory, tens of kilometers away from Winterfell. She was driving a sleigh in circles in a world of ice and snow. What shocked Dany was the sleigh dog pulling the sleigh, Uncle Finger with a dog's body and a human head. In the next moment, she knew the cause and effect. She sympathized with Uncle Finger. Uncle Finger, who had become a female dog, was like a perpetual motion machine. He didn't eat or drink and pulled Madame Stoneheart around the snowfield for 2 months. Uncle Dog was now running while he numbly recited the 7 Stars Bible of Our Lady of Mercy. The power of the three-eyed crow is too terrifying. Dany sighed. The three-eyed crow could be considered a typical four-dimensional life form. In the face of a higher dimensional life form, Westeros had no chance of resisting. In the next second, Dany scanned the entire 7 kingdoms south of the Great Wall. Almost all the ghouls were marked on the map. She frowned. The closer she was to the north, the blurrier her vision became. In the Northern Territory, not only were there no deviant ghosts, many ghouls were also blurry, as if they were shrouded in a layer of ice fog. This layer of ice fog came from outside the Great Wall. It spread from the north to the south. If the density of ice fog in the land of Everwinter was 100, it meant that Dany would lose 100% of her vision. Outside the Great Wall, north of Winterfell, the density of ice fog was 30%. South of Winterfell to the neck, 20%. The scary thing was that there was a 10% blind spot in Hejin County. 10% was not a small amount. The Long Night had only been here for half a year, and Hejin was already in the middle of Westeros. Dany gradually understood this. Before the Long Night, the three-eyed crow represented 100% of the heavenly Tao, and it was only limited to the south of the Great Wall. After the Long Night descended, the three-eyed crow's power didn't change, but the heavenly Tao's shares in the south of the Great Wall were diluted. As the deviant ghosts headed south, the cold living dead replaced the warm-blooded living people, and the heavenly Tao was gradually taken over by the frost god. If all the living Westeros died out, the other ghosts would replace the humans and start a new ice age. The god of frost would then take over the entire heavenly axiom. After Dany understood this, she solved 2 questions that had always been in her heart. Why didn't the three-eyed crow Blinden discover the Winterhorn's appearance? It was because winter had arrived, and the Horn of Winter had appeared outside the Great Wall. The three-eyed crow had never been able to occupy the whole heavenly axiom north of the Great Wall. Not only were there barbarians outside the Great Wall, but there were also deviant ghosts. The world that the three-eyed crow guarded wasn't a world that the deviant ghosts needed. Hence, the deviant ghosts didn't hand over the heavenly axiom to the three-eyed crow like the humans. It was just like how Washington represented North America's heavenly axiom and radiated to Japan and South Korea. However, when it came to East Asia, the Chinese didn't care about Washington. Only in the south of the Great Wall was the three-eyed crow omniscient. Danny gradually understood why the god of frost was so calm after the Battle of Winterfell. It was because the true long night hadn't descended, and the god of frost's power hadn't reached its peak. The sun had been extinguished for less than a year, and the climax hadn't arrived yet. When the earth froze, the rivers froze, the oceans died, and the waves died. When the temperature inside and outside the Great Wall stabilized, the wind and snow stopped, and the world became deathly still, the long night would truly envelop the world. By then, the god of frost's control over the heavenly axiom would reach the peak of the first stage. As the god of frost's control over the heavenly axiom deepened, the god of frost wouldn't be rejected by the world, and he would be able to unleash more and more power. Just like Danny now, the world didn't reject her, so she could use her godly power without restraint. It turns out that the three-eyed crow isn't omnipotent, Danny lamented regretfully. Your Majesty, you should have understood this principle long ago. Bran, who was in the weirwood, said calmly, if there's no difference between the south of the Great Wall and beyond the Great Wall, why do we have to guard the sanctuary personally? We also want to drink fruit juice and sunbathe on the southern beaches while monitoring the world portal beyond the Great Wall. However, the name World Portal means that the extreme north doesn't belong to the Westeros anymore. The Northern Territory's heavenly axiom seems to be on the verge of collapse. My vision in the north is very blurry, Danny said worriedly. Don't worry, as long as there are still humans in the Northern Territory, you won't completely lose sight of the Northern Territory's heavenly axiom, Bran consoled her. Are the humans who sacrifice deviant ghosts still considered humans? Danny asked. No. Bran sighed and said, but at least the Winterfell and the Night Watchers at the Great Wall are completely reliable. The Northern Territory's population was originally less than 500,000. In the recent years of war and winter, more than 60% of the population died. Now, there are at most 200,000 people left. As long as the Great Wall, Winterfell, and White Harbor don't fall, it shouldn't be difficult to maintain a base of 100,000 people. With these 100,000 people, your authority in the Northern Territory will never be lower than 50%. Unless deviant ghosts start to naturally reproduce on a large scale during the later part of the long night. For the next few days, Danny seemed to have activated a cheat code. Alright, she was indeed using a cheat code. Through the Dragonstone Island's Magic Net Center, every 2 hours, she would release a map of the 7 countries' living dead division to all the strongholds of the 7 countries' united front against the ghosts. It was a detailed map of the 7 countries to the south of the next swamp. Blue dots were used to represent the anti-ghost strongholds and the number and quality of the guards in each castle. White dots were used to represent the ordinary people. Every city, castle, village, and even the residents hiding in the basements of barren towns, the number of people, the amount of food they ate, the ratio of men, women, and children. Red dots were used to represent the army of ghouls. The bigger the red dot, the more living dead there were. Then, Dragon Queen labeled every city, castle, town, and other living strongholds with a danger index. The sum of the danger index of all the strongholds was the composite index of the Westeros. There was a composite index, but of course, there were also different indexes. There were no 7 categories, only Deviant Ghost Danger Index, Food Storage Danger Index, Plague Danger Index, and Resource Depletion Danger Index. Dragon Queen treated every living stronghold as a listed company. All the listed companies formed the Westeros stock market. The higher the stock price, the more dangerous the city was. The higher the stock index, the more dangerous the Westeros were. Therefore, the Westeros hoped that their stocks would fall. However, they did not have to worry too much. On Earth, if the stock market fell, the country would come out and issue new economic policies to save the stock market. In Westeros, wherever the stock market soared, there would be Dragon Queen, Dawn Warriors, and the Warriors. In short, the Deviant Ghost Danger Index could not be allowed to rise above the red line. In particular, Dragon Queen seemed to have gone crazy in the past few days. She actually created a 100-team battle against the Deviant Ghosts in the south. Between the rivers, the River Bend, the valleys, the western region, the Stormlands, and even Dorne, more than 200 castles and nearly 400,000 soldiers collectively walked outside the city walls and took the initiative to enter the dense forests, snowfields, and valleys to annihilate the corpses. They didn't rush forward because they were filled with hot blood. Led by Dragon Queen, Barristan, Rando, Blackfish, Mattis, and other famous senior military generals of the 7 countries formed a general staff. Using the Westeros stock market map and human strength, especially Dragon Queen's mobility and lethality as a reference, they developed a large and scattered battle plan. Generally, Dragon Queen rode the Megalosaurus and flew along a certain line. When she was still near a city, leading the soldiers of a city to encircle and annihilate the army of corpses outside the city, the soldiers of B City next door received orders and set off. By the time the soldiers of B City arrived at the forest and engaged the corpses in the forest, Dragon Queen had finished the Battle of a City and was rushing to B City to work with the soldiers of B City to eliminate the deviant ghosts. Then, the nearby C City began to prepare, and so on. The castles of the country participated. If the corpses were scattered, the efficiency of Dragon Queen's blade storm would be very low. It might even cause her divine power to be insufficient. It was better to personally go down and slash with a sword. Therefore, Dany could not solve the battle alone. She needed the human army to form a formation and force the corpses to face off against her. If the corpses were still scattered when facing an army formation. For example, if the 5,000 human army shrank into a group, the 100,000 corpses spread across the plains like beans. Obviously, they were no match for the human soldiers in formation. They would be swept away by the human army formation step by step like fallen leaves on the ground. Dragon Queen did not even need to make a move. If the corpses attacked the human army formation, it would definitely cause a large number of corpses to gather together. Thus, Dragon Queen made a brilliant appearance. Unless the corpses retreated when they saw humans, the army of corpses would definitely be defeated when facing the combination of Dragon Queen and the Volunteer Corps. But could the corpses run away when they saw humans? If so, how could they destroy humans? Of course, generally speaking, the corpses would not run away, but the deviant ghosts were not stupid. They would make a strategic retreat after the army of corpses was defeated. The corpses did not need to rest. They could run faster than humans. The results of the battle were amazing. More than 2.5 million corpses were killed, and more than 300 deviant ghosts were killed. Before this battle, the Westeros Deviant Ghost Danger Index was red. Hundreds of human strongholds were under the safety line. After the battle, the south of Neck Marsh was almost completely green. Even the Food Storage Danger Index was green because there were hundreds of thousands of corpses and animal meat. The 7 kingdoms were jubilant. Dragon Queen, the major aristocrats, and the famous generals of the 7 kingdoms published editorials and reviews on the 7 Kingdoms news network one after another. Various places held celebrations. The public was excited and strengthened the courage to overcome the difficulties. The undercurrent of sacrificing deviant ghosts and surrendering increased the confidence of all the aristocrats and civilians to fight to the end. Even the major city-states on the other side of the narrow sea, after receiving the news of the great victory of the battle, were shocked and sent congratulatory messages to Dragonstone Island. Then Dany found that she suddenly had nothing to do. Of course, there were still corpses and deviant ghosts south of Neck Marsh, but their numbers were further reduced. The small ones had a few hundred corpses, and the large ones did not exceed 10,000. Most of them were hidden deep in the mountains and forests far away from human strongholds. If they insisted on sending troops to encircle and annihilate them, the cost would be too high. Thus, the anti-ghost industry in Westeros began to change from simply killing ghosts to developing wartime production. Tree root flower, wood wine, mushroom planting, sunny ocean fishing, and fishing became the pillars of the Westeros economy. Because they were so hungry for green vegetables, some greedy Westeros even began to try various kinds of leaves. They used the leaves to extract juice and stew soup. After dozens of fake Shinnong died, the temporary real Shinnong also experimented with a few types of cold-resistant plant leaves that could be eaten in small amounts. Especially cedar leaves. Even the Dragon Queen recommended that civilians eat cedar needles to replenish the body's much-needed vitamins, although no one knew what vitamins were. Chapter 972. The gloomy north wind made the shadows of the trees flicker like ferocious living creatures. Mormont looked around hurriedly and said, "I don't feel good. I keep feeling that something is spying on us." Giro Dane twitched his huge hooked nose and frowned. "I smell human feces. There should be a large number of living people living here. There's a cave in the pit. The No Flag Brotherhood used to live here. The snow has covered their traces," Dany said. This was a tall mountain. In the fertile plains between the rivers, a 1,000-meter-high mountain stood abruptly, like a chimney stuck in the ground. The mountain was covered with aged pine trees, birch trees, and iron trees. Here and there were a few small weirwoods with red palm leaves. There was only one red spot in the midst of all the green. At this time, the trees were covered in a thick layer of snow, and the leaves were wrapped in a layer of crystal-clear ice. A gust of north wind blew, and the branches and leaves collided with each other, making crisp tinkling sounds. This was the Noble Heart. Dany led the two white knights through the portal. They stepped out from the oak hall 20 kilometers away to the soft snow mountain top. The top of the mountain was slightly flat, and there was a huge pit more than 50 meters in diameter in the center. Even if it snowed intermittently for several months, the huge pit was not filled, and the general outline of the pit could be seen. Those who didn't understand the situation might even mistake it for an extinct volcano when they first saw the huge crater. If there was no snow, it could be seen clearly that the huge pit was an ordinary pit, but there were many white python-like weirwood roots in the pit. There were sparse vine-like weirwood branches at the foot of the mountain, but there were no huge weirwood trees. Now, there were dense roots as thick as a person's wrist at the top of the mountain, which was very unusual. But if one knew something about the Noble Heart, there would be no more doubts. 8,000 years ago, the Dragon Queen came here in another way. Once, there was a weirwood tree that reached the clouds in the huge pit, and its scattered branches and leaves almost covered the whole mountain under its shade. Later, all the essence of the weirwood was transferred to a fresh spore branch, and the rest of the branch withered. The children of the forest and the ancestors planted 31 weirwood saplings around the withered stump. Thousands of years had passed, and the small sapling had grown into a pavilion. This noble place had always been the holy land of the believers of the old gods. Until one day, the Undulls arrived. They advanced wave after wave, cutting down the forest as if they were possessed. They slaughtered the children of the forest and burned the heart trees, especially the weirwood. After hundreds and thousands of years of conflict, the ancient kings gradually compromised. They gave up on the belief of the old gods and merged with the Undulls through marriage in terms of bloodline, culture, tradition, and faith. The final moment had arrived. South of Neck, only the noble hearts and the believers of the old gods were still holding on. These believers included children of the forest, forebears, and even the Green Prophet. They were extremely powerful, and large groups of ravens and wolves were summoned. However, the Undulls had iron armor, iron swords, and a more advanced knight system. The believers of the old gods with wooden spears and bronze weapons were no match for them. The war lasted for generations. The Undulls lost many people, but they never stopped. Every shapeshifter lost was one less. In the end, the believers of the old gods lost to the believers of the seven gods who worshipped the seven logs. It was said that the bodies of all the animal companions that died in the war were piled up to half the height of the Noble Heart Mountain. The Green Prophet, children of the forest, and forebears were all slaughtered. The weirwood was cut down and burned, leaving behind a huge pit and 31 tree stumps. However, the Undull king who attacked the Noble Heart did not have a good ending. He became a kinslayer and died a horrible death. The kingdom was also conquered and divided by others. How embarrassing. Danny's expression suddenly became strange. The protection circle of the children of the forest is still working. The Undulls won the final victory, but they did not damage the circle set up by the children of the forest at all. No wonder there is not a single ghoul here. The Noble Heart was the holy land of the children of the forest, so of course it was protected by a circle. However, this circle only had two functions: to ward off evil spirits and to calm the mind. Back then, the Undulls did not have the ability to detect the ancient protection circle, so they naturally could not destroy it. Do you intend to enter the final home? An old woman suddenly emerged from behind a sentinel tree at the bottom of the hill as if she was burrowing through the ground. The old woman was hunchbacked and curled up. She was less than 90 centimeters tall, and her face was full of wrinkles. She leaned on a bumpy black walking stick and leaped over thick tree roots that had been frozen hard by the snow. She slowly but steadily walked toward the Dragon Queen at the top of the hill. The north wind howled, and the old woman's white hair that almost reached the ground danced in the air like a white cloud. Her eyes were strangely red, similar to the cat eyes of the children of the forest. Among the children of the forest, only the Green Prophet's eyes were red. You are the ghost of the Noble Heart. De Xiong frowned as he sized up the old woman who looked and acted strangely. He asked, "Where is the final home?" "Stand aside. Don't disturb my conversation with the King of Gods," the old woman shouted rudely. King of Gods. Darkstar glanced at the Dragon Queen and asked in confusion, "Are you talking about the Queen? Why the King of Gods?" "The king who ends and unifies the new gods and the old gods." There was a hint of fear in the old woman's red eyes toward Darkstar. "You are supposed to be a demon king who brings darkness to the living," she mumbled. "What are you talking about?" Gerald frowned. This old woman was very strange. He could understand every word she said, but he did not understand what she was trying to say. Fortunately, he had been cultivating with the Dragon Queen for the past few years. If he had been as hot-tempered as he was back then, he would have cut down this pretentious witch of the forest with his sword. Danny's eyes flashed. He smiled and said, "I heard that you are very good at prophecy. The Brotherhood often looks for you to gather information about the outside world. Just because you don't leave your house, you can predict everything in the world." "I just want a sip of wine." The hunchbacked old woman sighed. Danny's eyebrows couldn't help but twitch a few times. This pretentious act, most people wouldn't even know that she was pretentious. Alright, maybe the old woman didn't want to pretend either. However, Danny knew that the Brotherhood used a mere pot of wine to know in advance that Erlu would kill his brother, Yuluin would kill his brother, the Blood Wedding, the Purple Wedding, and a series of other prophecies that would change the situation of the Seven Kingdoms. However, the Brotherhood was still not satisfied. They couldn't understand and didn't have the interest to analyze the slightly obscure prophecies. Instead, they wanted more direct information, such as how many enemies there were, where they came from, and where their troops were. How about we make a bet? Without waiting for the old woman to agree, Danny pointed at Ursa and said, "Let's prophesy Sir Yora's future together." She was shameless enough. As the Queen's White Knight, wasn't she the one who had the final say in Ursa's future? However, the hunchbacked old woman didn't even think about it or look at Ursa. She blurted out, "In a few days, he will be very unlucky. He will be surrounded by rotten peach blossoms and be in a dilemma." Ha ha ha. Danny laughed loudly. Ursa and Gerald both sneered with disdain. "Now that the Holy Land belongs to me, your duty of guarding has been completed. Do you want to change the environment?" Danny asked with a smile. "I can send you to Dragonstone Island." "Have you been to Dragonstone Island?" With Jenny of the city of Barren Stone. Obviously, she thought that the old woman had lost the bet of prophecy. Perhaps the old woman had deliberately surrendered to her. The hunchbacked old woman didn't talk about Ursa and the bet anymore. She said with a disappointed look in her eyes, "I miss Jenny very much, but hearing her name from your mouth makes me feel very uncomfortable. You omniscient people are all voyeurs on the river of time. You watch our lives as a drama with relish and leave comments from time to time, but you don't know how painful it is for us as the people involved. Every time you meet singers and bards in noble heart, you will let them sing Jenny of the city of Barren Stone. Everyone knows that, so there is no need to peep at you," Danny said. "If you don't peep at me, how do you know that I like to listen to that song?" The hunchbacked old woman said. "The person who enters my sight now is not just him at this moment. His past and future will be displayed in front of me at this moment," Danny said proudly. "You can go. I will stay in Noble Heart and won't go anywhere." The old woman shook her head. She didn't want to talk to the Dragon Queen anymore. "You don't want to see the savior you prophesied. Last time, you ran hundreds of miles to the Red Fork River to find me." Danny asked with a smile. "I have seen him through the eyes of the trees." The old woman's shriveled cheeks trembled a few times. Her expression was complicated as she said, "He is making a huge mistake. He shouldn't have mixed with the followers of the Red God. He shouldn't have gone to the King's Landing. He shouldn't have left you. You have to help him stay away from danger, away from the son of the Red God." "You are saying that Stannis wants to harm him?" Danny asked in surprise. "Beside the son of the Red God, his life will be in danger." The old woman nodded. Danny frowned and thought for a while. She said, "I will warn him, but Stannis once risked his life to help Winterfell. He might not leave the King's Landing." Without the old woman's prophecy or Danny's reminder, Bran had already warned Jon countless times, "Be careful of the red-robed woman, be wary of the Red God Lalo." But there were some things that had to be done even if one knew they couldn't be done. Erlu had bled and lost his life for Winterfell. Jon couldn't leave before the Battle of the King's Landing. Yes, the Battle of the King's Landing plan wasn't completely ruined. Now, the forces of the Red God Church in the Free Cities were gathered at the King's Landing. Weren't they waiting for the return of the strange Ghost King and the millions of ghouls to besiege the King's Landing? "Your Majesty, are you talking about Jon Stark?" Jarrod Dane was confused when he heard the words, but he finally figured it out. "He's the savior in Asha's prophecy," he said in disbelief. Big Bear also had a look of disbelief. "Why Stark? He's Rhaega and Lyanna's child." Dany's expression was calm as she exploded a bomb. Now that she had become an omniscient person, she couldn't pretend to be ignorant anymore. She might as well say it openly. If the dwarf couldn't survive this wave and died, he would be embarrassed to walk on stage. Dark Star and Big Bear looked at each other in bewilderment. After a long time, they asked cautiously, "Are you saying that your brother and Lyanna Stark have a bastard son who is Jon Stark? Do you think it's reasonable?" Dany asked back. Jarrow hesitated for a moment and said with difficulty, "After I pointed out, it seems very reasonable. All the doubts have been solved. Back then, I didn't understand. Ed Stark was such an old-fashioned and serious person. How could he have an illegitimate child? And I followed him to participate in the War of the Usurpers, and I've never seen him have the slightest bit of ambiguity with other women," Big Bear said in realization. Dany turned around and faced the huge pit. With a wave of her hand, the weirwood cane floated into her right hand. Bang! Noble Hearts swayed gently a few times, and a lightning-like pitch-black spatial crack cracked open above the huge pit. "This is the holy land of the old gods. Are you going?" she asked the two white knights. Chapter 973. The Dragon Queen didn't do anything, but a lightning-shaped black crack suddenly appeared above the pit at the top of the Noble Heart Mountain. It was a space crack that was 7 or 8 meters long and 2 meters wide. Jarrow and Big Bear didn't know what was behind the crack, but when they stared at it, they could feel fear and awe from the depths of their souls. This feeling was inexplicable. This is different from the space gate summoned by Big Black. The color and shape are different. Do we also jump in directly? Big Bear swallowed his saliva and asked with some fear. Jump into the dark shadow. Don't touch the intersection between the edge and the normal space, or you will be cut in two, Dany said while picking up 2 withered branches from the snow. One of them disappeared into the dark crack. The other flew horizontally to the edge of the black crack and split into 2. One fell to the bottom of the pit, and the other disappeared into the darkness. The old woman said, "You want to let 2 heretics enter the Mother Goddess' holy land? The 7 gods and the old gods have merged into one. There are no heretics. I'll go down first. Jarrow, you take the rear." Big Bear said to the Dark Star and jumped into the dark crack. Like the branches just now, they disappeared in an instant. Big Bear thought that he would enter a dark and cold space, but his vision was suddenly filled with warm green light. It was like returning to the womb where he was first born as a fetus. The peaceful and comfortable feeling made him intoxicated and unwilling to wake up. But in the next moment, he was awakened by a burst of noise. Opening his eyes, Big Bear was at a loss. He was in a tall temple that was brightly lit. The roof was 7 or 8 meters high. Looking around, it was probably 2,000 or 3,000 square meters. Supporting the structure of the house was a circle of heart trees that were as thick as 2 people. They were all weirwood, and the tree trunks were engraved with the faces of gods such as smiling, angry, contemplating, roaring, and sad. This was the temple of the old gods. Although the old gods didn't have temples or priests, with so many heart trees appearing at once, it was obvious that this was the holy land of the old gods. Was this the holy land that the queen mentioned? Big Bear looked around. He was in the center of the temple. The blue marble that was the size of a human head laid a strange rune on the dirt floor, a huge vortex that rotated clockwise. He stood in the center of the whirlpool, which was also the center of the heart tree circle. Other than himself, Jarrow and Dragon Queen were nowhere to be seen. Outside the heart tree circle, there were hundreds of people holding torches, pointing at him and shouting excitedly. They were also waving the crude dragon crystal daggers in their hands. Not only were there humans, but there were also dozens of squirrel people and some humanoid creatures that were shorter and stranger than squirrel people. Its smooth grayish-blue skin made it look like a short and fat shark. It had snow-white sharp teeth and a golden beard. The bearded man was a fat-head shark. Cora had never seen such a monster before, but since it spoke the ancient language, it was clearly a humanoid creature like the children of the forest. Deshion couldn't speak or understand the ancient language. These people were very hostile to him, but they seemed to be afraid of something and did not dare to cross the heart tree circle and enter the spiral floor area. "Who are you?" Big Bear couldn't help but shout. It was the common language. A dignified man with a fox fur collar angrily said a long string of words, all of which were in ancient language. Just as Big Bear was about to say something, a beam of light green light lit up beside him, like countless fireflies flying around a pillar. When the humans, squirrel people, and shark people outside the heart tree circle saw this, they all stopped shouting and knelt on the ground with respectful expressions, kowtowing non-stop. Then the light green beam disappeared. Big Bear's vision blurred, and a confused Jero Dane appeared beside him. "Where is this?" Jero asked blankly. Before Big Bear could answer, the people kowtowing outside the circle jumped 3 feet high, all of them furious, even angrier than before, pointing at Jero with ferocious faces. "Maybe this is the old sacred place that the queen was talking about. There are many heart trees here, 31 of them. Look, there are children of the forest outside. Those humans must be the purest ancestors," Big Bear said. At this time, another group of people walked in from outside the hole. 200 or 300 people surrounded a squirrel person. The squirrel person was very old, with deep wrinkles on his doe-spotted chestnut skin. He wore clothes woven from leaves and vines and walked over unsteadily. There was no flower on his head, so he should be a male squirrel person. With his arrival, the people who were shouting excitedly around him quieted down. The old squirrel person's mouth didn't move, and his green and red eyes only glanced at Jero and Big Bear. A voice sounded in their minds. "Why are you on the altar?" The 2 white knights looked at each other, and Big Bear stepped forward and said cautiously, "We came with the queen." "Do you know the Dragon Queen?" The old squirrel person closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, then said, "I understand. The queen should still be in the sacred place. Come down from the altar. Come down." Big Bear looked down again, feeling puzzled. Wasn't this just a flat ground? "You mean, leave the heart tree circle?" he asked. "Be careful, he's tricking us out," Jero whispered. Big Bear glanced at the old squirrel person and shook his head. "It shouldn't be. The old man may be a powerful green prophet. There's no need to lie. I'm not a green prophet, but don't worry, the people here don't mean any harm. They just don't understand the current situation." The old squirrel person said a few words to the people around him, and the ancestors and the wood dancer put away their weapons. The 2 white knights then left the central area of the heart tree circle, but stopped between 2 heart trees. "Where are we? Are we beyond the Great Wall?" "The queen did bring us to the sacred place of the old gods." "I thought this was the sacred place," Big Bear said curiously. "This is not beyond the Great Wall. Do you know the Thousand Faces Island of the Divine Eye Lake?" "You're in the Holy Temple of the Thousand Faces Island Green People Alliance," the red-eyed squirrel said. "Thousand Faces Island. Green People Alliance." Big Bear and Jero looked at each other in shock. The full title of the King of the 7 Kingdoms was the King of the Ancestors, Unduls, and Loinars. The 3 races were all refugees, and they also had wars of conquest with the local natives during the migration to the Westeros. 12,000 years ago, the ancestors crossed the Narrow Sea, crossed the Dorne Arm and entered the Westeros. The natives they faced were the children of the forest. At first, Dany couldn't understand how the ancestors could gain a foothold in the Westeros. Was it because of the bronze civilization of the ancestors? The Green Prophet knew forbidden spell magic. Later, When she understood the attitude of the door god and the three-eyed crow towards the second generation of Westeros, those who were born in the Westeros were considered Westerners, she understood the supernatural powers of the early ancestors, and her doubts were solved. First of all, the top powers of the natives didn't interfere in the racial war. Secondly, the early ancestors didn't lack supernatural powers. For example, City Builder Brandon, God Sorrow Durin, Green Hand Garth, Dragon Slayer, Grey Sea King, and other ancestor kings all had god-level powers. Well, these ancestors were born in the Hero era and didn't participate in the earlier Dawn era conquest. But it could be inferred that their ancestors were definitely not Muggles. In the end, the ancestors didn't completely defeat the Children of the Forest. Both sides fought for more than 2,000 years and suffered heavy losses. They were both mentally and physically exhausted and didn't want to fight anymore. Thus, the Green Prophet and Wood Dancer, who represented the Children of the Forest, and the Tribal Chief and Hero, who represented the ancestors, made an oath on the Thousand Faces Island. The oath stated that the ancestors owned the coast, plains, grasslands, mountains, and swamps, but the lush forests would forever belong to the Children of the Forest. Furthermore, no weirwood was allowed to be cut down in the entire kingdom. Alright, looking at the contents of the oath, the Children of the Forest had already lost. They had almost given up their dominance over the Westeros. However, there was an unwritten, unspoken rule in the oath: all the ancestors had to convert to the old gods. Before the Undulls arrived, all the ancestors had indeed converted to the old gods, including Tywin of the Iron Islands. The Inami they worshipped was also the old gods. Looking at it this way, it seemed that the old gods didn't lose much. The oath was carried out under the witness of the gods, and it was incomparably sacred. In order to ensure that the sacred oath wouldn't be broken, the two sides who signed the oath even created a sacred organization, the Green Men Alliance. They are all true royalty. The old squirrel man pointed at the humans in the hall and introduced them to the two white knights. Not everyone is qualified to join the Green Men Alliance. Only the descendants of the kings and heroes can go to the Thousand Faces Island. In other words, he seemed to be quite disdainful of the identity of the two white knights. Are they from the 8 great duke families? Jero Dane frowned and asked. 8 great duke families. The old squirrel man snorted and asked, do you know the history of the Westeros? When did the 8 great duke families originate? Many of the ancestors of the kings were heroes of the heroic era, Ursa Major said. Era wasn't a new term invented by Dany. Westeros had the term era since ancient times. However, the division of the Westeros eras was more subjective. For example, 12,000 years ago, it was called the Dawn Era, and the period between the Oath and the Long Night was called the Heroic Era. A few old duke families were established at the end of the Heroic Era, thousands of years later than the Oath. Therefore, the ancestors of the Green Men Alliance of the Thousand Faces Island had a longer history than the families of the Stark and Lannister families. Just like what the old squirrel man said, those without royal blood were not qualified to enter the Thousand Faces Island. Jero Dane could still struggle and argue that his ancestors were also the ancestors of the kings, perhaps dating back to the end of the Dawn Era. However, Ursa Major's Mormont family only had a history of a little more than 1,000 years. They were definitely poor upstarts. No matter how glorious their ancestors were, their families must have disappeared from the Westeros by now, Jero sneered. Sigh, most of them have disappeared. The old squirrel man nodded and sighed. All of a sudden, the huge weirwood hall shook slightly. Layers of huge dark green spiral runes lit up on the floor. The wooden planks of the roof cracked and dust fell down. They could even see the weirwood branches and leaves outside the house. What's happening? Earthquake. Ursa Major held on to the tree trunk and shouted in surprise. The old squirrel man waved to the panicking crowd around him. Don't panic. It's just that the Holy Land has disappeared. The Holy Land has disappeared. The ancestors of the royal family, the Squirrel Man, and the Fat Shark Man turned pale and panicked. What's the Holy Land? Ursa Major asked in confusion. Didn't you just come from the Holy Land? The Noble Heart. Between the Noble Heart and the Thousand Faces Island. Jero's heart skipped a beat and he blurted out, that sea of green light. That's the Green Spring. The old Squirrel Man took a deep look at the two white knights and said in a complicated tone, you two are lucky. You're not believers of the old gods, but you've been blessed by the old gods. What kind of blessing is that? I've just touched a little bit of the Green Spring and barely have the talent of a shapeshifter. A voice was heard. Dragon Queen's figure suddenly appeared in the center of the tree circle. Your Majesty, are you okay? Ursa Major asked subconsciously. However, he felt that he had said something unnecessary because Her Majesty's face was glowing. She was smiling so much that her eyebrows were about to fly off. Chapter 974. The wind of the world contained all the interesting winds that Door God had seen. Rather than saying that the wind of the world was his holy kingdom, it was more like a treasure room that Door God had built for himself. The space of faith of the old gods that he had left in the noble heart originated from faith, just like the space of faith of the seven gods. It was formed naturally under the rules of the power of faith. The ancestors had faith in the old gods and naturally produced the power of faith. It was stored in the space of faith of the noble heart and was called the Green Spring by the Green Prophet. Door God did not need the power of faith, nor did he care about the spread of his faith. After the space of faith was formed, the Green Spring would be fed back to the believers of the old gods according to certain rules. For example, Stark of this generation had almost all sipped the Green Spring. However, after Sansa lost the dire wolf, the spring water that the sacred land passed to her was cut off. Well, the dire wolf was the medium between Stark and the sacred land. Before obtaining the dire wolf, Stark only had extraordinary talent. After obtaining the dire wolf, he had absorbed the Green Spring one cup after another, and his transfiguration talent had slowly awakened. In the end, he had become a powerful transfiguration master or green prophet according to his talent. This was also why Robb and Rickon awakened the shape-shifting talent at almost the same time and grew at about the same speed despite their age difference. It had nothing to do with age. The key was when to obtain the Green Spring. Now, Dragon Queen felt that the space of faith of Door God was in a great location, so she entered the sacred land and turned the Green Spring into a green eye and branded it between the eyebrows of the believer, Dany. Then, the space of faith of the seven gods replaced the noble heart and became the sacred land of the seven gods. After the long night, the Holy Mother would send an oracle to turn the noble heart into the holy mountain of light. Simply put, Door God's tomb was located in an excellent place with good feng shui. Later, the new god, Little Seven, found that it was the best dragon's vein, after seeing all the Westeros, so he placed his coffin in Door God's tomb. What was so good about the feng shui of the noble heart? Whether it was in the real world or in the sea of magic of a higher energy dimension, it was almost always in the heart of the Westeros. The power of faith and divine power transmitted between the space of faith and the believers would be depleted. The more devout the believer, the thicker the channel of faith, and the lower the depletion. Stranger Guest had to consume the divine power of death to gather the souls of the believers of the seven gods and enter heaven or hell. If the faith space of the seven gods was transferred to the heart of Westeros, the loss of the transmission of the power of faith and the consumption of divine power for the daily activities of the seven gods would be minimized. There are two ways to reduce the resistance of a wire made of the same material: increase the cross-sectional area, which is to say, thicken the wire, or shorten the length of the wire. Shifting the location of the faith space of the seven gods was the optimal layout of the faith conductors. Other than the efficiency of divine power transmission, Noble Heart had another advantage. When the seven gods became the most powerful gods in Westeros, they also needed to take on the responsibility of guarding the world portal. After the long night, the shelters at the border between the Westeros and the land of eternal winter had to resume business. That was the gate of the Song of Ice and Fire world. The sentry post at the gate must be guarded. Previously, the three-eyed crow was on guard duty. Now, it was the turn of the seven gods. By moving the faith space of the seven gods to the old sacred land, they could inherit the responsibility of guarding the gate and also inherit the energy hub between the world portal and the inner courtyard. Dany placed heaven in the Noble Heart holy land in the world, and then let hell materialize in the dark crypt world under the shelter. From now on, hell would be responsible for guarding the world portal. If hell were to be attacked, heaven would be able to provide timely reinforcements. This was the special part of Noble Heart. Although the shelter and the holy land of Hijin were thousands of miles apart, there was a connection point similar to an energy wormhole in the energy level. Considering the range of the door god's body, the weirwood tree trunk was in Hijin, but its roots extended beyond the Great Wall. It was not difficult to understand the Holy Land's ability. If this world was like Azeroth in the future and was invaded by orcs, the Hell dimension would be like a layer of miasma blocking the gate. The first wave of world guards the orcs would face would be the demons, undead, and death gods from Hell. When the demons sacrificed their lives for the country and atoned for the sins of the people, the second wave of heaven's saints and angels would descend. When the angels could not hold on anymore, the human allied army would probably be in formation at the Great Wall. Dany was even considering whether to kill all the deviant ghosts. Or, should she move the remaining deviant ghosts and undead ghosts to Hell after the long night and build a ghost prison? If the deviant ghosts were used well, they would definitely be a great weapon to protect the world. The orcs and undead calamity were no match for the deviant ghosts. Even the Burning Legion was somewhat restrained by the deviant ghosts. Would the Burning Legion still be able to burn when faced with the deviant ghosts that had the buff of the long night? Of course, Dragon Queen's idea was perfect, but there was nothing perfect in the world. Fixing heaven and hell in the old home of the Door God was beneficial to the seven gods' rule and protection of the Westeros. However, there was a big difference between the seven gods and the old gods. The old gods' faith was limited to the seven countries, while the seven gods were destined to become the mainstream faith of the world. In the context of the world, Westeros was far too remote a place in the far west. In theory, Slave Bay was the most suitable place to place the seven gods' faith space. If the seven gods' holy kingdom was placed in Slave Bay, it would be the most efficient way to spread the faith network throughout the world. This way, the seven gods' control over the world would be the strongest. However, the environment around Slave Bay was too peaceful. Even Zhu Di knew the principle of the emperor guards the country's gate, so he moved the country's capital behind the country's gate. It was impossible for Dany to be less responsible than a mortal emperor. Not only were the Westeros not the center of the world, but they were at the edge of the world. However, the more remote the area was, the more it needed the protection of a powerful god. To rule the world more effectively and protect the world better. This was a choice. In the end, Dragon Queen gave up on ruling and chose responsibility, the seven gods guarding the world gate. Dany took some time to set up the seven gods' faith space. When she came out of the old sacred ground, the two white knights had already chatted with the old squirrel for a while. Dany originally had 7 white knights, 3 blood guards, and 1 megalosaurus guard, a total of 11 bodyguards. Bran's body was not fully grown yet, so he could only perform the duties of a white knight in the form of a 3-eyed crow. Jogo was guarding Slave Bay. The megalosaurus guard, Quero, was the most intelligent and knowledgeable of the centaurs. After the Battle of Winterfell, he returned to the Red Wasteland and helped the King of Cow to lead the centaurs and build an underground city. With Dragonworm's hard work, the underground city outside White Cloud City was more than half completed. Old Bart was in charge of the Neck Lake defense line and the Dawn Warriors of Helen Castle, so he could not accompany the Queen often. The remaining 5 White Knights and 2 Blood Guards were scattered around the 7 countries' large volunteer groups. Wherever Dani went, there would be White Knights to protect her. Of course, protecting her was only one of their goals. The more important thing was to help the Queen exercise her ruling and management rights. It was not that the Dragon Queen needed the ruling rights of the volunteer groups, but it was to better coordinate with the Queen's actions. On the other hand, Grey Worm and the other unsullied beings often followed the Queen wherever she went. They were the purest bodyguards. No matter which country or castle the Queen lived in, they would be the ones guarding the Queen's residence. Don't think that just because the Dragon Queen had become a god, she would relax her protection. She could always think of using a group of iron warriors to surround and kill the gods. Naturally, she would also be wary of a group of iron warriors suddenly rushing out to attack her. The 2 White Knights, Big Bear and Gerald, came out this time to protect the Dragon Queen. They did not expect to be so lucky as to enter the old god space of faith. Both of them were believers of the 7 gods and could not absorb the green spring. The Dragon Queen let them soak in the spring water. Even if they did not eat feces, they would still smell feces after soaking in the feces pit for a while. That was the logic. They had the talent of shape-shifting. I see. I have been a devout believer of the old god for 40 years. If I had known. After hearing the Queen's explanation, Big Bear could not help but feel a little guilty. Gerald had always been a believer of the 7 gods. This was an unexpected surprise. Big Bear had only converted to the 7 gods for a few years. According to his previous belief in the old god, if he entered the green spring, even if he did not become a green prophet, he would at least be a shapeshifter on the level of Stark. Are these weird creatures? Dani noticed the fat-headed shark-faced people looking at her fearfully. Greetings, Your Majesty. The chubby blue-skinned fat-headed shark glanced at the weirwood floating beside the Queen. He could not hide the shock on his face. Then, he bowed to the Queen in a charmingly naive manner, as if he was facing the god he was a devout believer in. The surrounding forebears and squirrel men were equally solemn. They bowed and greeted the Queen one by one. They spoke the ancient language and used the ancient etiquette of the Dawn era. Compared to their ugly and adorable forms, the weird creatures' voices were unusually sharp. It was impossible to tell whether they were male or female. They were far inferior to the children of the forest who praised the earth. What? These shark-faced people are weird creatures. Is it true that you're weird? Big Bear and Jero were shocked. They looked at the short, fat, bearded shark men in disbelief and curiosity. I didn't expect the Thousand Faces Island to be the real shelter. Dani walked forward and squatted down to stroke the shark man's head. It was warm to the touch. It was not smooth, but it was very elastic. The shark man opened his mouth full of sharp teeth and laughed. It was very ugly, and his laughter was very unpleasant to the ears. Dani could not help but pinch the weird creature's scalp, which was full of toughness. She lifted him up and looked at him from left to right, up and down, playing with him like a doll. The 80-centimeter-tall shark man waved his short hands that were severely disproportionate to his body and made a sound that was unclear whether he was laughing or crying. After a while, Dani put him back on the ground and exclaimed, "Fate is too amazing. This is an amphibious life form that evolved from the sea. Maybe there really are mermaids in the sea." The old squirrel man nodded and said in a vicissitude tone, "There are many mermaids in the flowing water palace. Inami is the queen of mermaids. Strictly speaking, weird creatures are a kind of murlocs. They were born in the sea and can live in the water and on land. It is very difficult for ordinary people to see them. Just like people have heard the story of mermaids, but almost no one has really seen mermaids. In ancient times, not to mention the sea, there were creatures born in rivers, plains, valleys, forests, the sky, wind, fire, earth, and all the environments that made up the world. All kinds of creatures made Westeros full of vitality until the appearance of human beings. They were like the plague of the world. The magical creatures that existed for thousands of years quickly disappeared in just a few thousand years. Originally, it was only a small island to guard the oath, but now it has become the shelter that Her Majesty the Queen said. Isn't that sad? How many people do you have? Big Bear frowned and asked. There are less than 500 green men of all races. 12,000 years ago, when the oath was first signed, there were tens of thousands of people on the island. The old squirrel man sighed. After that, the old squirrel man led the 3 guests to walk around the Green Man Alliance. Thousand Faces Island was a freshwater lake island. 90% of the land was covered by forests. Outside the sacred land supported by 31 weirwood trees, there was a circle of ancient rock castles built in the forest. There were 400 to 500 castles. The smallest castle was more than 1,000 square meters, and the largest castle was as big as Winterfell. Of course, the hundreds of castles looked grand, but the total amount of work was estimated to be less than the one in Winterfell. The castles didn't have city walls. The most luxurious castle was only surrounded by mud walls that were half the height of a person. The most expensive part of building a city wasn't the tower, but the city walls. 99% of the buildings were dilapidated and covered by plants and snow. Only the few buildings closest to the Holy Temple had lights. After the oath was signed, every king built a castle on the island and arranged for his second son to lead the tribe's soldiers to join the Green Man organization. Back then, becoming a Green Man was as glorious as wearing a white robe, the old squirrel man said with a sigh. Is there a Dane castle here? Gerald asked curiously. You should ask Her Majesty the Queen. It's been too long, and I don't know some things. She knows the cause and effect at a glance, the old squirrel man said meaningfully. Dany glanced at Gerald. Her beautiful purple eyes seemed to be flashing with meteors. After a long time, she rubbed her temples and said tiredly, I didn't expect the Dane family to have such a long history. So our family was a royal family 10,000 years ago. Gerald was overjoyed. 400 to 500 castles means 400 to 500 kings. That's more than the current earls of the 7 kingdoms. What's there to be happy about? Big Bear said sourly. Chapter 975. The current base of the Green Men was very small, and it took them less than half an hour to walk around. In the end, the old squirrel man brought the guests to a 2-story castle with milky white marble walls and said to the dragon lady, Your ancestor used to live in this castle for a while. How about we let the Mulder and Westerlin families entertain you and the 2 white knights? Westerlin. The Westerlin of Cliff City. Ursa was shocked. There were 400 or 500 royal families back then, and more than half of them still have bloodlines. If it weren't for the invasion of the Undulls, more than 80% of the surviving families would have survived. Dany's expression was very calm. For example, the Derry family of Derry City was a royal family before the Age of Heroes. Instead of calling them kings, it was more appropriate to call them tribal chiefs. After a while, a white-haired old woman hurriedly walked out of the stone castle with 7 or 8 men and women beside her. On the old woman's mink coat, there was a big red-eyed crow looking around proudly. These people were not primitive people, and they all had clean clothes above the middle-class class. Their faces were rosy and shiny, and there was no lack of arrogance in their confident eyes. After all, the Thousand Faces Island was between Heartjian and the King's Landing, and it was not a secret barren land. The people on the island all wore silk and linen, and their appearance was neat and tidy. Not only did they not have to worry about hunger or cold, but almost all of them were well educated. There were even adult men wearing leather armor with iron swords hanging from their waists, and there was no difference between them and the noble knights in the outside world. Danny saw the emblem of a noble on the old woman's robe, a golden crown inlaid with emeralds, and she belonged to the Mulder family that had disappeared in Heartjian. After greeting the Dragon Queen with her family, the old woman introduced her family and name. Her name was Asuna Mulder, and she was 72 years old. She was married to a Westerlin, and now she lived with her nephew, grandnephew, son, and grandchildren. In the end, old Asuna stretched out her skinny hand covered with age spots and stroked the big crow on her shoulder. Her eyes were gentle as she said, "My husband and I are both shapeshifters, and this crow is my husband's second life. After he died 20 years ago, the crow became my animal companion. He's very smart, just like the crow, the son of the forest. Your Majesty, you can take him with you when you leave." Danny followed the old woman to the living room of the castle and asked curiously, "You know what I use the crows for?" Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't enter the river of time to check all the information of the person before her. That might trigger the other party's spiritual sense and make it seem impolite. To her, maintaining her four-dimensional state was too taxing on her mind. "We can know what's happening in the outside world through the trees," the old squirrel man explained. Danny nodded and asked, "He is your husband. Are you willing to part with him? To be able to start a true second life is also a wonderful home for him. Furthermore, I'm already very old and will soon return to the embrace of the Mother Goddess." The old woman smiled. "Are there still many big crows on the island?" Danny asked the old squirrel man. "Many of them have appeared, but they all went beyond the Great Wall and served under the three-eyed crow." Danny was a little disappointed that the idea of making some extra money fell through. The living room of the castle was barren, and the gate was closed. They went directly to the dining room from the side gate. The dining room was about 100 square meters and didn't have any glass windows. The torches and fireplaces on the walls kept the room bright, but the air seemed a little turbid. It was unknown how long the old oak table had been there, and even after it was wiped, it still couldn't hide the black and thick oil stains on its surface. The Dragon Queen sat in the main seat, which was a high-backed chair made of gold silk. The old squirrelman's seat was the first one on her left, and the old woman's seat was next. The two white knights took off their cloaks and sword belts and hung them by the fireplace. Then, they sat in front of the host. There were no servants in the Mulder and Western families. Apart from the old woman, the other women were busy in the kitchen. "Actually, I'm Jenny's younger sister." While waiting for the banquet, the old woman took the initiative to chat with the guests. "Jenny from the City of Desolation." Jero Dane had guessed it before, but he was still shocked. "I didn't expect Princess Jenny to come from the Thousand Faces Island. No wonder the farmers of the City of Desolation don't know her." As everyone knew, Jenny came from the City of Desolation and lived in the ruins of the wilderness. The City of Desolation used to be the city-state of a king in Heartjian County, but it was destroyed during the invasion of the Undulls. After being abandoned for more than 5,000 years, there was nothing left except for the broken city walls. That kind of environment couldn't raise the mysterious, charming, elegant, and intellectual Jenny who was full of flowers. Moreover, Jenny had no parents, no property, and no job. She couldn't even live off her parents. If she was an ordinary girl, she couldn't support herself. Even if she could survive by hunting and farming, she would definitely torture herself into a peasant woman with big hands and feet, a thick neck, a heavy body odor, and yellow teeth. How could she make Prince Flay fall in love at first sight and give up his throne for a beauty? Jenny also claimed to be the descendant of the ancient king who had died long ago. But the city of desolation had been destroyed for almost 6,000 years. There was no land or family, and even if there were descendants, their inheritance had been cut off. It was like grabbing a random person from the street and asking him who his ancestors were 5,000 years ago. Who could answer? Moreover, the city of desolation was abandoned, but there were still villages around it. The people there mocked Jenny as a lunatic who liked to daydream, or even a forest witch. No one could be sure of her origins. Like a mushroom after the rain, Jenny suddenly emerged from the ground. But even if her origins were a mystery, Jenny still successfully married the eldest son of the king. Strangely, the king at that time fiercely opposed it for a while, but quickly accepted this daughter-in-law. Not only did the royal family accept her, but after Jenny entered the Red Castle, she quickly gained the approval of all the nobles. The royal family accepted her, the nobles liked her, and the commoners in the country especially admired and respected her. Young Koi even had a lot of anti-fans. This at least showed that Jenny wasn't just a Koi. Her talent, bearing, and temperament must have met or even exceeded the requirements of an excellent crown princess. Could a commoner's upbringing do that? Westeros peasants didn't even know how to read. Then, there were only two possibilities left. Either Jenny really had an extraordinary background, or she was at least a mid-level aristocrat with a long history, or Jenny had attended Sister Amy's Crown Princess training class. Well, even someone as powerful as Sister Amy could only nurture a goddess who could satisfy the nouveau riche. The Crown Princess temperament and ability were difficult to be artificially trained through bag sharing and hotel sharing. It was not a joke to say that one's chi would be changed by one's upbringing. The old squirrel man sighed and said, Jenny and Vera grew up together and were the best of friends. Yes, Vera is the current caretaker of Noble Heart. The old god's holy land was located in Noble Heart, which was originally not the responsibility of the Green Men. But after the Undul slaughtered Noble Heart, only Thousand Faces Island south of Neck Lake had old god believers left. So, every generation, there would be transfigureheads or children of the forest leaving Thousand Faces Island to guard the old god's ruins and cultivate the weirwood on the mountain. Although Noble Heart was safer and more peaceful than any other area, the people of Hijin would generally avoid that place. Because there has always been a rumor that the ghosts of the children of the forest killed by Gregor the Kinslayer often appear around. Your Majesty, you know that the ghosts of the children of the forest would never stay in one place. They would either start a second life in their animal companions or return to heaven and earth. There has never been a case of transfigureheads or children of the forest appearing in the human world. Why did the rumor persist for thousands of years? Are you up to something? Big Bear asked. Not really. We have never hurt a civilian. Instead, we protect travelers from wild beasts. Can you imagine the consequences of ordinary people discovering the children of the forest in Hijin? We just want to protect ourselves. The old forest man shook his head and sighed. While they were talking, the green men in new clothes had arrived at Mulder's castle one after another. They bowed to the Dragon Queen, and then the men and the elderly joined the conversation in the living room. The young women went to the kitchen to help. Not only were there humans, but there were also children of the forest in new clothes and naked monsters. They carried pine nuts, dried fruits, wine gourds, and spotted mandarin fish as gifts. In the end, the dining room was full. A group of women and girls cleaned the dusty main hall again and asked everyone to move there. Thousand Faces Island rarely holds indoor banquets, and there are no foreign guests. All the main halls of the castle are abandoned, and there is no manpower for daily management, Jenny's younger sister said apologetically. In fact, the temple supported by 31 weirwood was very suitable for banquets. However, for the believers of the old gods, holding banquets in the forest of God was a blasphemy. Even the Undulls, who believed in the 7 gods, would not hold banquets in the forest of God. The last time an outsider came to Thousand Faces Island was 60 years ago. Jenny and her husband, Prince Duncan, were newlyweds and lived here for 2 months. The old squirrel man continued his story. Jenny and Vera left Thousand Faces Island together. The two did not want to be separated for one reason. More importantly, Vera had green vision and was especially good at prophecy. When Jenny was still underage, she secretly begged Vera to help her prophesy her future husband. Jenny already knew that she was going to marry Prince Duncan. Big Bear exclaimed. She didn't know it was Duncan, but she was sure that she would meet her true love in the city of barren stone. The old squirrel man shook his head bitterly. Prophecy is actually a choice of fate. The future is uncertain and there are many possibilities, but the top prophets can determine the fate of the prophesied person through observation. And the Green Man organization is the group of people who are most favored by the Mother Goddess. In Thousand Faces Island, there is never a lack of high-level shapeshifters with green dream. In order not to have unpredictable effects on the River of Fate, Thousand Faces Island has an unwritten rule that forbids green dream to help others prophesy. The noble Vera has no scruples at all. A pot of inferior wine worth 1 copper coin can be exchanged for a basket of prophecies from her. Danny complained. She was quite tight-lipped when she was young. The old man smiled awkwardly. Jenny begged her for a long time, and Vera subconsciously helped her friend choose the most beautiful and dreamy future. Jenny will meet the most handsome, most noble, most upright and brave prince in her best years. They will be congenial and their hearts will be intertwined. Her love will be blessed by everyone. After meeting him, she would live with smiles and flowers forever until the day of her death. They will hold hands and leave the world at the same time. At the moment of death, they will not feel pain, only satisfaction and happiness. This, it seems to have been completely realized. Geraldine was shocked and horrified. After Jenny left Thousand Faces Island, she took the initiative to separate from Vera in order to wait for the prince in the city of barren stone. Danny was very emotional. She waited for him, and everything was as predicted. The ending doesn't seem to be very good, right? Big Bear said. Jero shook his head and said, when the Midsummer Hall burned down, they had lived happily together for 20 years, almost a lifetime. They had a happy life, and they lived and died together. What was there to be dissatisfied with? Even Danny couldn't refute this. When Jenny and her husband were burned to death in the Midsummer Hall, they were almost 40 years old, and they had enjoyed all kinds of happiness. The prophecy of the noble ghost for Jenny is more like a blessing, like the 3 weird wishes. Dark Star sighed. Chapter 976. In Old Nan's bedtime stories, the elves appeared more often than the children of the forest. Humans only retained 3 impressions of the elves. First, they were very short, like children. Second, the elves liked to steal children, and then they would disguise themselves as the child and return to the child's parents. Third, the elves could fulfill 3 wishes of humans. The second impression was that it was a trick used by nannies to scare children. It was just like when the Allied army was fighting at Slave Bay, the Jith people advertised that the Dragon Queen was big and round, 10 feet tall, and that she could sleep 10 handsome men to death in a day and eat a dozen children. The elves could fulfill 3 wishes of humans, but it was not nonsense. The shark-faced elves looked ferocious, but like the children of the forest, they were kind creatures with low attack power and simple minds. Their talents were as strong as the children of the forest. They were born to interfere with fate and could turn wishes into reality through prophecies. In ancient times, many humans looked for the elves to fulfill their wishes. The elves were like living Aladdin's magic lamp. Fate is generally fair. You have to pay for what you gain. Duncan and Jenny had paid the price for their fairy tale love. Didn't you realize that they didn't have a child after 20 years of marriage? More importantly, Vela was trapped in her noble heart for the rest of her life. She was lonely and had no one to rely on. In the long years, she reminisced about her good friends in her dreams and drunkenness. It was possible that this was compensation for interfering with the river of fate. Danny sighed. She also thought about Circe and the witch of the forest who prophesied for her. The witch chose the worst future for Circe. She didn't have a good ending either. She was hanged by Rander and her family was destroyed by Aria. It seemed that those who interfered with fate didn't have a good ending. Ursa and Gerald were stunned. After a while, Gerald said, but Vela was destined to guard the holy land of her noble heart. At least for the first 20 years of her life, she followed Lady Jenny to the palace. Even the king treated her with respect. Her prophecies even led to your parents' marriage. She enjoyed the glory and power of the world. She didn't lose anything, right? You don't think she's at a disadvantage, but you're not her. She cares more about her friends than the king. If it weren't for that prophecy, Jenny wouldn't have left Thousand Faces Island. We'd probably be here now, receiving the hospitality of two kind and gentle old ladies, Danny said. The kind old lady Asuna smiled gently. Her smile was filled with the satisfaction of seeing through the world. Actually, I was very envious of my sister when I was young. Any woman would want to be the second Jenny. In general, Vera's prophecy is very good, she said. Big Bear glanced at Shark Face, who was chatting and laughing with the people around him in the hall, and asked, can these weird people really fulfill people's wishes? Maybe, but it's more likely that you'll satisfy one of your desires and lose something more precious that you don't value, Danny said. Big Bear fell silent, and the others no longer brought up topics related to prophecies and fate. There are many castles and villages around the Divine Eye Lake. The lake itself also has very prosperous fishing activities. Why have I never heard of the story of the Green Man? Jero was puzzled. Compared to the huge Divine Eye Lake, Thousand Faces Island is too small. Plus, the lake is often shrouded in fog. Even if everyone knows that there's a small island in the lake, very few people will find it. In fact, the fishermen and the surrounding residents are all afraid of the legendary Green Man. They don't even try to search Thousand Faces Island. If someone with bad intentions enters the Divine Eye Lake, we'll know in advance, the old squirrel said. Danny didn't leave Thousand Faces Island immediately. For the next few days, she stayed in the holy temple supported by 31 weirwoods. She didn't wander around the ancestral castles. This was because she suddenly discovered an interesting secret. The 31 weirwoods were carved with the faces of 31 old gods, including the frost god, Inami, and the storm god, P.S. The face of the gods carved on the surface of each weirwood represented an old god of Westeros. The true gods of Westeros who were born before this era. The holy temple with 31 weirwoods was equivalent to the pantheon of Westeros. The door god and his followers all had a divine position in it. Of course, the old weirwoods were strict and didn't like to take in followers. Including Inami and the storm god, he only had 8 subordinate gods who could sing the complete song of the law. This meant that at least 2/3 of the true gods didn't join the door gods sect. Now, Danny replaced the door god and became the leader of the Westeros. Then she felt that she had the responsibility and the power to re-establish the rules of the Westeros gods. With the change of leader, the idle days of the Westeros gods were over. The Dragon Queen planned to gather the old gods who were supposed to be loyal to her and form a group to fight with the new society in the continent of Ursos next door. The Green Men Alliance was established under the witness of the gods. The 31 weirwoods in the holy temple represented 31 old gods, and each weirwood was inextricably linked to the corresponding old god. Before absorbing the seal of the Green Prophet, Dani couldn't detect this connection. After absorbing 73% of the Green Prophet seal, she vaguely felt it. But once she held the door god, the weirwood staff, the vague connection instantly strengthened thousands of times. She could find the traces of the corresponding old gods through the weirwood and communicate with them. Now, the Dragon Queen was standing in the center of the swirling slate in the weirwood circle. A small golden sun floated above her head, and the whole holy temple was filled with sunshine brighter than summer. The bloody leaves of the weirwood were almost visible to the naked eye. There was also a group of wind elves, turning into green wind ribbons, playing among the branches. Outside the weirwood circle, the old squirrel man led a group of ancestors, children of the forest, and spirits. They chanted ancient sacrificial words in the ancient language and danced a barbaric sacrificial dance. Among the ancestors, the men took off their shirts and smeared dark red dye mixed with animal blood on their chests and faces. The dance moves were big and wide, and they beat the leather drums on their waists rhythmically. The women wore the most gorgeous group clothes. Their posture was light, and their movements were soft. They complemented the men's rough movements. The children of the forest sang melodiously, and the spirits' voices were sharp and rough. Together with the drumming of the ancestors, it was very harmonious. They went clockwise and held a sacrificial ceremony outside the 31 weirwood circles. Everyone in the Green Men organization was a believer of the old gods, and they were equivalent to the priests of the old gods. The pure power of faith gathered into clouds above their heads, and then it flowed to the Dragon Queen in the central area. The queen looked calm, and she easily controlled the power of faith to enter the weirwood circle around her. The roots of the door god spread out and went straight into the ground, connecting with the 31 weirwood circles that represented the old gods. The power of faith also entered the roots of the door god, and it was divided into 31 parts. Through the 31 divine positions of the old gods, it was transmitted to the old gods everywhere in the void. 31 weirwood circles, 31 divine positions, 28 of them were empty, and there was no response. The old gods of the Westeros had withered, and only the god of cold, the god of storm, and the Inami were still alive. It was too miserable. Hey, is this the god of storm? The weirwood representing the god of storm was carved with the face of an angry man. It had a triangular face, and the eyes, nostrils, and mouth were all exaggeratedly opened. It was as if the eyes, nose, and tongue were all popping out. You! The weirwood with the triangular face stopped swallowing the power of faith, and then a storm-like roar came. Dani Lizzie. The tone that was infused with the power of the powerful soul dragged on for a long time, like a never-ending hurricane. Dani, on the other hand, smiled and said, "Night has fallen, and the weirwood god is gone. I think it's time for Westeros to choose a new leader. What do you think?" "Choose the person in charge." The god of storm was stunned. Although the words leader were easy to understand, he still felt that it was weird. After a while, he sneered, "A mortal who is not even a true god wants to be the leader. What makes you think you can do that? If I'm not good enough, you can participate in the election yourself. We are all Westeros gods. If you have any opinions, you can say it directly. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can say it face to face. Isn't that good?" Dani said sincerely. "Do you think I'm stupid? You can say your opinions face to face, and you can also kill when you disagree. You want to take advantage of me?" "No way." The god of storm said coldly. "I'm just a mortal who is not even a true god. What are you afraid of?" The god of storm was angry and aggrieved. "Don't be arrogant. You can only be strong if you live long enough. Targaryen, your words are like a mountain. I swear in the name of my father that if you participate in the election, I will not attack you. If I break my oath, I will let my father's soul sink forever. What do you think? Danny proposed seriously. There is no need for us to talk. I will never bow to a junior. You are more powerful than me, and I will not be stupid enough to think that I can be your leader. After saying this, the god of storm swallowed the power of faith. No matter how much Dragon Queen said, he did not say a word. Well, he was just like the guy in the WeChat group who only snatched red packets but never said anything. Danny did not cut off the supply of power of faith. Instead, she contacted the next old god. The Inami had a roaring face carved on the weirwood. Many of the 31 weirwoods that represented the old gods had roaring faces carved on them. But if you looked closely, you could see the difference. For example, the god of storm's face was triangular, and it looked like his eyeballs were popping out of their sockets. But the Inami's roaring face was a big mouth that split open to the roots of the ears. The green men also stuffed a burnt skull in their mouths. Choose a leader. Inami was shocked when she first received the message from the Dragon Queen. But when she understood her intentions, she quickly calmed down. Instead of cursing like the god of storm, she asked in detail about the power of the leader and how the Dragon Queen planned to use this power. Sorry, the night is long. Survival is the most important thing. I am not too ambitious, and I do not want to put myself in danger. She said in a flat but firm tone. Come on, you have been lurking around Stannis as Patchface for decades. Who would believe that you have no desires? Danny said coldly. Inami was silent. After a long time, she sighed. You misunderstand. Patchface is indeed one of my avatars, but he only has 2 uses. He is fighting for the Mother Goddess's kingdom and protecting Shireen for life. I have no interest in Stannis or the prophecy of salvation. Protecting Shireen? Danny asked curiously. I heard that Shireen is close to you, but you have spent more time with Stannis, right? Shireen is my daughter, Inami said sadly. What? You and Celis. Danny was shocked. Chapter 977. In the early days of the rebellion of the 4 princes, Erlu wrote a denunciation of Cersei's crimes. The denunciation clearly stated that Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen were all Robert's children. They were all bastards born out of a promiscuous relationship between the Lannister siblings. Although the Onion Knight was trusted by Erlu, he was not able to enter the king's inner circle of power due to his lowly background. Because Davos was good at smuggling, Erlu gave him a mission. He had to take the declaration of Cersei's crimes from White Harbor in the north to Sun Halberd City and Old Town in the south. He had to spread the news along the way. The public opinion of the Westeros was controlled by the City of Knowledge. Erlu could not command the scholars, so he could only send out messenger crows and have his trusted aides appear in the coastal cities of the kingdom. The Onion Knight completed his mission perfectly. After half a year, the people of the 7 kingdoms and even the people on the other side of the narrow sea all knew about the great achievements of the Bitch Queen. It was also because of this that the Red Riot happened in King's Landing, the time when Sansa was almost raped by the mob. Cersei hated Erlu for his lies, so she discussed with Varys and decided to give him a taste of his own medicine. She slandered Shireen as the bastard child of Erlu's wife and jester. Iron Throne's authority was definitely stronger than Erlu's, so this rumor still had a market even now. That's not right. If it's your seed, why does she have the blood of the king in her body, and even the Targaryen bloodline that dragons are close to? The red-robed woman wouldn't be able to sacrifice her to our healer. Do you really think that an ordinary princess can resurrect the dead Megalosaurus into a 2-headed dragon? Inami said coldly, I have nothing to do with Celis Florin. Shireen is my daughter's reincarnation. Stannis sacrificed not only the blood of the king, but also the blood of a more noble god. Reincarnation. Danny said uncertainly, there is no clear evidence that a soul can be reincarnated. The so-called reincarnation refers to people with similar destinies. Inami roared, I don't care what you think about reincarnation. I predicted her birth hundreds of years ago. I could find Ini's soul aura on Shireen. The feeling of being with her was the same as that year. Furthermore, my bloodline has awakened in her body. The gray-scale disease on her face is not contagious, simply because a mortal's body is unable to withstand the contamination of the high-energy law of water in her bloodline. What are you yelling for? I'm not the one who sacrificed Shireen. Danny countered with an even stronger soul energy. Inami paused for a moment, then said firmly, in my heart, Shireen is Ini's reincarnation. The first owner of Storm's End Castle was called Duran Durandon, who was nicknamed God's Worry. Even a true god would not be able to do anything to him. During the era of gods before the first long night, which was also known as the Era of Heroes for Westeros, God's Worrywart Duran abducted Yini, the daughter of the god of the sea and goddess of the wind. In other words, the Durandons were the direct descendants of the first generation of gods. 300 years ago, during the War of the Conquerors, Targaryen's illegitimate son, Orys Baela Theon, killed the last Storm King, married his daughter, took over his castle and kingdom, and gave birth to the House of Baela Theon of Storm's End Castle. In theory, Shireen really did have a chance to awaken the divine blood. Don't make yourself sound so innocent, Inami said angrily. If you didn't reveal my identity to everyone, Shireen wouldn't have died. Danny was at a loss. Are you crazy? You told your White Knight, the Night Watchers, the people of Winterfell, and Stannis that Patchface was my clone. Are you going to deny it? Inami asked loudly. I told you, but if you didn't reveal your identity at the wall, I wouldn't have known. Also, the Night Watchers saw your abnormality. How could you hide it? Where were the Night Watchers at the time? Inami asked. They were. Danny's expression changed. The Night Watchers who witnessed Patchface's appearance were all on the ship, floating on the trembling sea. And Patchface was Inami. Those people were supposed to be eaten by the fishes. None of them survived, and then I returned to Shireen as Patchface, Inami said her guess. The Red God knew, and so did the red-robed woman, Danny said. When we first met, the red-robed woman vaguely guessed my identity, but she didn't dare to announce it. I have no interest in Asha's prophecy. I only want to protect Shireen. We have nothing to do with each other. You broke the balance between Lalo and me, Inami said. You think I'm a pushover compared to Lalo? Danny laughed coldly. He's the one who doomed Shireen. You don't dare to deal with him, so you're venting your anger on me. I'm vexed. Inami was furious. If you didn't stop me, I would have taught Lalo what I can do. There's something wrong with your head. When did I stop you? Danny said in disbelief. Inami seemed to have been waiting for her to say that. She immediately said, swear on your honor that you won't interfere with my revenge against Lalo. I'll apologize to you now. You're really? Danny's mocking laughter stopped abruptly. In the blink of an eye, she sensed Drowning God's vengeful plan. You're going to flood King's Landing? She asked bitterly. Do you agree? Inami's tone was strange. King's Landing doesn't only have Stannis and the lady in the red robe, but also most of the red priests and the Hand of Sacred Fire. As long as you remain neutral, I can feed those red priests to the sea. Their souls will have nowhere to run. They'll all be imprisoned in the flowing water palace. I'll torture them until the end of the world. Unless Lalo is willing to hand over my Inami. Try me if you dare, Danny said calmly. If she wanted to flood King's Landing with a tsunami, all the towns around Blackwater Bay would be affected. The death toll would be in the hundreds of thousands. She definitely wouldn't agree. There's no smoke without fire. Inami sighed deeply and said angrily, "Tell me, why shouldn't I blame you?" If Inami really dared to cause a tsunami, Bran would be the first to be alerted. Then, the Mage Tower on Dragonstone Island would be able to detect the abnormal ripples of divine power. Dany didn't even need to do anything. Bran would be able to shatter Inami's will before the tsunami even started. Well, Bran wasn't a complete three-eyed crow, so he might not be able to do it. If Dany did it herself, it would be much easier. She could calm the storm above the tsunami, reverse the direction of the storm, or charge into the sea alone with her sword and cut down the demon god. "You really make me look down on you," Dany mocked. "The enemy is Lalo, but you're just trying to take revenge on his followers. Just say what you want to say. Don't beat around the bush and try to goad me. You're not even a fraction of the time I've been alive. Don't try to play tricks in front of me," Inami said coldly. Dany smiled proudly. "I also have a grudge against Rollercoasters, but look at how I deal with him." Inami thought about how the Dragon Queen provoked the War of the Great Paths and caused the King of Light to fall from his position as a true god. She sighed. "Your method is too coincidental. It can't be repeated. The method isn't the point. The point is that I'm determined to fight Lalo to the death. You don't have the ability or the opportunity. That's not the problem. The point is your attitude," Dany said. Inami thought for a moment and said firmly, "I understand what you mean, but unfortunately, I really don't want to be involved in your conflict with the Alliance of Justice. This cycle of eras is very special. The gods are destined to wither like rain. The Great Calamity is terrifying. In order to survive, I've been hiding at home. You can be the spokesperson for the Westeros gods, but I belong to the sea. I'm not a god of the Westeros. If you're not satisfied with what I said, you can remove me from the list of Westeros gods. I don't care. Aren't you being too ungrateful? Without the help of the old fish Liang Mushin, would you be where you are today?" Dany said unhappily. Inami sneered. "That's called ungrateful. I wanted to kill that old fish that day. It's a pity that he's been dead for almost 10,000 years, but he's still so strong," she said regretfully. "I apologize," Dany said lightly. "What?" Inami was confused. "I sincerely apologize for insulting you and calling you a coward." "You have the audacity to say that to my face," Dany said calmly. Inami swallowed and forced a cold smile. "Don't try to scare me. You haven't even sung a complete song of the laws. Even if you've perfected the laws of wind and fire, you won't be able to hurt the sea god in the flowing water palace." "Then let's wait and see," Dany said coldly. Just as she was about to remove the connection with Inami, she spoke again. She explained reluctantly, "You don't know the inside story. You can't blame me for biting the hand that feeds me." "Oh, tell me, what's the reason?" Dany said sarcastically. "Do you know the difference between the demon gods of the Dark World in the Far East and the old gods of the Far West?" Inami asked. "The demon gods of the Dark World are older. Compared to them, you're also new gods," Dany said. "That's one of the differences. But the most important thing is that we're all true gods, and they're all fake true gods." Dany understood. They intentionally don't sing a complete song of the laws. Because they don't want to bear the responsibility of supporting the laws of the world. Every time the world falls, the true gods take the blame. What does that mean? Dany didn't understand. Inami began to grit her teeth. "When I traveled the world and saw the world, I intentionally learned from the demon gods and maintained the song of the waves at 99%. Old wood is so strong. What can be hidden from him?" He knew what I was thinking, but he pretended to be confused. When he saw me at the beach, he exclaimed, "Little fish, you've hit a bottleneck. You haven't broken through after thousands of years. No, no, I'll help you." Then, he didn't care if I agreed or disagreed. He pulled me into the river of time and saw all the turbulent waves in his memory. That old man was indeed the strongest god I've ever seen. Not only could he sing the strongest song of the wind, but his attainments in the law of water were also terrifying. If it wasn't for Mother Roan occupying the song of the water, he would have been able to sing the song of the water. With his enlightenment, my level increased uncontrollably. Then, I broke through the bottleneck and became a true god. Do you think I should hate him? Inami said angrily. Danny's mouth twitched. She didn't know what to say. Maybe the door god was really helping you out of kindness, she said. Inami spat and became even angrier. Kindness my ass. After I became a true god, the old man confessed to me that he did it on purpose. There were fewer and fewer true gods in the world, and the era was getting shorter and shorter. The gods of the Westeros were mostly dead, and he needed me to save the world. Chapter 978. I understand now. You're cold by nature. Danny sighed. As a Westeros god, of course you have to follow the rules of the Westeros god system. Just like when you joined a righteous sect, what's wrong with your master teaching you to be chivalrous? You learned martial arts in a righteous sect, but you admired the unscrupulous actions of evil sections. Even Ling Hu Chong wasn't as bad as you. Your master didn't blame you for betraying your sect. Instead, he put in a lot of effort to help you return to the righteous path. Not only are you not grateful, but you're also resentful. What do you mean by ingrate? I'm talking about you. The god of drowning didn't quite understand the terms such as righteous sect, deceiving the master and destroying the ancestors, and Ling Hu Chong, but the Dragon Queen was mocking him as ungrateful wolf. He wouldn't misunderstand. I was born as a fish. I wandered the 4 seas and yearned for freedom. I worked hard to cultivate for tens of thousands of years and finally became a god in order to pursue greater freedom. What's wrong with that? From the beginning, my goal was very simple. Old Wood has helped so many creatures, and I'm one of the few gods who joined his team with a grateful heart. But has he ever thought about what I want? How did he repay me? Danny didn't expose the fact that she stayed by the door god's side to get benefits. She just sneered, if you want to be the god king, should the door god satisfy you? If he can't do it, is he guilty? Set me free. He doesn't need to do anything. Inami said loudly. Danny sneered and said, if I were the door god and knew that you wanted to learn from those dark demons, I would slap you into a salted fish. Why are you still talking nonsense? From the moment you joined the door god's side, you should know what kind of person he and his disciples should be and what kind of person you should be. If you can't do it, don't enter the door god's house. Far East Asia welcomes you. The air there is fresh and sweet, and there's a strange luxury. The sky of Asia was dark, and even in summer, there was no sun. The river was filled with black poisonous water, and the air was filled with miasma that could poison and plague people. Ordinary livestock would quickly die after landing in Asia. I was born in Westeros. What choice do I have? Inami shouted. Well, you know it yourself. Born in Westeros, you have no choice. But I've grown up, and I've seen the new world abroad. Why can't I make a better choice when I have the ability to choose? Inami said angrily. Door God trained you to be a capable person. Did he give you the freedom to choose? Danny said coldly. Oldwood said that he would help me without asking for anything in return, Inami said confidently. So what are you arguing about? I only said that you're ungrateful, but I didn't say that you can't yearn for a free world. Yet, you've done such an ungrateful thing, and you still expect others to praise you for being loyal. How can there be such a good thing in this world? Danny said. Fine, I'm ungrateful. What are you going to do about it? Inami said agitatedly. As soon as he finished speaking, he regretted it. What's wrong? Let's wait and see. Sigh, wait. He wanted to explain further, but Dragon Queen had already switched off. The reason why he talked so much with the Dragon Queen was to dispel the hatred in her heart, so that she would stop looking for him. Today, he could contact her one-sidedly through the faith line. Who knew if he wouldn't come knocking on her door in the future? Inami knew that the Dragon Queen was the core figure of the Great Calamity. He didn't want to help her, and he didn't want to offend the King of Evil Gods, who was going to direct the Long Night of the Gods. To put it bluntly, he just wanted to hide at home and avoid this calamity. He didn't want to have anything to do with the Dragon Queen. He didn't want to be friendly or hostile to her. Unfortunately, the tree wants to be quiet, but the wind won't stop. After removing the faith connection with Inami, Danny looked at the weirwood tree with the face of the thinker carved on it. It represented the cold god. Danny was connected to him through the faith line. She didn't say anything, and he didn't say anything. The two of them seemed to be competing. Whoever spoke first would lose. In the end, Danny gave in. The green people outside the weirwood tree had been singing and dancing for a long time. They were tired, sweating, and their voices were hoarse. Their movements were no longer nimble and light. Cough, what have you been busy with recently? When she asked this, even Danny felt embarrassed. The cold god opposite her was probably waiting for her. When he heard this, his breathing was a little messy. I've been working on a big project recently. What do you think of it? After saying that, Danny's tone became aggressive. You're too naive and shallow. You only see the surface and can't see the essence of the long night. I'm not an invader, and I'm not the destroyer of the world. I'm saving the world. The cold god emphasized in a deep voice. Because it was telepathic communication, there was no physical difference in the voice and tone of the voice. The spiritual aura in the telepathic communication was more distinguishable and harder to distinguish. Every word of the cold god was like a tsunami of black ice shards. Ordinary people's souls would be frozen. Transcendents could easily get lost in the endless darkness. If they weren't strong enough, they didn't even have the right to talk to the enemy. This was the first time that a human communicated directly with the real culprit of the long night. Danny said, I'm also saving. The cold god didn't seem to hear her. He said, why should I save the world? Because the world is falling. Except for me, no god has the responsibility and ability to save it. Returning to ice and darkness will kill the living beings now. But after the world is destroyed, can they survive alone? It's just a matter of time. Danny said, I have. The cold god raised his voice. You're very strong. Your war of 100 teams has caused great damage to my people in the south. But so what? The world is still falling. Ice and darkness are still pouring into this world. This is the general trend. The general trend hasn't changed and won't change. Your bragging is so shallow and short-sighted. Danny said, can you let me? Beyond the Great Wall is the gate of the world. Westeros are the front yard of the world. Darkness and snow will sweep the world. In Westeros, you are the sky, but you won't be the sky everywhere. The long night is the world's. I will wait for you at the ice summit. The cold god announced loudly. Allow me to say something. Danny hurriedly said. Why should I listen to your nonsense? The general trend is with me. The truth is with me. I'm walking on the inevitable and correct path. I won't allow others to interfere. The cold god said calmly. After that, he cut off the connection with Danny. Listening to the busy tone, Danny was at a loss. Then, she became angry. Bastard, how dare you bully me? As the leader of Westeros, I can't be so cowardly. I have to establish my authority. I have to enforce the family law. Danny looked calm, but she had already made a decision. After the ritual, she burned old Asuna's wife, Raven, into a fire spirit. She was weaker than Raven, and the process of creating life in the fire was complicated. It took 2 days. She had to be careful not to destroy the life mark. This fire spirit is called Frangipani. She'll stay with you at Thousand Faces Island. During the day, she can turn into a small sun and help the green men to reproduce. The holy temple is large and empty. It's better to plant some fruits and vegetables. Danny returned the fire spirit to the old woman. How did he? The old woman looked at the fire spirit, who was prettier and cuter than her when she was young. She couldn't accept it and said, "This is a girl. How did my husband become like this?" Raven is female, Danny explained. Frangipani flapped her wings and floated in the air. She blinked her large eyes and looked at the old woman. Who are you? I think I know you. She flew to the old woman's shoulder and rubbed her red face against the old woman's wrinkled face. I like you very much, Frangipani said softly. The old woman was stunned. Then, she burst into tears. She no longer cared about the gender of the fire spirit. After I die, can I ask the queen to help me transform into a fire spirit? Before Danny left, the old woman asked shyly. Danny scanned the green men who were looking at her expectantly. Shapeshifters can. Normal humans are troublesome and almost impossible. Raven, the child of the forest, was the best material for transformation. In essence, shapeshifters were soul cultivators. That was why their souls could withstand the burning of the first flame. Yes, Danny had chanted the complete Song of Fire, and then developed her fire creation mastery to the extreme, just like how Door God developed his space mastery from the Song of Wind. Then, she could master the first flame. Simply put, even if she could sing the Song of Fire, Danny was still very far away from the first flame. She might not even be able to create the first flame. Fire creation was the basic attribute of the first flame. Now, she could use fire to create a second life for living creatures. She could only use the weak first flame characteristics of the fire. There were many other requirements. For example, the toughness of the soul. A normal human's soul was weak, and their life mark was also weak. They would be melted when burned. The child of the forest cultivated the power of the soul for hundreds of years. Their life mark was the most resistant to burning, followed by powerful shapeshifters, and then normal shapeshifters. After that, the extraordinary and normal humans could not withstand Danny's fire of creation. Of course, Danny's Song of Fire was constantly improving, and so was her fire creation. When she first met the Mormont Raven, she could not help shapeshifters create a true second life. Now that she came to the Thousand Faces Island, although it took a lot of time and effort, she finally turned the first shapeshifter into a fire raven. This was because her fire of creation was stronger than before. I am a shapeshifter. Old Asuna said excitedly. Among the normal believers of the old gods, one shapeshifter was born every 1,000. The green men on the Thousand Faces Island were even more favored by the old gods. The proportion of shapeshifters was almost over 2%, 20 times that of the outside world. Even so, the number of shapeshifters among the Thousand Faces Island ancestors did not exceed 10. Old Asuna was able to create a second life with her husband. It was a once-in-100 years fortune. After you die, you can come and find me. Danny made her promise. I want to choose a male raven to create a second life. The old woman said. Danny nodded. But after many years, Danny still subconsciously turned her into a female elf. Only a male shapeshifter who chose a male raven would definitely become a male elf. But by then, the old woman had already forgotten about the past. The two little lilies were carefree and lived happily forever. After leaving the Thousand Faces Island, Dragon Queen returned directly to Dragonstone Island. After the 100 Regiment battle, the situation south of Neck Lake had temporarily stabilized. Even the civilians had started a long night self-saving production. She also had time to give herself a break. But she did not really indulge herself in pleasure. For example, playing drums and dancing. She did not forget the harsh words she left behind, nor did she intend to forget them. On the contrary, she began to spend a lot of time and energy researching divine arts that were specifically used against True God's wind polarity, space. At this time, Dragon Queen's Song of Fire had increased to 55%. Her Song of Light had reached an astonishing 66%. Her Song of Wind was slightly weaker at 43%. In theory, only when the Song of Laws was perfected and reached 100%, and then settled down for tens of millions of years, would there be a chance to comprehend the Song of Polarity. But Danny's situation was a little special. She had inherited the complete legacy of the previous wind god. She had given her spacetime talent to Blackie, and she could share it with the dragon spirit. This way, she could master the power of spacetime in advance. Danny did not expect to develop a powerful spacetime divine art in a short time. She only hoped to follow the lines of faith and find the divine kingdoms of the two evil gods who had betrayed the sect, and then, something happened that shocked her. Just as Noble Heart's ghost had predicted, a rotten peach blossom suddenly smashed into Ursa Major's head. It was green all over. His ex-wife, Lyneth Hightower, had come to Dragonstone Island to eat his old grass. Chapter 979. Dragonstone Island's Glass Garden. The sun shone brightly and the temperature was pleasant. The 2-acre tomato garden was full of fruits. Green and red tomatoes hung on the green vines, adding a sweet smell to the air. Traig is dead. When did this happen? How did he die? Danny asked in surprise. When Linus heard this, 2 streams of tears flowed down her cheeks in front of the big bear. I lost track of him half a month ago. I only confirmed his death a few days ago. I don't know when he died or who murdered him. The last time I saw him was 12 days ago in the afternoon. We went to the Passion Garden to play. He went to the pleasure house in the innermost courtyard. I was only in the inner courtyard, you were playing in the Passion Garden. Big Bear's face twisted as he shouted. There was a tea table and 2 chairs beside the vegetable garden. Dragon Queen and Linny's sat opposite each other. Big Bear and Garth stood behind the Queen. Linny's looked at her ex-husband blankly and did not know what to do. Sir, Lady Linny's is Traig's legal wife, Danny reminded. Her husband did not mind and was even brought to the Passion Garden by her husband. Why are you so agitated? But she said that she wants to get back together with me. She said that our marriage is not completely over. Big Bear's face was red as he said with grievance and anger. When Yora put on the white robe, your marriage will naturally end, right? Danny looked at Linny's and asked. Compared to a few years ago, this golden-haired, blue-eyed beauty had obvious traces of age on her body. Her soft and thin waist had thickened. Even through the sable fur coat, one could see her slightly bulging belly. She was not pregnant. It was a small belly. Her white and lustrous skin had spots and was not as tight as before. There were more obvious crow's feet. Her eyes were too big and slightly dark. A few years ago, she was still 20 years old and could play as much as she wanted. Now, she was over 30 years old and had just lost her husband. She was down and out. It was normal for her to be in a bad state. It's over, but we can continue our relationship. I can feel that Yora still has feelings for me. Linny's lowered her head and said softly. Big Bear was embarrassed. Linny's second brother, Garth, was even more embarrassed. He was embarrassed and regretful. If he had known, he wouldn't have come. Your Majesty, when I saw Linny's, I was indeed touched, but I definitely have no intention of betraying my oath as a White Knight. Deshion hurriedly explained. What he said was the truth. As the #1 bootlicker in the entertainment industry, Deshion would be lying to himself if he said that he didn't feel anything when he saw his former goddess change her mind. If it was possible, he was even willing to rekindle their old feelings a few times with her. However, Bear was almost 50 years old. It was not easy for him to regain the honor that he had lost. He also had a successful career and was respected by people. His reason would not allow him to break his oath again. Moreover, he wasn't stupid. Linny's was his first love when he was a young girl. Similarly, the person who hurt him the most was still Linny's. She didn't love him at all. If he didn't have his current career, he wouldn't mind taking it over and living the rest of his life with her. However, it was obvious that White Knight's current life was beautiful and meaningful. He would be a fool to give up heaven and turn to the public latrine. You still don't want to forgive me? Deshion's attitude shocked Linny's. When they met again yesterday, she saw very clearly that the man's eyes flashed with obvious desire when he was faced with her teasing. That slutty look was exactly the same as it was in the past. It doesn't matter whether I forgive you or not. I'm a White Knight now. Deshion sighed. Whoa, if even you don't want me, I have nowhere to go. Linny's looked at Deshion with tears in her eyes. Chuegu is Prince Reese. You are his wife. How can you have nowhere to go? Garth couldn't help but ask. Linny's wept as she recounted her miserable experience. Of course, the matter of Chuegu being eaten by the night lion was not exposed. Linny's only knew that her husband was missing. She couldn't confirm whether he was alive or not. Until a few days later, several ancient royal blood families regained control of Prince Reese's regime. It was the family of a group of trading princes that Danny passed by Prince Reese in the early years under the guidance of Linny's. After they regained power, they immediately led the city guards to raid Chuegu's house. The reason was that Chuegu betrayed the country in the final battle between the Alliance Army and Slave Bay. The newly appointed prince even publicly announced to the general public that it was them who sneaked into the Garden of Desire a few days ago and executed the traitor Chuegu. If Danny's omniscience could cover the other side of the narrow sea, she would immediately know that this was Mirthea cleaning up the mess for the Night Lion. It was a very simple but very practical trick. Even Danny didn't have any doubts about Chuegu being executed by God after hearing Linny's words. The newly elected Prince of Reese also brought out evidence that Chuegu secretly surrendered to the Dragon Queen. Or rather, witnesses. Therefore, Chuegu's case was very sensational in Reese, but it didn't cause too much turmoil. The evidence was conclusive, and he deserved to die. This was the opinion of most of the free people of Reese. Instead, the noble of Reese was worried about the new prince's radical attitude against Dragon Mother. A few years ago, opposing Dragon Mother was the general trend. The entire world was against Dragon Mother. But today, after the long night, whoever dared to openly raise the banner of anti-Dragon Mother was either stupid or stupid. They were worried about how the Dragon Queen would react to Chuegu's death. When the message team arrived in Reese, the nobles saw the prince's amiable attitude towards Chizhuang and his disciples, and only then did they barely suppress their worries. At the very least, the new prince didn't completely fall out with the Dragon Queen. 3 days ago, Qizhuang and his disciples finally left Queen's Corner, arriving in Reese that afternoon. After leaving Tyrosh, the message team went to Queen's Corner to rest for a week. In reality, slaughtering gods every day made them mentally exhausted and stressed out. Before joining the message team, the master and his disciples had never interacted with normal gods, or even seen gods. Now that they had slaughtered several dozen gods in a row, their fear of the gods disappeared. They also gradually recognized the true face of the world, and their worldview and values changed accordingly. However, not only did they not have time to adjust themselves, they also felt a sense of urgency, as if a storm was right behind them. There were tens of thousands of savages in Queen's Corner, and almost everyone was a soldier. With their safety guaranteed, the message team rested for a few days. Not only did I fail to obtain Cui Ji's inheritance, I was even sentenced to treason, becoming a slave from the prince's wife. Those bastards actually put me and Cui Ji's famous steed and slaves together for a public auction. Linny said with fear and hatred. The people of Reese didn't care about the old town hider's reaction at all. Big Bear said in shock. Linny's looked at her second brother of the same father, and then said with grievance, "My father doesn't want me anymore. When Chuegu and I got married, my big brother even specially sent Brother McMurray to Reese to announce that I no longer had any relationship with the Hyder family. Big brother and father had no choice." Garth said with a sigh. "Our family had long pledged loyalty to the Queen, yet you were going to officially marry Chuegu." He was a staunch defender of the slavery system back then, one of the leaders of the Allied army. The Hyder family had too many reasons to cut ties with Linny's. Based on the situation at that time, cutting ties with the Westeros on the surface was also beneficial to Linny's. After all, she was the first wife of Reese, and Reese was the enemy of the Dragon Queen, whom Hyder was loyal to. "I want to live in the sky-reaching tower now, but Big Brother isn't willing to accept it. He wants me to go to the Starry Sanctuary to be Silence's sister," Linny's complained. "I also think that the Sanctuary Sisters are the best place for you to go," Garth said solemnly. Danny looked at Big Bear sympathetically. It was obvious that Linus had come to Dragonstone Island to ask for his help because she had no other choice. "Since you were demoted to a slave, why were you able to go to Young Halberd City, the old town, and finally come to Dragonstone Island?" Big Bear asked with a frown. Linny's expression changed a few times, and she said hesitantly, "I was sold by a pirate king from the Serpentine Isles. He had also brought people to join the Allied army and met me in new guise. He had long had improper thoughts about me, Seeing that Big Bear's face did not show any disdain, but instead showed some sympathy, Linny's was relieved. She decided to just speak her mind and act pitiful. "He was a demon. He didn't treat me as a human at all. He and the pirates on the ship tortured me. There were hundreds of them, sob sob sob." Big Bear sighed. The coldness on Garth's face dissipated. The Dragon Queen also seemed to pity her. She poured a cup of tea for her to moisten her throat and tell the story in more detail and excitement. Thus, Linny's cried even harder. "Those few days, I felt like I was living in the 7 levels of hell. When they heard my cries of pain, they became even more excited and humiliated me even more." Sob sob, Danny raised an eyebrow and asked, "How did you escape from the abyss of suffering?" "It was Reese and an old monk," Linny said while sobbing. "The 8-clawed spider Reese." Big Bear was shocked. "The teaching team found Reese. Was that old monk St. Matthew?" Garth asked. "Not Matthew. They all called him Master Chizang." Garth was embarrassed. "They heard your cries and came to your rescue." Linny shook her head. Her expression became very strange. That group of pirates did not go to Reese for no reason. It seemed like a group of gods hired them. I think the pirates were lying, but whether it was the eight-clawed spider Reese or the little demon later, they all said the same thing. It didn't seem like they were acting. Then, as she recalled, she used her own understanding to tell the story. Generally speaking, it was a story about the shame of flowers and Monk Tang in the other world. Linny's was the shame of flowers, but Reese was not Monk Tang. In the teaching team, the fat eunuch seemed useless. But every time he went to a city, he would inquire about information, bribe the nobles, build temples, smooth the relationship between the upper and lower, and even hire a large number of civilians to act as shills when Qizong was preaching. All these things were handled by him alone. Although he did not kill a single demon, he did not lack credit and hard work. The key was that he was different from Tyrion. He would not slack off, nor would he slack off when faced with something he did not like. Therefore, a group of pirates hired by the evil god easily caught him. Qizong and the others were resting in the inn. When Reese went out to do something, he was hit by a stick. The dwarf had long exposed the secret of having Qizong's mind imprint on him. The evil god planned to lure him into the trap this time. Using Reese's bait, he lured Qizong into the ambush. In order to weaken the lethality of the Holy Mother's palm to the greatest extent, they even deliberately chose the ambush on the ship. It was also in the pirate ship's cabin that Reese met Linny's, who had become a slave. At that time, Reese comforted me, saying that Master Qizong would come to save us soon, but Linny's expression began to twist. At that time, a group of weirdos in yellow robes came in. They ignored me, but looked at the fat eunuch with glowing eyes. I didn't lie to you. The yellow-robed weirdo's eyes were really glowing. Varys shrank back in fear and kept begging for mercy, but they laughed out loud. Take off all his clothes. Chapter 980. I'm such a beautiful woman, but I don't have any clothes on. Instead, I have a lot of marks after that. Linny's blushed, and her eyes were so charming that they almost dripped with water. But in an instant, her face was full of resentment. They would rather have sex with a fat eunuch with snot and tears all over his face. They didn't even look at me. The eunuch was still peeing and pooping, but they didn't think it was dirty, so they did it together. After doing it once, those weird-looking people still cursed loudly, saying things like, I don't know who took the lead, but the blood is so thin, I need to squeeze a few more times. Then, they continued to work hard. Varys howled for the whole night. It was so miserable. He kept shouting, Master, save me. He shouted himself hoarse, but still, no one came to save him. By the next morning, his eyes were lifeless, and his chest was barely moving. Especially his skin, it was pale without any color. It was like a big white pig that had been drained of blood and scalded in boiling water. They didn't touch you, but they kept torturing Varys. Big Bear asked while rubbing his teeth. Linny's became very agitated and said angrily, they are the same as Renly and Loras. They only like men. That night, a group of people acted out an erotic scene in front of her. At first, it was a little uncomfortable, but what kind of person was Linny's? She, who had seen all the flowers in the world, actually experienced a long-lost novelty and excitement. Unable to bear the itch, she took the initiative to join the big family in the middle of the night, but she was sternly rejected by the yellow-robed monsters. Not only did they reject her, but they also ridiculed her for being too dirty and spoiling their appetite. The shame of all flowers in the old town was really embarrassing at that time. But she didn't know how lucky she was. If the yellow-robed monsters had a better appetite, she would have ended up like the dead Chui Gu. Linnes, who didn't know the truth, was still filled with righteous indignation when she recalled this incident. As if she was greatly insulted, she shouted, "Holy Mother, I know that many men in River Bend like beautiful men, but Varys is fat and ugly. He's not even a man." She wasn't as angry as she was now when she complained about the pirates torturing her. "Hey, Linnes, what nonsense are you talking about?" River Bend man Garth scolded angrily. "What did I say?" "They really did torture Varys." Linnes was at a loss. "You're talking about River Bend man." Garth blushed and found it hard to speak. Who in the Seven Kingdoms doesn't know what the men of Riverbend and Dorne are like? Linnes waved her hand dismissively and continued, "After the group of yellow-robed weirdos were done, they even used chains with welded anchors to bind Varys's hands, saying that when Chizong came over, they would throw the fat eunuch into the sea. It was me who sneaked over and gave him a bowl of water when the thugs left and saved his life. Then he asked me for a hair accessory." Dany looked pensive. "That group of evil gods most likely came from the sea. They are proficient in water-type evil arts that can overturn rivers and seas. When Varys sinks into the sea, Chizong will definitely enter the sea to rescue him." Chizong wanted to undo the chains before Varys drowned while also dealing with the sneak attacks of the evil demons in the sea. Not only is the danger at the bottom of the sea exhausting Chizong, there's also the dwarf on the shore or on the ship. He's the evil god's main target. No wonder. No wonder a few days ago, Chizong borrowed a large wave of divine force from heaven. Of course, he gained even more divinity and spirituality after that. Dragon Queen's expression turned solemn. The big boss of the Justice Alliance had yet to appear, but he had already suppressed the Sutra teaching team to the limit through an ingenious scheme that didn't cost much. If Dany Buddha didn't provide them with support now and let them level up, their future path would be even more dangerous. Evil god. You also think that those yellow-robed weirdos are gods? Linnes had a look of disbelief. She looked at Dragon Queen with a strange gaze. The battle scene back then must have been huge, right? You didn't even have the slightest idea whether they were gods or not? Dany asked with a faint smile. Linnes frowned and thought for a moment. She shook her head and said, "It's just that Varys was taken out by the pirates. I was in the cabin back then and heard a loud voice shouting, 'Great mighty heavenly dragon, Holy Mother's divine palm, petty tricks, how dare you show off your slight skill before an expert,' and so on. Especially the great mighty heavenly dragon, it seemed to have a strange magic power. It felt like it was right beside my ear even through the thick deck of the ship. I've heard it so many times that it seems to exist deep in my mind. You only listen to 'Great Mighty Heavenly Dragon.'" Dany's mouth twitched. Without a doubt, the louder Chizong shouted, the more intense the battle was. It was impossible for there to be no sound at all in such a fierce battle between gods. The weather seemed to be bad then. The wind was strong, the waves were huge, and the sky was filled with lightning and thunder. The 60-meter-long Galen ship was also shaking violently on the sea. From time to time, you could hear the sound of the waves breaking the mast and the hull of the ship. When a huge wave hit, the ship even capsized. Linnes pointed at her pale skin and thick pores on her left forehead. "Look, my head is broken." "You don't have a scar on your forehead," Garth said blankly. "Oh, I remember now. Master Chizong cured me." Linnes was stunned for a moment before she realized. "He's a good person. He took pity on me for being tortured by evil, so he directly cast a great healing spell on me. The redness and bruises all over my body disappeared, so I didn't need to rest and immediately rushed back to the Westeros." Big Bear pursed his lips, his eyelids twitching. At that time, there were 100 or 200 people on the ship. In the end, I was the only one who survived. Master Chizong also saved a few slaves who were bought by the pirates with me. Well, they were all slaves of my family. But that cold woman, Arya Stark, said that there might be villains hiding among them. Then, she killed them all with a sword. Poor two of my favorites. Linny's paused for a moment and raised her head to look at Bear. Seeing his stupefied expression, she mumbled, "Those two children look very likable. I took them in as my godson half a year ago. They are definitely not bad people." Dani had more or less figured out what happened to Rhys, so she wanted to end the conversation for today. "What do you plan to do?" Linny's heard this and her eyes turned red again. Sun Halberd City is only 500 kilometers away from Rhys. I don't know how the little devil managed to call the winged dragon paladin, Sir Quentin Martell. Sir Quentin is a good person. He sent me to the Sky Tower in the old town, but my brother only gave me two choices. Either I go to the Starry Church and become a Silence nun, or I get lost. I don't want to join the Silent Sisters, but I have nowhere to go. That's why I came to Dragonstone Island to find. She looked at Big Bear with pleading eyes. "I'm a white knight, Anne." Big Bear closed his eyes and sighed. "Linny's, you should understand that we can't go back." "I know the tradition of the White Knights," Linny's quickly said. "I read the history of the White Knights written by a scholar in the old town's library. Actually, many great nobles were married before they put on the white robes. Then, they handed over their fiefs and castles to their wives and sons to manage. They gave up everything and kept their vows as White Knights." Linny's only chose words that were beneficial to her. There were indeed great nobles who left their families to their wives, but most of them sent their wives to the Silent Sisters before they put on the white robes. For example, one of the three leaders of the Black Fire Rebellion, Fireball, Quentin Bowl. The reason why he encouraged Daimon to rebel was because he wanted to become a glorious Kingsguard. In the end, when he sent his wife to the Silent Sisters, the new king refused to fulfill the previous king's promise. Big Bear thought for a moment and said, "Going to Bear Island for the rest of your life is not a bad choice. I can send you to Bear Island." Linny's exclaimed and shook her head. "I'm not going back to Bear Island. It's too cold and remote. Also, the people on Bear Island like to gossip about me behind my back." Big Bear was stupefied. "You just said," Linny's immediately said, "don't you have a fief at Slaver's Bay? You even gave it to your nieces. They are young and need to take care of themselves. How would they know how to manage the fief and the people? Why don't you let me teach them? How did you teach those innocent little bear girls to be like you?" Dani shuddered. Big Bear said seriously, "The White Knights don't want fiefs. Laura and the others earned their fiefs with their own loyalty. Also, they only have empty titles now. They don't have fiefs yet. Linny's, don't mess around. Yora ended his marriage with you long ago. He has no responsibility to satisfy your extravagant desires." Garth was ashamed and resentful. "Do you want me to die?" Linny's was about to cry again. Dani thought for a moment and said, "How about this, I'll give you a certificate. You take it back to Liz. With your ability, you should be able to take back all of Chui Ji's inheritance. Maybe you have a chance to become a female prince. How about it? What certificate is so powerful that it can let me inherit the inheritance and the title of Prince of Trade?" Linny's was both expectant and suspicious. "The certificate that Chuegu betrayed the allies and then submitted to me." Dani nodded calmly. "That's right. I laid my cards on the table. I forced Chuegu to be a spy. He is the spy that I bribed. This." Linny's was disappointed. She said hesitantly, "Everyone knows about this. Even if you personally prove that Chuegu was forced to become a spy in the Allies, they won't sympathize with him." Dani raised her eyebrows. "Why would I want the list to sympathize with Chuegu?" "Then what do you mean?" Linny's was confused. Big Bear didn't understand either. Garth, on the other hand, was thoughtful. You don't even understand this. Jichi looked at Linny's with disdain. So stupid. It doesn't matter whether Chuegu was forced or willing. The key is that he is a spy, the Dragon Queen personally admitted. Even if he is a dog, he is still the Queen's dog. I admire the courage of the person who beat the suspected Queen's dog. But a dog whose dog tag clearly shows the 5-colored dragon emblem is either a lunatic or a dead person. Tell me, is Nobilis crazy, or are they all planning to be dead people? Dragon Queen's expression was indifferent. She looked at the voluptuous maid with gratification. When the centaur maid saw this, she was also smug and smiled foolishly. Linny's was shocked at first. Then, realization dawned on her. Her eyes shone brightly as she said excitedly, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. I can finally return home." Sob. A day later, Liss. A coastal garden with a domed structure. A few days ago, this was still a small lush garden that was miserably managed in the long night. Now, the various buildings that added to the atmosphere in the lush garden were still preserved. The main hall facing the gate was gradually transformed into a grand and holy cathedral under the busy work of hundreds of stonemasons. When Varys was kidnapped, he went out to buy this garden from the Prince of Trade. How is it? In front of the Holy Mother statue, the 3 disciples looked curiously at Chizang, who had just finished praying. The Holy Mother wants us to do as the Romans do. We can refer to Slave Bay and divide the nuns into gray-robed ordinary nuns, white-robed female priests, black-robed silent sisters, and red-robed, purgatory nuns, Chizang said with difficulty. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.